Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Heyo, what's up guys and gals? Welcome to the ESL Mobile. This is Brawl Stars Season 2 Challengers. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky, his first time here on the show for Brawl Stars. How you doing, my man?
I am doing fantastic. Thank you very much, Victor. And I mean, this last time I was involved with Brawl Stars, last time I got to see these guys in action, it was almost 2 years ago. I'm just happy to be back. There are a lot of familiar faces, but there are a lot more new experienced superstars, and I just can't wait to see them in action.
Indeed, is glad to be back here after having seen all the action, all the thrills and spills, as it were, from Season 1. I can only wait for this moment here, and finally, we're here on Season 2. We've got 4 new challengers this season, but 4 teams are coming back here from Season 1. It's going to be so exciting to see how these teams will perform later on. So let's go ahead and check out the rosters right now for Season 2. As I said, 8 teams are going to be in this challengers here. 4 of these teams have returned from Season 1. We've got Zeta Division, Team Flash, Kicks Team, and Crazy Lagoon, who come in since Season 1, and they're back again in Season 2. But first time in Season 2 here, we've got Icebond, Covalence Reformed, Asfixia, and Lil Moya G. So isn't that quite a stacked field we have right over here for challengers, isn't it, Husky?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at these teams, whether they're new or they are the returning top dogs, they will definitely make you shake in your boots. I mean, Team Flash, probably, I think you look at the members, a lot of people will agree that this team is looking as to be the strongest team right now overall, and we'll see if they can deliver on all the game modes that we will have today. Brawl Ball, Bounty, Gem Grab, Siege, Heist, and of course, last but not least, the Hot Zone.
Yeah, these are all going to be the fields of battles that these teams will have to contend with later on during this round robin session. So naturally, given that all 8 of these teams have qualified their way to this stage now, it's only a matter of how they perform against each other here in this very specifically tailored series of maps here. We've got for Playdate number 8 here, we've got Bot Drop starting off first, and then we got Para Place will be the second map we'll be playing here. That's going to be a Hot Zone round, and then followed by the bounty round on Snake Pieri. So you better watch those grasses. Might be a little bit dangerous inside those little blades of grass. Super Stadium will be the Brawl Ball round be played if you do make it to the 4th round. The 5th round will be a decider here. So today's matches, it's going to be starting off here with Asfixia versus Crazy Lagoon. Then later on, we still have 3 more matches to go here. So make sure you guys stay tuned over here. Covalence Reformed and Lil Moya G will be the next round coming in at 7 o'clock. Icebond versus Kicks Team will be kicking off at 8 p.m. And Zeta Division versus Team Flash. This is one match you don't want to miss here. The best team in Japan versus the best team, arguably, in Southeast Asia. That's coming at 9 o'clock. So, Husky, any matches in here in particular that you really want to keep an eye on?
Oh, you took the words right out of my mouth, right? The last series, the same division with Team Flash. You absolutely must not miss best of 5 that we have today. But of course, just now we did have a little bit of a correction that we need to make regarding the map pool, and we'll show the correct one for Playday number 1. For Gem Grab, we'll go to Double Swoosh. For Hot Zone, it's Dueling Beetles. For Bounty, it's gonna be Layer Cake. For Brawl Ball, we'll head to Center Stage. And last but not least, for Siege, we will go all the way for Factory Rush.
Yeah, so correction on the map pool for today. This is of course play day number 1 here. So this is the correct map pool we'll be playing for this first round. We're going to be having here Asfixia versus Crazy Lagoon. Asfixia, they hail from Singapore, whereas Crazy Lagoon hails from Japan. So this is going to be an interesting way to kick things off here, I feel, for our first match for today. So in any case, Asfixia, they're going to be a newcomer actually for Season 2. Crazy Lagoon, they've actually been competing since Season 1. I've seen them compete even in the ladders in Season 1, and they've already been quite impressive in there. So here wonders, or rather I wonder whether or not they'll be able to carry that streak forward coming into Season 2.
Yeah, and that is probably one of the best ways to kick off the day, because Asfixia, I was able to catch the interviews that was conducted on the ESL Mobile Open, and most importantly, these guys are regarded kind of the up and coming, players, right? They show a lot of promises, and this is gonna be the roster for today. We have Humanly, Tomo, PRI, XME, Secondary, and Twice, the 4 gentlemen that make up this amazing roster.
Yep. So going to be able to see what the kind of top picks are going to be here, because coming into challenges here, you got to be coming with a war chest that is completely stacked. Asfixia, they love to pick out the Tara, the Rico, and the Spike, but they also conversely don't like to play against the Buzz nor the Brock. So 2 BBs out of the brawl, I would say.
Yeah, and you look at the top picks, there's a lot of just long range utility that Asfixia is bringing to the table, right? But this is going to be the roster of Crazy Lagoon, which will be the opponent this upcoming best of 5 set. Again, like you mentioned, right, the clash of 2 different regions. Crazy Lagoon has been around far longer than Asfixia has, and this is the time for them to kind of carry that momentum forward. Let's look at what they have in terms of the top picks. Is there going to be any resemblance to what Asfixia has to the table, bring to the table? Apparently, it is a completely different arsenal, right? Byron, Bell, and Max will be the top pick, whereas Ash and Stu will be the top bans for Crazy Lagoon.
Yeah, I still recognize those top picks from Season 1. I mean, Crazy Lagoon, it seems like they are following the formula of if it ain't broke, don't try to fix it. Though they do have the new ban on the Ash, which is a new brawler. That should be kind of interesting. Hopefully you do get to see it play its part maybe during this match, or maybe in the future ones we could actually talk about it. But in any case, Crazy Lagoon looks like they are still the same Crazy Lagoon that I still recognize from Season 1. So I'm gonna be excited, especially for Asfixia, because this is gonna be a perfect way to start things off, a perfect way for a newcomer in Season 2 to prove themselves against the veterans from the previous seasons, isn't it?
Yeah, it is definitely the time for Asfixia to make a statement, right? To make their stand and show that they deserve to at least be included in this group of top 8 big boys. But I just to go on the topic of Ash, I was able to try it out just I think a couple of hours earlier, and I must say I understand why that brawler is on the ban list. I mean, Ash provides a lot of that frontlining ability, and most importantly, that guy has heat-seeking landmines, and I think that's probably one of the best things that he brings to the table. If you compare him to Tick, I would take Ash any day.
I know that the fact that he's got a heat-seeking landmine, that's just the craziest part about the kid. I mean, it'd be crazy not to run with that power that gadget. So, and that as well as Squeak, the new brawlers are coming in from for Brawl Stars here. I mean, just so much is going to be different, I think, coming around in Season 2 compared to how we've been used to in Season 1. So, in any case, we're going to be waiting to see how this next matchup is going to hold up, though. So, I do believe that we have some of the banned brawlers that are going to be out of play, unfortunately, for this matchup here. So throughout this match here, both the Byron and the Ash are going to be out for Asfixia, and Crazy Lagoon did choose to ban out the Bow and the Ash as well. So double Ash bans here, Husky.
Yeah, and of course, just based on the graphics that we saw early on for the top picks from both these teams, I think Crazy Lagoon is the only one who will have the Byron removed. Every other brawler doesn't really fit into the graphic. They are not there, not there at least when we talk about what these teams favor. But I'm pretty sure Crazy Lagoon have their own reasons to ban out the bull, right? Especially when you go to a mode like gem grab, bow super does create this no-go zone that you just don't want to step on, and just his normal attacks as well does make it very complicated. He shoots out in a very kind of a 30-degree arc that does zone out a lot of your frontliners, even no matter how tanky they are. So I can understand the bow ban, but I think Byron definitely makes a bigger impact when Asfixia took it out.
Oh yeah, especially when you consider that a lot of the heavyweights and a lot of like the tankers are really still playing a huge role in a lot of fights here. You know, you still need to have that anchor in those fights, especially to provide pressure and or rather to receive the pressure coming from your opponents. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is not the only day we're going to be playing Brawl Stars here. It's going to be going all throughout this month, to today and tomorrow, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, every single week. It's going to be Brawl Stars here at ESL Mobile. So make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel or following us on Twitch here. Make sure you guys catch all the action live with both me and Husky here. So coming into Asfixia versus Crazy Lagoon, I really wonder how Crazy Lagoon is going to play this time around, knowing the Japanese teams, you know, they come from about one of the most competitive regions for Brawl Stars here in Asia. So it was no wonder that when the Japanese teams came into this competition, they came in strong. Crazy Lagoon is just one of those teams that made that huge impact during ladders and carried it all the way to Challengers Season 1. So the thing is, when it came to the actual Challengers, Crazy Lagoon unfortunately faltered compared to the rest of the players. They only managed to finish it in around 6th position. So I think coming to Season 2, they certainly have a little bit of a chip in his shoulder, knowing that they come in as like from a really strong region, so they should have a really good chance of doing very well in these challenges. Would you agree?
Yeah, I definitely do, second that statement, especially when, you've been around for a long time. Yeah, sure, the result isn't what they expected in 6th place, but I think when you survive the war as a veteran, you're going to come back stronger for Season 2. And the fact that they are now here once more for this challenge season says a lot about Crazy Lagoon. And I think they want to continue that legacy, right? Season 1, they finished in 6th. Let's see how far they can go in Season 2. It is kind of a round robin format after all. This is kind of the final step before we head towards challenge final. So Crazy Lagoon, they're definitely aiming for one of that spots, and it all starts with this: can they stand up to the New Bloods?
Indeed, and as always, what I love about esports, that it's always going to be a new challenger just lurking around the corner here. So Asfixia, they hail from Singapore. I did manage to have an interview with one of the substitutes who unfortunately isn't going to be playing here today. I will really love to have him back on though, because for someone who has a really severe speech impediment, he was very, very brave to not only come up as a representative for his team, but to have a full video interview. I can imagine for people who like have struggled with that kind of like problem speaking live and stuff like that, it's very, very difficult for them to come out so publicly, isn't it?
Yeah, and I that was the one that I managed to watch a bit, before the broadcast, and I think it says a lot about the team environment in general. Despite despite him not being able to play or not playing for today, I feel like these guys are just grateful that they have a chance to play. Right? I think a lot of people, they probably started off as just a group of friends. They see ESL Mobile opening its doors. They took the chance, and some of them are here. And it could be just a step that they took that brought them to where they are right now. So a lot, I guess, a lot of gratitude from these people. And no matter where they go, I think no matter what the result is, by the end of this, happier just the fact that they could be here.
Oh yes, of course, because mind you, every single team that made it to this challenges here had to fight their way from ladder. So they do have, they really have qualified their way into this position here. So the question is only how well do they stack up against the rest or against the peers, that should say. But really, I'm really hoping the best for them here, because for them to really be able to give opportunities, to people, to players who really want to have the chance to show what they've got. It can't help but want to root for teams that really are able to give the opportunity, don't you?
Yeah, everyone loves a good underdog story, and I think just
Yeah.
looking at Asfixia alone, a lot of people would, especially Southeast Asia, right? Like this region in general, is just a very a region full of fanatics. You see your own countrymen go out to war. I think these guys would and start chanting Asfixia. Like Crazy Lagoon, they came in with a huge reputation, and they are here, and they're definitely here to stay. But I think Asfixia probably will have the underdog magic that Crazy Lagoon would not expect. I mean, looking at their top picks alone, Crazy Lagoon pretty much by the books, but maybe Asfixia can kind of throw a curveball and catch their opponents by surprise.
Yeah, and I think, like, especially in the game like Brawl Stars, it's all about how you can differentiate yourself from your opponents. It's like how you can find different ways, to achieve your objective. So really, I really hope that they will be able to use a little bit of that creativity, show us plays that maybe we have not really expected, or something that may not be the most ideal, but will be something that throws an entire curveball into your opponent's plan. Those kind of special moments are things I really live for. And what better place to really show the kind of scratch off and challengers here? I mean, what else you have to lose? You've got 1 whole month here full of Brawl Stars action. So basically throw anything at the wall, see what sticks.
And I think one of the brawlers that really caught my eye when I looked at Asfixia's statistics in terms of top pick is definitely the Spike. I think a Spike, I remember when I first started out 2 years ago, Spike is kind of a must pick because of how useful this brawler is, right? This sharpshooter that has mini AoE auto attacks, and most importantly, his super, the stick around, huge AoE that slows and damages the opponent. It provides just so much zone control, and I'm just glad that some things did not change, and Asfixia having that as one of the top picks could definitely catch Crazy Lagoon off guard.
Yeah, I think a lot of like AoE attacks now are really starting to become very popular, or really getting used a lot in pubs these days, because I tend to notice play against randos, they always like to play the death ball kind of strat, everyone basically crowding into a single zone, making sure that no one can really crowd inside. So that's why you need brawlers like Spike, you need brawlers like Squeak, people that can kind of really force you to break up your formation, try to separate you out and then take you down one by one. And this is exactly why brawlers like Spike can be so useful in their utility, isn't it?
Yeah, and just to throw in like a random occurrence that I ran into. So I spent a couple of hours like this morning just trying to get as much trophies as I can, and I realized that when you're up against these kind of composition, just pick the tick. Tick solves everything. One of the best part on pub games. I mean, that is just pure entertainment. But there it is, game number 1 for this first series, the Fix against Crazy Lagoon. Let's see what they have to offer on this gem grab. And so far, as Fix is gonna start off, they already have 2 on the board. Let's see if that Byron ban is gonna be worth it.
Alright, they try to trade off the left there, so they haven't really gone too crazy on the gems at the moment, so they're rather conservative in trying to keep their area control. But the main thing is that they don't want to concede too much ground. And that's going to be a good kill there onto Miria. So Secondary is going to try to use this opportunity to flank around the side here, providing a lot of pressure from spawn. And that's going to create a big problem now for Crazy Lagoon, because they had to fight 2 wars on 2 fronts, and now Asfixia is going to get a clean lead in terms of gems.
Yeah, I mean, Secondary, he did lose his life, that Leon definitely caught Crazy Lagoon off guard. But I think on the side of Crazy Lagoon, they have the Brock, and across his super is going to start to clear out those bushes, making it harder for Asfixia to attempt to go for these flanks. They're really relying a lot on secondary to get his super online so that he can go for those ambush. But these long range attacks of Crazy Lagoon, they're gonna make it really hard. In fact, now Crazy Lagoon, they've gotten a pretty much majority of the map control, and it's very hard for Asfixia to walk out forward without that proper heavyweight.
You know, only secondary is just joining in the front, but unfortunately Tomo is taken down, so right now they're struggling to try to stem back the tide, but Crazy Lagoon just takes them down one after another. Now they've collected enough gems here to start the countdown. Asfixia is nowhere to be found right now as they attempt to try to regain some ground, but Crazy Lagoon pulls back. They know as long as they can hold on to gems, as long as they can keep them at arm's length, and the timer runs down, they will take the first round by default.
And that was pretty fast, pretty decisive. Definitely loving the Brock selection for Crazy Lagoon. I mean, they have the Ember as well, but the Brock super definitely did a lot of dividends as they start getting the lead. Asfixia, they got off to a really good start, right? We saw secondary on that Leon going for probably one of the biggest flanks, but unfortunately it ended up being kind of a one for one trade, which, you know, for Asfixia in Asfixia's boat isn't really that worth it because the other two members just were not able to, you know, anchor down on that in the middle section of the map. So Crazy Lagoon, just a great maneuver. Once they got control, they never let their foot off the gas.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about Crazy Lagoon, pun intended, is that, you know, even if they get flagged from behind, they still have that sort of like coherence enough, you know, to keep the defensive line still very stable and still ensure that they are able to keep within range of that objective. So that's something that a lot of Japanese teams tend to be very good at. You know, they're very tactical, very strategic. It's usually very difficult to pin them down unless they allow you to. So now this is the thing that Asfixia is going to have to contend with here. Now you got a team here that is really difficult to take control of, so you have to figure out a way to kind of regain the tempo of the game. You know, try to set fights on your own terms instead of allowing them to command the game instead.
Yeah, and I know when we Asfixia, they picked, you know, like brawlers like Spike, like Tara, but I would love to see someone like a Genie or even an Edgar. I think these two brawlers might be able to make a difference. They did switch out the Ember for the Spike, and they also gave themselves the Bell as well. So let's see if this is gonna make any difference for round 2. So far, Crazy Lagoon still got the lead, and all of these guys just came down to them being so low, and something that Asfixia just were not able to close out.
Yeah, quite a shame that they lost 2 brawlers very early on. That unfortunately gave Crazy Lagoon a lot of ground now. And with a 3-gem lead here, Crazy Lagoon can afford to be very comfortable in their heals here. So Asfixia really doesn't have a lot of bushes to hide in here, which is becoming a big problem now, especially for Brock, because now he's got to dodge a lot of projectiles being held in his way. He's going to be constantly pressured in this middle lane here, and that's unfortunately preventing him from being able to support his side lanes well. And now Pixie gets picked off there. Secondary could be next there. One more shot from the Amber could end him, but Miria still keeps her distance there. Tomo now tries to end up giving some pressure on the right-hand lane, but his items gets taken down as quickly as gets set down. Miria now pressures from the middle. Pixie still manages to run away, keeps himself arm length when Miria gets picked up, but unfortunately damage is done. Crazy Lagoon has used that opportunity to take all of the gems now. The countdown is started yet again. Asfixia finding themselves in a very prominent position, are still trying to find their way forwards, but gets himself knocked down before they could do anything at all. 3 seconds to go, and Crazy Lagoon takes the second round on this first set.
just crazy play. I mean, Crazy Lagoon, they had everything figured out. You know, you look, this was the same lineup from game 1, right? They did not need to change anything. Spike, Ember plus Brock, and I think they had the whole strategy figured out. Brock stays at probably one of the longest range brawlers that you have. Super annoying to get to deal with if you cannot get close to him. So they have Brock basically take all of the gems, and we saw how Miria played the entire round. Super oppressive on the Ember, and it felt like Asfixia had no way to deal with, you know, with the Ember, with Miria, and that itself was sufficient to keep them at bay. And I was saying with Crazy Lagoon, they're showing that that experience, that veterancy is really paying off. It's being put on full display. Asfixia, they need to kind of come up with a way to deal with what Crazy Lagoon had. Most importantly, they need to start getting that map control. They have been oppressed so far. They switched up their brawler lineup once, didn't work out. So let's see if they can bring in a different kind of approach to our third game.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing for Asfixia though. Even though they tried to change things up for round number 2, it still didn't put a dent. In fact, I will feel that Crazy Lagoon actually had a much easier time in round 2 compared to round number 1. So I'm not sure, is it because Asfixia is not too familiar with playing the spike? It could be a factor as well, because some of these teams, coming to ladders may not necessarily be strong on all of the brawlers. And one thing I know about the Japanese teams is that they're very, very incredibly situational in the way that they pick their brawlers for the maps. They literally pick the right brawler for the right maps to either take advantage of a specific mechanic or simply because it's the right pick just for that specific situation. So again, this is now going to be problem-solving time now for Asfixia. They've got to examine what they have in their own armory and see what they can field now against a team that is as strong as Crazy Lagoon, because they know that whatever Crazy Lagoon is going to field on there, they're going to be playing it to know exactly how they want to approach and how they want to counteract the kind of plays that Crazy Lagoon will try to take in this next round.
Yeah, and I think it all starts with troubleshooting the gap closing part, right? I feel like I'm not sure if they are well versed in that. Edgar, obviously, when it came down to the top pick, all of the brawlers that we saw were long range, right? Tara, the Spike. So the closest correlation, probably the Genie, if they want to go for it. But when you pick a support brawler in these kind of situations, you have to make sure that your other 2 members are able to put out the damage. And so far, I think Asfixia has been struggling in that department as well. It's gonna be a pretty tough problem to solve in such a short time frame. But I think the game 1 is actually a decent lineup that they have with the Leon. They just need to make sure that they make this Leon the priority, play around secondary, which was not the case, because when secondary got onto the bell, everything has to be played out differently, and Crazy Lagoon took advantage of that.
Exactly. So again, that's a kind of double-edged sword about adaptations. Sometimes the changes just makes things much worse. Makes you much worse off compared to if you hadn't changed at all. So I do agree. It seemed like Asfixia may be a lot stronger on the Leon, so perhaps they should try to lean a lot more on that strength going forwards here. Problem is that with the next few runs, especially when it comes to the bounty round later on, that's going to be on Snake Prairie. I'm not sure if a Leon's going to be good enough in that kind of context, but who knows? That's still at least one more game away from here. We still are in game number 2 right now. Sorry, it's going to be round number 3 right now. It's still in set number 1. So let's see whether or not Asfixia is going to be able to learn anything from the last 2 rounds and hopefully change things up, because they're bringing a Piper to the mid lane here. Prey XME is going to be taking the Brock to the left-hand lane, while the Spike is going to have to fight against the Amber of Tomo.
Yeah, and I actually like the Piper pick. I thought of the Piper to be kind of the replacement. Sure, I mentioned the Brock can be super impressive with their long range, but one of the brawlers that can match with the Brock other than another Brock is the Piper. The longer you hit someone from, the more it hurts, and you can see the immediate change. They pick the Ember for themselves. The Ember is going to directly deal with the Spike. Their own Brock will now keep the Miria at bay. There's nothing much Miria can do in the situation. Crazy Lagoon, they're taking over map control bit by bit, and they actually brought secondary low. So in fact, Crazy Lagoon, I think they can go in for this push. This is not looking good for Asfixia. They've lost complete control, and with Miria once more getting the room to pressure, it's even going to take down secondary. They drop all the gem, but thankfully it's on their home turf.
Yeah, thankfully it was mutually assured destruction pretty much as the super started to ring out. It's a good thing that the Piper was able to bring the gems back to home base before she got taken down. But yeah, bringing the Piper is going to be really good, but now it's going to be really tough, I think, from going forwards here, because Crazy Lagoon knows that as long as they can keep both the Brock and the Piper pressured at the same time, both of them cannot land the shots too well. I think his secondary is still doing well despite all of that, getting the kill onto Miria and still managed to dodge his way out of trouble. Now they've picked up enough gems here to start the countdown. Crazy Lagoon needs to try to bring the pressure back onto Asfixia, but now how the turntables here. 10 seconds to go. Secondary still staying very far forward. It's going to take the brunt of the damage there from Miria, and unfortunately cancels the countdown. So now it's going to be back to square one, while Crazy Lagoon still desperate to try to regain the gems here to hopefully tie things up. 10 more seconds to go, but right now Asfixia still holds the cards close to their chest. Crazy Lagoon loses a lot of cards here, but now they managed to tie out the gems just in the nick of time. Countdown cancelled.
I mean, Crazy Lagoon doing such a good job. The 11th gem is going to be picked up by Asfixia once more. Let's see if Crazy Lagoon still have anything in the tank. Secondary, I don't think he has his super. He used it earlier on, but Crazy Lagoon, they need to take out secondary in order to get the reset in their favor. In fact, they managed to pick up their own 11th gem, so they will stop the countdown for a third time. In fact, now they're in the lead. You can see secondary is going for the 12th gem for himself. These two teams really neck and neck. No one wants to give the room. You see the 13th gem has spawned, and Maria is just going to push forward, get sniped, and that means countdown is going to be in favor of Asfixia. Crazy Lagoon really scrambling to pick up whatever they can, but that's also going to allow Asfixia to push forward. Humanly, Tomo will just throw his life for this. They kill the spike. Is the snipe going to come in again? No, it's not. Crazy Lagoon somehow turn it around, and they all go down. Asfixia once more get the reset.
Oh, 15 seconds 11. That's going to be game time here, so I think it's going to be a matter of time now. It's going to be a question of who has the most gems by the time we end this round here. 7 seconds to go. Crazy Lagoon has the lead now, but it's only one single gem to go. Oh, Asfixia has just lost their members. They lost all the gems on the ground with 16 gems. Crazy Lagoon takes the third round. Ooh, that was by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, and that is going to be a game 1 fully 3-0 set for Crazy Lagoon. You think the came so close. The Piper pick was genius. Even when they lost 8 of the gems at their base, they made sure to pick it up once they had enough to make it to 10. But Crazy Lagoon somehow held on. They played as safe as possible. They made sure that instead of going for the kill, they just contest the amount of gems to force the reset, and I cannot believe they dragged out the game for 1 whole minute. This really shows how good Crazy Lagoon are. But Asfixia, it was a heartbreaking defeat, but they did manage to at least leave a mark on Crazy Lagoon.
You at least forced them to drag out round number 3 here, because man, that was quite the back and forth. It was practically a gem standoff between the two of them, because it seemed like they're gonna keep going on forever. The timer didn't run out. I suppose we'll be here all day long here. Well, still for Asfixia, kind of heartbreaking that they lost this first set. 0-3 here, but nevertheless, we still got more sets to go here, so there can still be redemption yet from the squad from Singapore. But for Crazy Lagoon, I'm thinking that if they were confident coming into season 2, the confidence level must be at an all-time high right now, because new challenger, yeah, no problem at all for Crazy Lagoon.
Yeah, and just Crazy Lagoon demonstrating their composure in those kind of situations. I wonder what is the communication process behind the scenes, but it really did show how Crazy Lagoon dealt with such a situation. Asfixia, they did everything they could. I don't think there was anything else that Asfixia could have done to secure the round in a better fashion. It's just Crazy Lagoon not, and they knew what they had to do, and they were able to pull it off. And I think that is the biggest testament of how experience does play a big part in a game like Brawl Stars.
Experience and cohesion, because you gotta remember, this is gonna be a game of communication between you and your 2 other teammates. You need to constantly be feeding information back and forth with them, making sure that everyone's on the same page. Everyone's got situational awareness. Everyone knows exactly what the target is and who they need to fight first. So that's kind of communication skills that Crazy Lagoon definitely would have utilized here in the fight against Asfixia. That's why we're able to win this by 3-0, and that's why we're still waiting for them for set number 2 here. Well, this is certainly going to be quite the wait right now for me, at least, because if I'm feeling it, I'm kind of feeling that Crazy Lagoon could run away with this if Asfixia can't really pick things up in this next map here.
Yeah, I definitely feel the same. I think one of the big difference we saw between those two teams in that first set, especially game 3, when you saw both teams having a Brock and an Ember, was that Crazy Lagoon, they were just a bit more oppressive. They knew when to push the button. They knew when to push the pressure Asfixia. And even when Asfixia had the lead, it felt like for them it was just get the gem and get out. But for Crazy Lagoon, they not only want the gem, they want you dead. And we saw Mirai once more Mira, excuse me, continuously just putting on the pressure. Didn't even mind if he throws his life away as long as he was able to hold Asfixia back, and he has done his job, and that kind of set Crazy Lagoon apart from Asfixia in that first set.
And also another aspect I need to bring up as well is the use of environmental destruction. I mean, Crazy Lagoon clearing out the bush in front of where Asfixia would have set up the defenses just made playing the Brock super hard in the middle lane. That's why Pixme eventually just gave up and had to switch to one of the side lanes instead, because otherwise, you know, the Brock in the center would have just played a huge role in making sure that, you know, he can provide pressure to all the lanes equally. But without the bushes in the middle, literally the Brock is like a standing target waiting for Crazy Lagoon to shoot at him.
Yeah, and that was definitely the case, I think, for the side of Asfixia. I mean, they lost gem grab. I think there's still a lot in the tank left for them. Sure, they're up against a very experienced team in the form of Crazy Lagoon, and no, I wouldn't be surprised if Crazy Lagoon continues this freight train momentum and get the second set. But it's a completely different ball game, right? This is the best part about Brawl Stars. Every mode is inherently different from one another. Maybe gem grab is just not Asfixia's set. Let's see if they can bring us something different when you go into the second best of 5 set.
Yeah, you could get steamroll in the first map to get like completely tsunami in the next round. You know, things can just flip around just like that, and that's just the nature of a game like Brawl Stars. You know, you really have to be super confident in your ability to play these brawlers and to play the objective of the map there. And sometimes, you know, especially in big competitions like this one here, like challengers, that pressure can just really throw you off. Let's hope our boys can still hang in there. Asfixia will be playing against Crazy Lagoon here with a 1 map deficit, and we already see secondary on a Mortis sticking his claim there on the hot zone.
Yep, and this is let's see if Asfixia can make a difference, right? They've gotten the tick going in their favor first. Of course, Crazy Lagoon, they're just, you know, jiggling in and out. They're making sure that they stick their foot in, but not too deep into the zone, keeping the distance between themselves and Asfixia, and this is exactly what they're doing correctly. I mean, Crazy Lagoon getting so very oppressive manner, but they are still able to slowly, you know, get the meter up. You see the Mortis from secondary is going to go forward and assassinate one of the Crazy Lagoon guys, and that should give Asfixia a bit more control, and that should keep them in the lead for now. But let's see if Crazy Lagoon can make a difference. They have that Leon, and we saw what Leon can do on both teams, so maybe the better flanker is going to win.
Yeah, oh, they managed to pick up the squeak there, so now the Mortis is going to try to bring the pressure onto the Brock. That's going to be a nice, good kill there by secondary, but Crazy Lagoon is going to be able to bring the tick up on their end. Now, they just have to wait for pre-XFE to bring himself back up to speed. The squeak, very crucial in making sure they can control the zone. Tomo tries to move in front, but isn't able to take out his counterpart there. Crazy Lagoon is able to take one down, and secondary and XFE have to fall back. Crazy Lagoon now able to bring the tick up to 40%, only a little bit now before they tie it up with Asfixia.
Once more, you can see the moment they get one kill, they just immediately go for the pressure. They're not even gonna to get their health back up. Secondary, he's desperately trying to buy time, but the block for Mira is just so hard to deal with. Crazy Lagoon, they've taken such a huge lead, and it feels like a fix that they need to make the last stand as soon as possible. That bell from Crazy Lagoon will buy as much time. Super from pre-SME throw now, but to no avail. And Crazy Lagoon, they're just gonna stick their foot down. Secondary, who's gonna try to get some kills, but no, they actually bought time, and Crazy Lagoon sticking it so close, but a fix there once more, able to stop that. But they need the time to be in their favor. They need to at least keep Crazy Lagoon at bay. But with secondary going down, Crazy Lagoon, they're gonna start making their way back onto that mid section again.
Oh, they managed to take down pre-XME as well. Secondary now just rejoin his group here to try to get some pressure done. Does take down the Leon, but no, he didn't really focus on the hot zone. That was a critical mistake, allowing Myriad to finish the capture there. So the first round still goes to the Japanese squad. Big mistake there.
Yeah, and Crazy Lagoon continues to be this super aggressive team that I think Asfixia, they're starting to feel it, right? Secondary, he was doing his best. to be that backliner that Mortis was. He did his best. He went towards the backline. He was trying to assassinate those sharpshooters from the side of Crazy Lagoon. But they just focused him down. You saw the teamwork from Crazy Lagoon continuously to outshine what Asfixia had. And the prioritization is just amazing. The fact that they were able to not only turn the lead in their favor, but also extend it by such a huge margin was just impressive, to say the least.
And I just love how cheeky they were as well, like towards the end, just really maximizing every last moment they have to just bring the tick up. Even if Mortis is literally just around the corner coming at them, they will still just hold on a little bit longer, just make sure a single tick is up, because every single tick matters here in Hot Zone. But I think I really now question why they decided to go with the Mortis, because Mortis would have been super great in some of these Hot Zone maps where there were 2 hot zones. But then where there's a single hot zone, you have to be very, very careful about how you play him. He can be a little bit unwieldy when you're trying to defend, against another brawler that's capturing at the same time. So unfortunately, that was a mistake there. To kind of bring the Mortis out, fighting outside the hot zone, that allowed Crazy Lagoon to overtake the round and eventually take the win. So now going to this next round here, you can still probably go for the Mortis, but I think they have to be very, very careful about how to play the defensive round here.
I feel like when you have the Mortis, like you have to make a choice, right? You can't go Mortis and Leon. I feel like that's just way too much, right? You have 2 guys who want to hit the back line, and you're just gonna leave your front line completely vulnerable. They will switch it up. They now bring in the Penny, Leon, and I believe the last guy is the Brock. So this is just pure long range. Of course, secondary wants to get his super as soon as possible so that he can drop down that cannon and start oppressing that hot zone. But you can see it is just so hard. Crazy Lagoon, they have the Piper, and the Piper is just destroying everyone. It's just gonna be super generous with that, with her own super, blowing out all those destructibles. No more bushes, no more walls to play behind. Crazy Lagoon, they will stick everyone on that hot zone. Humani Tomo, he has a super, but it doesn't matter. They just take it out.
Yeah, and the thing is that Penny is going to be pretty much a sitting duck until she's able to get her cannon out. So until then, what kind of pressure can secondary do? Look at that, the Bell able to just walk right up to secondary and take him down just like that. I mean, this whole round here, I don't really feel Asfixia's presence at all. The hot zone barely even feels it at all. As Crazy Lagoon is up to 95%, only a little bit longer to go, and they will take this second round here. Ooh, set 2 looking very much like a repeat of set 1 here, don't you think?
That was just an absolute steamroll. I feel like, yeah, we of course, I think having two backliners is not the best draft, I personally feel. But now you bring in Penny, Brock, and Leon. You're essentially saying that we want to play the long range, but they also take a long time to set up. Leon takes a long time to get his super, and once he gets it, he needs to be able to access the backline against the Piper. I believe the Piper Bell. And Brock, it's just so impossible, right? Because these long range, they will keep you at bay, they outrange you, they outdamage you. And Penny, like you mentioned, without the cannon, it's so hard to hold down any area. And even if he did get the cannon, there's so many ways to take it out. I mean, the Piper can destroy from long range. The Brock was destroying all the walls, so there's no safe zone for you to place that super without it getting taken out. This felt like a complete outdraft from the side of Crazy Lagoon for game 2.
Yeah, it definitely felt so, and it does really show itself in the scores itself. I mean, again, Asfixia, I think they only got 1 percentage point throughout the whole thing. Crazy Lagoon basically held onto the hot zone and didn't let go the whole entire round. So again, the draft was just way too strong there. Asfixia, they tried to get rid of the Mortis there. It didn't work in round 1, but bring in the Penny in round 2. Definitely did not work either. So now I don't know. I think Asfixia is going to either have to try to play mirror against Crazy Lagoon here. It probably is going to be the best bet to at least maintain some sort of equilibrium, or they're going to have to throw something else at the wall here and see if that's going to work out here. But as far as Crazy Lagoon is concerned, I mean, they might have this in the back here, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and I feel like Crazy Lagoon even made the necessary adjustments, right? They just prepared the draft way beforehand. They saw the Mortis in round 1, and they picked up the Piper. So even if there's no Mortis, it's completely fine. But if there is, then I don't think the Mortis can get on top of the Piper in under any circumstance. So Crazy Lagoon, they came prepared for round 2, and that was the result, right? A quick victory. I think that was like what, less than a minute that it took for Crazy Lagoon to capture the hot zone fully, right? So that just pure efficiency. There's still a chance for Asfixia, of course. This is gonna be a tall mountain to climb. They need to win 3 in a row to tie up, the scores in the series.
Yeah, if you consider set number 1, I mean, at this point now, Asfixia has lost 5 rounds in a row here. So again, pressure is only mounting in this squad here to produce any result here, anything at all to stem the tide here against Crazy Lagoon. But now, unfortunately for this set here, it's going to hinge all on this final, what possibly, I say final, but that's really only if the Crazy Lagoon wins it out. But here we go. Nevertheless, let's see if Asfixia can turn things around. So, well, is XME gonna try to pull this time around?
I mean, it is a different approach. They bring out the tick this time. So again, a lot of ways to deal with the back line. And they bring back the Mortis once more and actually gets the access on the Piper. That is huge for Asfixia. Now the Brock is isolated, they will run him down. And this should give Asfixia a lot of room to work with. They need to make sure that Crazy Lagoon does not start destroying all the walls. And good assassination once more from XME. The Piper down for a second time. And Asfixia, sure they capture zone control, but they need to keep someone on there to let this to get it ticking. And indeed they do. But the XME, he has to make sure that he is the first contact for the team against Crazy Lagoon. And Humili, Tomo, and secondary, these two guys will just need to stay on top of the hard zone. You can see when they do it right, everything falls into place.
Yeah, XME is playing a way better Mortis here. You saw how he forced the Brock and Crazy Lagoon to use his super against their own bushes here. That means now Crazy Lagoon has no bushes here to defend themselves. Should they want to so this is going to be huge here for Asfixia because all the advantage is now on their side. Asfixia can just try to hold this out now because there's only 20 percentage points to 20 ticks to go here for Asfixia to close out this round, but unfortunately they lost 2 of their own. Tomo and XME now joining in just as the super is coming out here from Crazy Lagoon. Now it's going to be a matter of whether or not they can complete this last stretch.
And I just like how XME is using their Mortis. That first attack when you have the bar charge up is super important. It extends the range of your swipe. So if you can close the distance with that initial attack, then you have basically done your job right. But snipe on this Piper, I mean, he does not care. He just stands at point blank range. The Mortis almost takes down everyone. These guys are so cool, but Tomo, he misses his shots at Crazy Lagoon. Like, they might be making a comeback. They are making it there, almost 50% on that hot zone. There's still for Asfixia to work with, but they need to stem the bleeding.
Yeah, crucially, right around the hot zone, there's 0 obstacles in play here, so it's just a matter of how you can control the zone and how you can get the kills. The Piper is down for Crazy Lagoon, so Asfixia now has to move in to strike. Both the Brock and the Bell are trying to hold their own and holding well in the right-hand side. They're about to take down Tomo. The Mortis moves in front here, but the Brock takes him down. XME is out for the count as Piper finishes the job there, taking out secondary. Asfixia, nowhere to be found as Crazy Lagoon brings it up to 80% now. They're tying it up against Asfixia. Looks like this round might come to a close sooner than we thought.
Oh, this is against the clock. I mean, Crazy Lagoon, they are capping it. This is 95%. They just need a bit more. Asfixia can get on, and Crazy Lagoon once more mounts that comeback. Everything went well for Asfixia for the first 30 seconds, but Crazy Lagoon, they stop it in the nick of time. They slam the second set.
And I think what is especially frustrating, I expect from Asfixia's side, it's just like with set number 1. Just as they felt they were about to win out the round, Crazy Lagoon somehow crazily pulls it back here, makes a huge turnaround, and takes the round for themselves instead. I mean, my goodness, we're seeing it back to back yet again. We still have at least one more set here to play, but with Crazy Lagoon having just decimated Asfixia for the last 2 sets here, one wonders how can they keep their morale going now, because it's going to be really tough here going forwards.
Yeah, and you can slowly see the cracks in Asfixia. They started falling apart when they lost control of the hot zone, and I feel like maybe, I'm not sure if it's panic, but if it was, that could really be their undoing. Because I feel like in that situation when you had this much of a lead, there's a lot of rooms for Asfixia to work with. But what we saw instead was XME, he goes down, he respawns, and he immediately just hit dives straight into Crazy Lagoon. I think he died like 2-3 times in a row without accomplishing much, and that really slowed down the momentum of Asfixia. And I think that was kind of the turning point for that game. Asfixia really had it in the bag. They just could not stick the landing.
It just feels like if it were best of 7, maybe Xfixia would have adapted enough to overtake Crazy Lagoon, but unfortunately 3 rounds is not enough for Asfixia here, and unfortunately here in Challengers it's just going to be that brutal here. You're up against literally the top 8 teams here in the ESL Mobile, so you can't expect a free lunch, you can't expect easy rounds here, ladies and gentlemen. So well, for Asfixia, unfortunately it's going to be one last shot, one last chance at glory here, or rather glory against this one Japanese squad. So yeah, this is going to be go time now. This is almost the end of the road now for Asfixia. I mean, when you feel yourself coming into these kind of situations, how do you kind of like pull yourself for the kind of reset, Husky?
I think for me is obviously I can't say take a break because they still have to play, but
Right.
sometimes you just have to play what you're most comfortable with, and I feel like Asfixia they did do that. They're pulling out the Mortis, they're pulling out the Tick. Obviously those are not brawlers that you see normally, but if it's their comfort pick, then I'm totally fine with it, right? You want to be in your best state, I would say. So play what they're most comfortable with and just be a bit more composed. I feel like they have that nailed, but when they start losing, that's when you see Asfixia crumble bit by bit, and that's the one thing that you can't fix on the spot, but someone has to take the reins and take control of the team.
Just can't help but feel, especially given that Asfixia is one of the new teams coming into season 2, that it's kind of like welcome to the school of hard knocks, I suppose, for Asfixia. But given that true challengers, they will still have plenty of opportunities to fight against some of the other teams here. It is definitely going to be a bumpy ride for sure, but then not quite the end of the world here for Asfixia. They still have plenty of chances going forwards here to pick themselves back up again. There's still perhaps other challengers here that may be a little bit more favorable in terms of their matchups, so who knows, but at least for now, they have a little bit of a taste of what it's like to go up against one of the most competitive regions in Asia when it comes to Brawl Stars. I mean, Japan is literally no joke, man. I mean, we saw from even last year's dominant run that Zeta Division managed to pull off. I mean, 18-0. They didn't drop a single game at all. That was how strong, how dominant Zeta Division was, and just emblematic of how strong Japan is as a region when it comes to Brawl Stars.
Yeah, and these guys are in the second season as well. This is the intro level, right? If the intro level is against Crazy Lagoon, I would say Asfixia has a long road ahead of them. But I think we could cut them some slack. They are a new team, and this is them getting a taste of what the round robin is going to feel like for the next a few days, right? The next month. They only get to play each team once, so after this, they're not going to face off against Crazy Lagoon anymore unless they make it through the round robins. That is definitely a tall order. But this, at least, it's going to let them condition and condition them for what's to come. This is going to be our third set, and Crazy Lagoon, they're up 2-0.
Yep, they're up to 1 star at the moment here. This is the bounty round at the moment. And again, all the pressure is on Asfixia here to produce a result because they are 2 maps down. Tomo in secondary now forcing the hand literally from Crazy Lagoon to break up those defenses here and try to drag them out, because Asfixia is just literally not coming outside to give them a fight at all. So literally by holding that single star lead here, Asfixia is literally delaying the time here and hoping that Crazy Lagoon isn't able to find any more kills from this point on.
And this is actually a smart play, right? You run out the clock, and as long as Crazy Lagoon doesn't pull out something insane at the towards the very end, I think Asfixia is going to have a have a good round. I mean, they're playing this very, cheesy, cowardly strat, whatever you call it. But they have secondary. He gets tagged, but he just rushes it away. But Myriad's gonna start pressuring once more. You know that against Crazy Lagoon, they always have that Brock to start destroying all those structures, all those walls. So yeah, you can't hold for long. We're down to almost 30 seconds, and this is go time for Asfixia. They do try to get the flag up. Unfortunately, it's not working out so far. They did the trade back, so it's good for Asfixia. It is 4 stars apiece though. So back to square one they go.
Yeah, but crucially, secondary has a blue star in hand, so as long as he has that, whatever tie is going to go in Asfixia's favor. So Crazy Lagoon have to find a kill, they have to keep the pressure going, they know they have them cornered, they just have to finish them off. XMB down to 1. Oh, the Magic get the kill now. It's going to be a race against time. 5 more seconds to go. Can secondary and Tomo get the trade defined? No, they do not. Secondary loses his life, and Crazy Lagoon, just like that, with one final play, takes the round for themselves.
Oh, it's another. And we see the distinction again, the distinct difference between these two teams once more. Asfixia, the super defensive one, and Crazy Lagoon, they just know what buttons to press. You can see towards the very end, they realize that okay, Asfixia, they're not gonna take any fight. They just want to hold on to the blue star, but in order to make it work, the Asfixia will have to split everyone apart so that you can pull Crazy Lagoon to away from each other. So what did they do? They stuck together, they ran down one guy, and they just took the lead. It's right out of Asfixia's hand. So Crazy Lagoon, again, their problem solving is just on point.
Yeah, I mean, they knew that as long as they can keep just pressuring downwards, even if you cannot see exactly where opponents are, you know that at least you drive them to a corner, and they reach a point where Crazy Lagoon realized, hey, we only got 2 guys over here. The Buzz is actually completely isolated. Let's go find him instead, and that's exactly what it did. And except me, unfortunately, got to the receiving end of that brunt, and with that kill opening up, and unfortunately for Asfixia, they found that this strat of just trying to hide around actually doesn't work because you can't really hide away from a fight for 1 whole minute. Eventually someone's going to catch up to you, someone's going to find you hiding in one of those bushes.
Yeah, I mean, it's called Brawl Stars, so you're meant to fight, right?
Right.
Yeah, it was a very creative approach, definitely worth a try, knowing how Crazy Lagoon has been playing so far. But now they realize that, okay guys, it's not gonna work. They have to go back to the drawing board, and a draft lineup that is meant to fight. Again, when you come to Bounty, it's all about getting kills. Like, if you like killing people, Bounty is the mode it's the mode to play. So for Asfixia, maybe start draft for skills. We see Brock being picked almost every round for Crazy Lagoon. We've seen Asfixia pick the Piper. Maybe they can get that Brawler back onto the team.
Yeah, to quote the legendary Dave Mustaine, killing is my business, and business is good. So
yes.
Hopefully lots of kills come, for Asfixia and for Crazy, because it's all about the kills here that matters here. So again, as long as Asfixia was really taking advantage of one thing that a lot of people, surprisingly don't really apply this a lot during pugs. It's the fact that when you're already ahead in the score, you don't have to keep pressuring. You don't have to keep, exposing yourself to danger, as it were. You can already afford to pull back a little bit, try to force your opponents to fight against you instead of trying to go out and fight them. That way, by playing a little bit more defensively, it really puts a lot more pressure on your opponents and makes it more likely for them to make a mistake. The problem here, specifically when it comes to Asfixia versus Crazy Lagoon, is we're talking about Crazy Lagoon. We're talking about veterans who have been playing here from Season 1, played through the ladders, were qualified to Challengers number 1, and then coming back to Challengers number 2. These guys aren't easily fooled, So yeah, I think Asfixia, again, they're just learning the hard way that, the kind of strategies that, will work against a lesser team. This is now a completely different level of competition. The meta is completely different than pugs. When it comes to tournaments, you got to play to how the tournament is like. You got to play to the brackets, as it were.
And we saw the Brock for Crazy Lagoon. He actually went for Incendiary, and I think that is just great, right? When you play Bounty, all about the kills and you want to prevent someone from regenerating health, take Incendiary. You know, even we saw secondary he hid behind those walls and those structures, but the Incendiary set the area on fire, so it really starts forcing you out of the cover. Round number 2 for this third set, and again, adjustments made by Asfixia. They bring in the Brock, they bring in the tick once more. We've seen this when they were playing Hot Zone, so we'll see if it can work out this time. They have the blue star in their favor.
Yeah, Ticks can be very, very strong on bounty rounds simply because he can use his super here to initiate or to rather find easy kills. But Mortis certainly has done quite a bit by himself there, already giving 5 stars now to Asfixia's side. Thus, giving a lot of pressure now towards Crazy Lagoon to even find a single kill. Now, the Brock is trying to keep his own counterpart pressured here on the right-hand side. That's why we've been seeing him eliminating obstacles one after another. He's just making sure that he has a clear line of sight here to make sure he can take complete control over the right-hand lane. You can see with XME being pushed all the way back here. I mean, Crazy Lagoon is still doing well here to just keep the pressure going on the VCR, keeping them completely contained and cornered within their spawn.
And I am not really liking where this is going, because we've seen this before, right? Crazy Lagoon, they will just push the advantage. With Asfixia, they only have pre-SME the Brock to apply pressure, and everyone else is just waiting for that opportunity to strike. But of course, they're not going to do that because they have their 5 stars. We're down to less than 30 seconds, and you can definitely expect Crazy Lagoon to make the move. They have their rocket field to break the wall, and Crazy Lagoon is just waiting for that final push. Pre-SME barely finds a corner to get his health back. That is going to be good, but let's see if Crazy Lagoon can make that epic turnaround with 10 seconds left. They really want to find some room to get on top of Asfixia, but it seems like Asfixia might have just finally drawn their first round. They have the tick super. Brock pre-XME goes down, but they still need a bit more stars, and it's just not gonna happen. No, they tie it up, but the blue stars in Asfixia's favor. They came so close, but at least Asfixia gets that first round away from Crazy Lagoon.
Ooh, you could sense like a sigh of relief coming all the way from Asfixia's side there. You know, finally they managed to take 1 round here against Crazy Lagoon. It may not be much, you know, given the bigger picture, but you know, the fact they were able to at least get 1 round off shows that, you know, there's clearly now a marker of success here against Crazy Lagoon. Well, it still was all on the back on the Mortis being able to get the kills early on, but again, just mirroring what you said during the match just now, I didn't like how Asfixia was still pulling back towards the end there, because it just conceded so much ground to Crazy Lagoon. Just gave the Japanese squad so much agency to really force the aftermath of the ends. But good thing though that Asfixia was able to hold out until the very end, and very crucially still held on to the blue star. This is why the blue star is still so important, guys. This is why you must still fight for it even in bounty rounds.
I mean, thankfully, Brock didn't get his super. If he got a super, that would have been a completely different game. The only thing he had was his gadget, right? The rocket fuel. He did destroy the wall, but there was no follow-up from the rest of his team, which was something that I don't think Crazy Lagoon could have done much about, simply because they couldn't even damage any members of Asfixia. But definitely, Asfixia still kind of played the same way they did in round 1, just with a slightly different lineup. They had a great opening with the kills by the Mortis, like you pointed out early on, and they were somehow able to hold on. I feel like Crazy Lagoon, they probably waited a bit too long. Like 30 seconds felt that it was enough, but Crazy Lagoon really wanted to make sure that they don't give any more kills away, and they just could not get the blue star out of Asfixia's hand. This is just 1 round for Asfixia after they lost 7 in a row. So perhaps this is going to lead to better rounds for them. But Crazy Lagoon, I expect them to make some adjustments going into the 3rd round.
Yeah, I think overall, when you talk about the bigger picture, Crazy Lagoon still has a crazy advantage, going up against Asfixia here. So I still wouldn't say that this is going to be necessarily a sign of it. At least we can see clearly Asfixia is learning and applying a lot of these lessons very well. The fact that they're finally able to win the first round here against Crazy Lagoon, one only hopes they can keep performing just as high as that going forwards here. But look at that, bringing out the buzz here. Crazy Lagoon going for a crazy pressure strat here, forcing them already very early on inside the spawn and just leaving no prisoners at all, taking one down after another. That's already 6 stars in Crazy Lagoon's hand, and they're not still quite done yet. They're still holding in positions a little bit here, allowing XME to let his super out, pulling back a bit. giving Asfixia to make this one completely their own.
Oh my goodness, a complete switch up from Crazy Lagoon. I bet that Fixer did not see this coming. There's just a 360-degree change for Crazy Lagoon. They bring out 3 guys that can frontline. I mean, the boss is making life so hard. He's gonna go down, but Crazy Lagoon, they have an important part for them. Asfixia finally able to equalize the amount of stars that they get. It's 8-8, but Crazy Lagoon, this time they have the advantage. Asfixia really want to put on the pressure, but it's hard. Crazy Lagoon, as long as Poco has that super, they can just keep healing each other up. Asfixia, they need to kind of push the tempo, and they're doing so.
Yeah, the thing is that now having a Buzz on the lineup means Asfixia has to constantly watch that right-hand flank. Anytime the Buzz can just jump in front like that, and it can be so scary to see there, especially for the Genie player. But now XME tries to go in front, managed to get a little bit of a suck up there, but unfortunately gets picked off there before it could do any more damage. Secondary almost gets jumped on there by the Buzz, but fortunately he's still able to save it off. But for now, Crazy Lagoon still has the lead here in stars, 3 stars plus a blue. So 10 seconds to go, and Asfixia now has to desperately find those final few set of kills. Secondary moves on in front. Imagine pick up 1. Can they get a second one to go? Yes, they do. It's going to be enough for Asfixia to take a second round here, at least against Crazy Lagoon.
Oh, careless move from Crazy Lagoon. They had the round, but they just had to go for extra kills. That final death was definitely unnecessary. They would have won the round regardless. But good for Asfixia. You know, that was definitely a saving grace. Now they take the lead in the set, and I honestly thought that Crazy Lagoon would have just won by, surprising Asfixia with that draft, right? They picked the Buzz, they had the Jackie and the Poco. These 3, they work like magic together. But it was just towards the tail end, which I felt Crazy Lagoon dropped the ball, and Asfixia picked it up and ran and ran for a touchdown. So 2-1 is the score for this set for Bounty. We'll see if Asfixia can close it out, and it's gonna be huge if they do.
Yeah, I would say Asfixia adapted very well to having fighting against a Buzz there. You can see how in the end of the fight stage, they knew exactly what I had to do. Basically play keep separation, stay far apart there, make sure that even if Buzz jumps on 1 there, at least you have the range to support your teammate. So that way the kind of like the effect of having a Buzz much more negated. So now I can see that Asfixia is starting getting a little bit more confident in this matchup, and that's really good, because this means that now Crazy Lagoon will have a little bit of a harder time going up against Asfixia, which does mean that there could be a potential that we could see yet another set in this round. But it's all going to be banking on whether or not Asfixia can keep this momentum going. But I've got to say, so far I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. They're steadily improving, and I wouldn't be surprised if they manage to eke away this set from Crazy Lagoon.
That is going to be huge for Asfixia as a team. I think Crazy Lagoon, they showed us just great adaptation, right? They put out a completely different lineup that I thought that they were gonna probably change 1 or 2 brawlers, but they changed all 3 brawlers, and all 3 brawlers are different, completely different from what we've seen from them so far. And of course, on the other hand, for Asfixia, they didn't make much adjustments. But like you said, right, they adapted really well to what Crazy Lagoon wanted to do, and that really was kind of the winning formula that Asfixia has with them. We're going into game 4, and we'll see if Asfixia can close out this 3rd set, or will Crazy Lagoon once more adapt to it and bring out something different.
So who is it going to be bringing up on Miria here? Oh, okay, it's going to be a Penny. It's going to be played on that side there, while Crazy Lagoon still has a Brock on the right-hand lane, a Piper to keep the pressure on the middle here. So in the meantime, for Crazy Lagoon, still bring out the Tick, still bring out a Genie. If it ain't broke, don't try to fix it up. So the Tick at least will still be able to keep a lot of good control here on the left-hand side, but it's going to be quite crucial for him to be able to get his super up and ready, because that will be a good way to initiate a fight here against Crazy Lagoon. But unfortunately, with XME getting picked off there, that's already handing the lead somewhat here to Crazy Lagoon.
This is going to be tough though, because Asfixia, all of their brawlers, maybe except for the Brock, are outranged by the Piper. So, I mean, it's so hard to get on top of the Piper. I'm pretty sure he has the super by now, so even if they get close, Piper can just relocate herself and make sure that she's going to be safe. So this is going to be really tough for Asfixia to deal with. The Piper once more being the X factor. that's gonna help Crazy Lagoon out. Obviously, they have their own Brock and Leon just apply immense pressure. In this kind of situation, the take feels less desirable because it takes a while for your landmines to deploy and land, and against what Crazy Lagoon has, it's just not gonna matter too much.
Yeah, it's just a simple matter of just pushing a stick, well, either the left or the right there to avoid your attacks there. So Tick's job of trying to farm his super is made incredibly frustrating as a result, and even more so when the Brock on Crazy Lagoon side is just clearing obstacles, clearing out bushes, making sure there's very little space there for even the Tick to hide or avoid damage from. So as the time now is starting to come to a close here, Crazy Lagoon's single star lead here might prove to be enough for them. Where they manage to pick up even more now as they pick out the Genie. Now Asfixia tried their best here to move up forward with their supers, but nevertheless, Crazy Lagoon still ends up taking the top billing there with those final few kills.
Yeah, and the first best of 5 of the day, we at least get a full 5-round set. Crazy Lagoon just completely dominated that round. I don't think there was much that Asfixia could have done. The only difference maker being if Genie actually got the super online, but even if he didn't have a chance to use it anyways, that could have clutched it out. So Asfixia, like you said, did not have much opportunities to ways throughout the round, and the Piper I feel like was the biggest X factor that gave Crazy Lagoon the lead. It made the Tick so less effective against what Crazy Lagoon had, and the Piper getting 1 or 2 snipes early on, that was enough to give Crazy Lagoon the confidence that they need to close out the round.
Yeah, and crucially with the Tick just unable to farm up his super fast enough. I mean that literally the reason why you want to bring a Tick into a bounty round is to take advantage of super. The homing missile, it's either going to guarantee a kill or it's going to give enough pressure there to force a kill. But without the presence of that, the Tick is just might as well be useless. All he can do is just lay landmines that can be easily avoided, and with not much damage going onto their end, how he hell is going to be able to get any stars. So very unfortunate there for Asfixia. Coming out of the last few rounds there, where they were slowly building up momentum, kind of feel had to taper off that way. But nevertheless, for Crazy Lagoon, what a statement to make. What a way to show that you still have it in the bag here. It's still the same strong team that we know from season 1, carrying that momentum forward into season 2 and still looking as strong as ever.
Yeah, and you know what they say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, it's how you get back up that really shows the true strength. And we're seeing the strength of Crazy Lagoon once more. They bring in the exact same lineup. They realize that was what got them the win, so they're gonna stick with it. In fact, look at Miria once more. He's pushing so far forward alongside the Piper. They just get an easy snipe on Jumali Tomo. I mean, if you're a fixer, there was nothing that you could do in the situation, and a quick super to clear out that mid bush means that Asfixia, they have not much places to hide behind, and Crazy Lagoon, they're just gonna stick with this. I mean, 3 stars, as long as they get the win, is completely fine. And even if Asfixia gets a couple of kills, blue star still in favor of Crazy Lagoon.
Yeah, it's only now that the Tick is able to regain control of the left-hand lane, but until this point, Crazy Lagoon has already made huge strides here with the 5-star lead and the blue star, and with the entire line of grass in the first half of Asfixia's map completely taken out. Secondary X and me literally have no range at all to give the pressure onto Crazy Lagoon. So what can they do? All they can try to do is either expose themselves to danger and hopefully force Crazy Lagoon to make a slight misstep, and maybe an errant shot would be able to take them out. But otherwise, all they can do is try to farm their super, but by the time they actually get it up, Crazy Lagoon is already completely decimated their side of the map. Now Tomo and secondary are just really all the way out there, trying heavily to commit to this kill against Miria, but still not able to find a kill at all.
Miria is just so elusive. I mean, Asfixia, they got control of the left-hand side, but look at how this is turning out to be. Crazy Lagoon completely trapping Asfixia on one end. They actually got 4 stars in their favor, but they need a bit more. I mean, secondary, if he has a super, he needs to use it now. He actually has it, but he's not finding any room to get it off. 7 seconds left. They do get the kill from the Tick, but once more, it is not enough. Can the Piper be the difference maker? They get the kill. They tie it up. They get the star. Asfixia, down to the final second, snatches it away, and this is their first set. They take bounty from Crazy Lagoon.
I can't help but feel that Asfixia might be listening to the broadcast here, because just as we were about to bury them a little bit, suddenly they just come back and instantly take this whole set for themselves. I mean, my goodness, what a way to make us put the foot into our own mouths, isn't it? But again, well done, Asfixia, you know?
That was so close. It really came down to the wire, right? The Piper somehow got caught out in the open, and I feel like it was a difference of just one shot. I think the Piper ran out of ammunition towards the very end. If not, Crazy Lagoon would have walked away with the win regardless. But Asfixia, no, they're not out just yet. They're still in this. This is their first set win, so we're going to set number 4. More to come, but at least for Asfixia, they can definitely breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, at least they managed to take one set against Crazy Lagoon. That was the only thing was missing for them so far. You know, getting the first winner of them was already quite exciting for me, but you know, finally seeing them able to take one set literally at the final moment here, it's just a sight to see here. So Asfixia, you know, at least they have something going for them. You know, it's just now going forwards here. They have to it's going to be, you know, they have to hit the ground running. They have to pick up as much they can throughout these challengers. The next opponents, you know, I mean, again, Crazy Lagoon, remember, they're only the top 6, you know, in season 1. We're not talking about the best of the best yet, you know, in this ESL Mobile. There's still much more to come here for Asfixia. Don't worry about that. So for them, you know, it's going to be a true test of their might, a true challenge for them, as it were.
Yeah, they barely scraped the surface of this iceberg, but at least they were able to leave a mark, right, on Crazy Lagoon's run. I think, you know, towards the end of the day, in the bigger scheme of things, it's not gonna matter too much if Crazy Lagoon wins the best of 5 set anyways. But at least they will leave this set not thinking that they are invincible. I feel like Crazy Lagoon came into this feeling that they're probably gonna sweep Asfixia after the first 2 sets, but of course, Asfixia are not ready to go down just yet. They want to leave a mark, and indeed they do. So we'll see if they can continue to push Crazy Lagoon to the limits, or at least give Crazy Lagoon a run for their money. Because this is already starting to turn out to be a very, very interesting best of 5.
It'll probably be a lot more interesting, given that if I'm not mistaken, the next map here is going to be Brawl Ball. So I can only imagine the chaos that's going to be happening here, because both of these guys are quite well versed, I would say, when it comes to their movement ability, and that's going to be one of the big things when it comes to Brawl Ball, you know, positioning and how well you can move around the map. So yeah, this is going to be again full gamut of what we can kind of expect to see from Asfixia going forward through this round robins.
And when it comes to Brawl Ball, most important thing is destroying the terrain. You know, they set up the football field for you. You take it out so that you get a clear shot at the goal. And we'll see if that's gonna work out for Asfixia. Crazy Lagoon, they're definitely gonna bring in the Brock if they choose to. I think they will still bring in the Brock for sure, just because it's just too good to let go. But Brawl Ball, one of my favorite modes. I was not a favorite modes. Like, I would go for Brawl Ball any day over any other mode. It's just so fun, right? You're able to play soccer and also take your opponents out. I mean, you can't do that in real life. So Brawl Ball has a special place in my heart.
Oh my goodness! I always wonder if I should be worried about meeting you in real life. Oh my
You met me before. I'm a fine guy.
Yeah. I know. I kid. But yeah, Brawl Ball, again, one of the most fun modes there. I mean, if I were to recommend to any of my friends who've never picked up Brawl Stars before, is just go try a round of Brawl Ball and come back to me. Let me know how you feel after that, because I guarantee it makes you want to have to play another round again and again and again. I mean, the chaos, the amount of like crazy plays you can pull off, the fact that, you know, it's not all about trying to get kills. You're just scrambling to fight over a single ball. I mean, the way it changes up how the fights are in Brawl Stars, it should be its own kind of category. It should be its own game on its own, right?
Yeah, I definitely think that, you know, perhaps in the future we will see something like that. I mean, the fact that this idea is in the game is super appealing and exciting to be able to be on in the competitive scene. I just feel like when it comes to Brawl Ball, there's definitely going to be a switch up in terms of Brawler lineup, simply because you're not looking at those very long range fights, right? Now heavyweights, they're probably gonna start coming into the picture. The fighters as well. One of the more popular ones that I have seen is BB. Not sure if BB is gonna be here, but if she's not, maybe Edgar will finally come into the picture.
I mean, Edgar has really seen a lot of ups and downs. I mean, at least a couple of patches ago, Edgar wasn't really a good pick, but he certainly has his utilities, especially because of his super. But yeah, I think especially for Crazy Goon's kind of MO, when it comes to their rounds, is that they love to clear obstacles, they like to clear out bushes. So I wouldn't be surprised they use an Edgar for that, or they could even still stick with the Brock, because honestly, his super is just so useful for that, right? Just clearing out whole swaths of the map, just like a bulldozer practically. But in any case, yeah, you're going to be seeing a lot of heavyweights. You could even be seeing a lot of like movement ability based brawlers like Tara. Is very popular to use in brawl balls. Sandy as well, because when she puts up a sandstorm, that becomes a very popular way to initiate or start a run towards a goal, because your opponent basically cannot see where your positions are. They cannot really predict how to defend against you when you're invisible on the map.
And we'll see if that's going to be the case. I mean, it's time to take center stage for Brawl Ball set number 4. And so far, again, with those long-range fights, there's no heavyweights, leading the charge. Of course, Crazy Lagoon just trying to play on the opposite side, but Asfixia with 2 quick kills. Now they're going to get the ball secondary. It's going to lead the charge. They pass it with the pre-SME, and these guys line up. They're just going to run it in. In fact, Asfixia, it's a quick, first blood. They did switch in twice, to sub out Tomo. So maybe this substitute is going to give Crazy Lagoon a run for the money.
Yeah, really a crazy good play there with the Tara and Ems to flank around the right-hand side and just completely catch Crazy Lagoon off guard. So just like that, now Crazy Lagoon are going to try to use their patented area control here to just keep the pressure going towards Asfixia's own goal here. The ball is right around the corner there, and Rico is desperately holding on, making sure that no one can get past there. Terra puts out her shadows there to try to bring the pressure onto Miria, but Miria still is able to take them down one after another. Twice now goes in front, gets a vacuum onto the Stew, still is able to take him down, but Miria comes around to get the trade. XME does take down the Color Ruffs in the end though, so secondary will be able to move up forward, but no one has the ball. They're just going to try to use this fight here to force Crazy Lagoon to fall back, and Twice is now back into the midfield.
Yeah, and just loving what Asfixia did. They score the first goal and they immediately made sure that they keep the ball to themselves, not giving it away to Crazy Lagoon, making sure that Crazy Lagoon can't even get close. Tara, good shadows to actually keep himself alive. Twice, there's a superb understanding of this brawler, and that's gonna buy some time for him. Obviously for Crazy Lagoon, they really want to start finding space, but it is just not happening so far. 30 seconds left, one more gravity to make sure that Crazy Lagoon starts to lose members. These guys are trickling into the grave, and they're also going to take down a secondary one for the side of Crazy Lagoon. Asfixia most likely will have this first round in the bag. The third gravity goes wide, but it doesn't really matter. 50 seconds is just way too long for Crazy Lagoon to get anything done. And Asfixia, they've got this first round.
I mean, they don't need the ball. All they can just do is just stay here and just keep Crazy Lagoon contained within their base here, because one goal is all Asfixia need to take this first round.
I was wondering when would they bring out the Tara, and they finally brought it out. And it's of course, Twice who piloted that Brawler, and also kind of the guy who subbed in for Tomo. So some adjustments made by Asfixia, and it definitely worked like wonder for round number 1.
I mean, the Tara pick here is just absolutely gold here for Asfixia, because not only does it allow them to take a lot of initiative, but it also provides a kind of pressure that Crazy Lagoon wasn't quite feeling in the previous rounds, because previous rounds they were able to take control of the flankers very easily. But Tara, with her shadows and the fact that she can jump over, or rather jump across the map very quickly, makes her a very particularly dangerous assassin on Asfixia's side. So Crazy Lagoon has to, of course, keep that contained. But the fact is, it's once Tara has her super, once she's able to keep you locked down in place, that's literally not much you can do from that point on, especially when the Tara already has you in your sights. So just like that, that was how they were able to get 2 tree kills, I think, just off the Tara alone. And then the M's on Asfixia's side also was able to keep pressure in the middle as the Tara was going for the flanks, and both of them combined together were able to get the very, very beautiful opening kill that we saw early on. Really set the tone for this matchup now against Crazy Lagoon. So this is now going to be quite interesting for me, because I want to see how Crazy Lagoon is going to try to fight back against this kind of strategy.
Yeah, and the best part was that moment where Twice almost went down, and he used the short shadows just in time to stay alive. I mean, if he went down, I feel like Crazy Lagoon would have definitely started taking control of the map again, but that was definitely not the case. So Crazy Lagoon, they are on the back foot, and I just can't wait to see if Asfixia can push this forward. It felt like they had everything, figured out. They realized that, okay, Crazy Lagoon is a very aggressive team. We just have to kind of punish them when they overextend. And they have been doing that just right. So perhaps we are looking at Asfixia making this long, winded comeback. But there's some distance before they make it happen. We'll see if they can take round 2 from Crazy Lagoon.
So one thing I want to see what Crazy Lagoon do is whether or not they try to maintain possession of the ball, because Asfixia used that to their advantage, remember, because they took the first goal and this basically gave no opportunity for Crazy Lagoon to get possession afterwards. But unfortunately, Crazy Lagoon completely taken off immediately from the first fight here. Already, Asfixia brings the ball very far forward, putting a lot of pressure up in front, but still secondary gets picked off in the end.
Yeah, they also have a recall this time, so you want to hide behind the walls. You better be careful of those bouncing balls. They also take up pre-XME, so the Tara is also dead. You can see Crazy Lagoon slowly inching their way towards the goal. Just making sure that these guys all stick together. Secondary is not going to be able to win the fight, as the King recall is just a bit stronger. They pull out the shadows from Twice, but those bouncing projectiles plus the destruction of the terrain is just too much. Asfixia will not be able to close out this round yet, as Crazy Lagoon gets the first goal, but the Brock is really making things tough for Asfixia to deal with.
Yeah, he is going up front and center. He's literally just tipped the spear here for Crazy Lagoon, just starting the fights here, and it was off the back of his super that allowed them to get a crazy early ball. So now they try to get a good pass there, but Twice is able to defend it, able to bring out the shadows, but unfortunately that doesn't quite keep him alive long enough, as Brock is able to take down the Tara. Ball is going to be cleared out to the middle here. The Stu is going to try his best here to try to keep things alive in the middle of the field, but Twice gets picked off yet again now from the Miria. One more time, a ball gets shot in front, but secondary blocks it just in the nick of time. Miria now tries to move in front to bring the pressure. It's going to be 2v1. It's now Twice clears the ball away, but now, oh my goodness, are they still going to be able to keep the fight going here? It's going to be a little bit of a reconnection issue here, I'm afraid. So sorry for that technical issue there. Let's see, we're going to be able to come back. Yes, we are. They're still alive for now. The goal hasn't quite been scored. Oh, it's going to be scored just as we come back in here. So sorry, guys, but Miria scores it there for Crazy Lagoon.
Wow, I mean, Crazy Lagoon, I mean, that was a completely different round. Once more, Crazy Lagoon showing us degree of oppression that they can apply onto Asfixia. The goal before the end of the round could have been in, but it hit that one break beside the goalpost, bounces away, and I thought that, okay, maybe Asfixia can recover, but apparently not. They still had the super bar charged off for Stu, and he sends it straight into the to the net. Oh, Crazy Lagoon, they tie up the set so far. It's gonna be 1-1, and Asfixia this time is not really working out the way that they wanted it to be. Just because Crazy Lagoon made one small adjustment, they take the lead.
Yeah, and it was a crazy amp up and pressure from the get-go there. You could see, like, immediately it felt like Crazy Lagoon just shifted himself into higher gear there. The Stu literally all over the place there, making sure that there was no room to give. The Brock literally clearing out every single obstacle possible towards the goal, making sure there's clear beeline from the midfield all the way towards Asfixia's goal. So really, everything was just done so well there for Crazy Lagoon to stack the advantage for them, but still Asfixia was still able to hold hold on just a little bit. Unfortunately, 2 goals had to be conceded anyway, because how do you defend when you've got such an overbearing presence coming against you like that from Crazy Lagoon?
Yeah, and I noticed that so far for the past 2 rounds, it was just about momentum, right? Whoever gets that momentum for themselves just completely takes over the game. You can see that for round 2, Crazy Lagoon, the moment that they started taking the lead, they get the supers and they waste no time setting themselves up for victory. I mean, Asfixia had a good chance of recovering, but when Crazy Lagoon started, staggering the depths of Asfixia, it made it 10 times harder.
That's a crazy thing. When your opponent changes out the tempo or that, you have to be ready to meet that same level of intensity. If you falter back, if you're not able to keep up with that same level of intensity, very quickly you'll find that you'll lose out of momentum, you'll lose sight of the plot, and very quickly get left behind. So that's exactly what Crazy Lagoon and what a lot of these Japanese teams are so good at doing. Is just, suddenly changing up the pressure so great that it completely throws off your game. It completely makes you completely doubt yourself, in the complete round. It's like, oh my goodness, I was doing so well, and suddenly out of nowhere, they're able to pull this one run against me. It just feels like the rug has been pulled out from under you. You just slowly somehow got to try to find your footing back again, and it can be very hard to find that footing sometimes.
Yeah, and definitely so. For Crazy Lagoon, they are masters of adaptation, and of course they have shown that time and time again. You give them, you deal them round of loss, they just come back swinging with a completely different approach. Of course, not to say that Asfixia had no idea how to deal with it, or Asfixia not being as prepared as we would like them to be, but it's just Crazy Lagoon's curveball that took Asfixia by surprise. And no matter how prepared they are, I feel like Asfixia just was not going to be completely ready for what Crazy Lagoon has in store.
So in any case, we're still waiting for the next round to be set up here between Crazy Lagoon and Asfixia. Again, apologies for slight technical hiccups that we had early on in that round. We didn't quite catch a really good look at that second goal there, but again, from the get-go here, this Crazy Lagoon literally bringing that reply, bringing that response to Asfixia's early success here in this set. So really, the ball now is in Asfixia's court. It's up to them to show Crazy Lagoon that they still have the ability to command how this matchup is going to turn out. So it's all gonna be hinging on this round here, because again, if Asfixia drops this set here, the win is going to be handed to Crazy Lagoon. But if Asfixia manage to bring this to a game 5, then they have a chance of beating Crazy Lagoon at their own game. Well, it all hinges on this, man. I'm really trying my best to hype it up here, but man, I really don't know how this is going to turn out.
It's going to be a story to tell if they beat Crazy Lagoon. And I think round 3 is going to tell us how this is going to go, right? Because these two teams are currently tied up for set number 4. I think Crazy Lagoon, based off of that round 2, just completely got the momentum back in their favor. It's now Asfixia's turn to make sure that they don't fall into the same trap that they did in the first 2 sets. And it's something that they really have to work on. So we'll see if round 3 is going to be any different. Crazy Lagoon have shown us once more how good they are, and Asfixia, now it's their turn to strike back.
Yeah, there's gonna be double time here for Asfixia. Let's see if they can make use of the stew here, because Twice is going to be changing things out a little bit here. No longer going to be running anything unusual. XME picks out his counterpart there. They took off the Brock very early on. That could be quite critical here, because we know how Crazy Lagoon loves to use the Brock supers here. Twice goes up in front, takes down the Tara there. So Asfixia very much in a very good run, able to keep the pressure going as the ball is being sent very far forwards here. They manage to take down the Brock, but still no follow-up on the ball quite yet, as Crazy Lagoon clears it out from the side, but Miria proves to be his downfall there. XME picks up the ball. He passes it off the secondary. Twice gets picked off there. XME moves up in front there, but unfortunately Miria comes in front. He tries to defend. He keeps the ball out of the way. He kicks it clear. Secondary gets taken down. Crazy Lagoon survives that brush with death.
Oh my goodness, it hit that break beside the goalpost, and I believe Miria respond just in time to clear the shot. That was just crazy from Crazy Lagoon. A bit of a fortunate timing and just the grit to hold on. So now Asfixia, they did get a kill on the Brock, but you can see that Crazy Lagoon starting to once more bring this round in their favor. First gravity was thrown out to no avail, but they're starting to get the kills. The shadows being sent out once more. Asfixia will be pressured back. A good clear by Pre-XME to destroy all the shadows, but the Brock is gonna start laying waste, and a quick free kick from long range takes the first goal for Crazy Lagoon.
I suspect it was secondary who accidentally cleared out the obstacles a little bit in front there, and that just gave a wide open goal for Crazy Lagoon to just shoot straight into. So unfortunate that opened up right where it then. Now Asfixia is going to have to try to claw things back from this point on, but with Crazy Lagoon already clearing out so much of their brush, it's making their job so much harder now. Terra has possession of the ball. He tries to go for it, but XMB managed to clearing up just in time. Secondary takes down Miria as well. The match to clear them off from this half of the pitch. Now it's going to be on to Crazy Lagoon's side of the pitch here, but unfortunately XME gets picked up before he could even make it up to the halfway line. 10 seconds ago, they try to go for a one shot, but Terra blocks it just in time, clears around the side. The Rico gets taken down. 4 seconds as XME now takes the massive run of attack, but with the timer runs out, Crazy Lagoon takes round number 3.
And it's just insane how fast the rocket could turn on his head. I mean, Asfixia had that one chance, did not make the score, and Crazy Lagoon just ran it back. Once more, the Brock destroying all the terrain, and it all happened simultaneously. I think Asfixia could not have been prepared for that. They took out the terrain on the left side, and they immediately took the shot right as those rockets landed. I think Asfixia were definitely caught off guard with that goal. And sure, they did try to fight back, but with time with time not in their favor, it was just it's almost an impossible task for them to achieve. With that, Crazy Lagoon now they lead set one more round, and they will win this first best of 5 3-1.
I mean, that's the goal for them, but the question is, can they get there without Asfixia getting in the way too much? So, I mean, given how back and forth this is, I mean, this is definitely Asfixia's best set by far, out of all the others here. So this is probably, if there's going to be any chance of getting to round 1 of 5, this was probably Asfixia's best shot at doing that. But it seems like Crazy Lagoon is still at least that one step above what Asfixia is able to do. So really, I can't really fault them that much, given the fact that we're talking about a team that's new to Season 2 up against a literal veteran from Season 1. So again, given that though, I would still say that Asfixia has a really good run here. They're showing themselves to have a lot of potential and as challengers, and I can only hope for good things for them going forwards.
Yeah, and this is just their first best of 5. They have 6 more to go after this. So there's a lot of things awaiting them in the future, in the entirety of this month. But they have to at least even out the score. Once more, secondary brings out the Mortis, actually gets the assassination onto Mira early on. They even take out the Brock. Now trying to look for the score, but again, Terra with the shadows is going to buy a bit of time for Crazy Lagoon to respawn. So Asfixia not able to get that quick score.
Yeah, it's going very aggressively in front of Poco, bringing a healing hold. There's no one to defend there. Secondary can just walk the ball straight in, and he does. Asfixia scoring the first goal already. Crazy Lagoon now going to have to find it back.
Wow, I cannot believe it. It's not the gravity. It was actually twice the Jackie super. Or just vacuums everyone's in. Now the gravity comes out from Crazy Lagoon. The Mortis hits the back line, but again, it's the ball intercepted by Crazy Lagoon. There's ample time for them to tie up the score, and they're really putting pressure onto the Asfixia. Let's see if they can make it with the bounce from Rico. Not really working out. Again, Jackie super countered by the gravity. They both survive with a slitter of health. The Poco super actually goes wide, but at least for Asfixia, they keep everyone alive.
Yeah, the Shadow now is still providing a lot of pressure there, so it doesn't allow Mortis nor the Poco to be able to move up without any impunity. Miria still keeping the left-hand side. Look at Jackie there, getting picked off there by the Brock. This could be huge though, but then XME quickly takes her place there, making sure the right-hand side keeps the pressure going. But unfortunately, with the Mortis getting taken down, there's not much pressure going on the left-hand side, so that allows Crazy Lagoon to move up forward. Twice now going up in front, clears the ball towards the midfield here, takes part of the damage there from the Rico. Miria now clears the away there for the tower to try to move out in front. Clear side of the goal. The Mortis snatches the ball. Oh, where are you bringing it, my friend? That's a little bit too close to the line. Now Twice rolls up in front. He needs to clear the ball away there as XME kicks it and kicks it far, far away from the goal. That's exactly where you want to put it, my man.
Wow, Miss Secondary with the heroic play. He puts his body in front. He uses the dash from the Mortis. Actually intercepted the ball mid-shot. And now this is gonna put Asfixia in the lead for sure. They're bringing it straight to the goal, but they can also just run the clock. Asfixia wants to really rub it in. A Secondary is the hero for the team. Asfixia, they somehow tie it up against Crazy Lagoon. The fourth set is not over just yet. We still have one more round to go.
Wow, who would have thought there? Especially after we come in from set number 2, after you have seen how Crazy Lagoon had completely wiped the floor for Asfixia. Well, look who's having the last laugh now. Asfixia might be on the verge of bringing us to game number 5 here in this best of 5. Man, I'm really rooting for them here, because you can just see how much they have just learned over the course of this whole matchup here. You know, from starting from the bottom, now we're seeing them literally going toe to toe against one of the teams who have really you know, came in so strong to this season here, and now are starting to see that, you know, the new blood might just be a little bit more than they signed up for.
I honestly thought that round would have been tied up by Crazy Lagoon, but Secondary did not want to let that happen at all. Again, he didn't get a kill, but the fact that he intercepted the ball was just masterful. It was so close, right? He could have actually scored an own goal in that chaotic moment. But of course, he was the one who scored the first goal. He prevented the equalizer and he ended the round. Basically, Secondary did everything all on his own on that Mortis. So finally showing us the potential of that Brawler, but most importantly, showing us the brand of Asfixia and how they play Brawl Stars. Now, Crazy Lagoon once more forced into this round number 5, and it's another chance for Asfixia to keep themselves in this first series.
Yeah, still one last chance, one final opportunity here for Asfixia to put in the last word onto Crazy Lagoon, but it all hinges on this last round now, because if Asfixia has taken the last round and can do this next one again, then we go to game number 5. If not, Crazy Lagoon will successfully stem the tide and ensure that they are going to be coming away with this with the win. But nevertheless, that's all I can say when it comes to predictions, though. It's all going to be a matter about who really puts the money where the mouth is.
And I think the pressure now is on for Crazy Lagoon more than it is for Asfixia, simply because Crazy Lagoon, they are the veterans, so you guys have a reputation to keep. This is round 5 of set number 4. I am super excited, but whoever wins this is going to, you know, be able to make a statement of their own. For Asfixia, it's all about round number 5. It's a complete switch, right? The M's is going to be brought out by Crazy Lagoon, and once more for PreXME, they will have the Jackie on Twice across the Mortis on Secondary.
Yeah, and they're also bringing out Buzz there on XME, so this is going to be quite interesting. Secondary moves out in front, tries to go and bring the pressure onto Ems quite early on. XME moves into the back there, picks out the Brock. Very well done, but they got to watch out. The Ems is bringing the ball straight towards the court here. They have to try to keep him cornered. They try to take out MC too. Give it in. Oh, that was a little bit too close for Confirm, and Jackie keeps the ball away and keeps it away from the harm.
Oh, once more bouncing off the goalpost. That I have no idea. I can't remember how many times that has been happening, but this huge super from the side of Crazy Lagoon. Can they stop this? No! And Asfixia just walks it in as Twice will score that first goal. I mean, he came down to the wire, and Crazy Lagoon, they are not happy. They're just vandalizing the field. They're taking out all of the walls. That has been their biggest enemy. It's not Asfixia stopping them from scoring. It's those darn walls, and Crazy Lagoon, they want to make sure that they clear out the field, but Asfixia is not giving them that room. Secondary, once more, they team up, they clear out that first member of Crazy Lagoon, and you can see that they're feeling so good about themselves.
Oh yeah, they're definitely feeling so confident right now, just constantly keeping the pressure going, even though there's only 2 people here. They're still playing as if they're 3. Look at the Mortis going up very much forward. He does take out the Brock. He's going to try to kick down the Ems, and he's successful in that regard. Now the Rico is going to be taken down. The score is going to be brought in by Secondary. It is over. Asfixia brings us to game number 5. I'm
just happy to be alive right now. I mean, those Last few rounds got my heart beating a bit too fast for my liking. But what a way to start off the first day of the challenges. You know, in this fashion, the first series, we have literally two polarizing storyline. The up and coming Asfixia and the here to stay Crazy Lagoon. And like you pointed out early on, right? You watch the first two sets, you'll probably close your eyes and assume that Crazy Lagoon will end up just whitewashing this first best of 5 in a 3-0 fashion. But no, 2 sets in a row, Asfixia somehow makes the comeback. And I guess fate has it, we're going to Siege.
Yep, we are going to Siege now. We're going to set number 5. Man, oh man, Asfixia bringing themselves back from the brink. I mean, it just goes to show, you know, you always got to carry that never give up attitude. You know, even when all odds are stacked against you, while you're still here, you can still take names and make sure you can kick as much butt as you can. So Asfixia doing their absolute level best here against Crazy Lagoon, and those results are starting to pay off here, because if they can successfully win out this final round here, you know, Siege can be quite tough at times, but if you can successfully pull it off, I mean, man, what a story to tell here for Team Asfixia. First time in Challengers and already pulling a massive effort on the first day. What a game. What a play.
Yeah, just a crazy performance, right? They took it 1 round at a time, and I honestly thought that on Bounty, they got that 1 round, and that was the only round that they're ever gonna get. And they win 3 in a row, and they continue winning. So right now, again, I said early on that the pressure is going to be on the shoulders of Crazy Lagoon. I feel like that has just been amplified, because Crazy Lagoon should have won the series. Should have, would have, could have, did not happen. Now it is anyone's game.
Yeah, how the turntables, isn't it? How the doors swing both ways. Well, Asfixia now is going to have to make every last opportunity count here, because, you know, this final set means that very easily, you know, just like that, things can switch around on you very quickly. So they'd have to carry that confidence, they carry that momentum now they've already built up here against Crazy Lagoon. They know coming into this final set here that they are equally matched at this point. Either of them can take this round here. It's just a matter of who has the stronger will. So, final round here between Asfixia, between Crazy Lagoon. Who do you think is going to be able to come on top, man? Wow.
I would have had a better, clearer answer at the start of the series, but right now I honestly think it's a 50-50. Like, and it's just way too close to call. In fact, I'm looking at some of the stats for the side of Crazy Lagoon. I mean, one of the few previous matches that they had, they basically lost all of them. They lost against Tropa Suprema twice in a row. They lost against Emperor. They lost against Zeta Division. And of course, this is basically more of a local stats for them, right? Crazy Lagoon still not the best team coming out of their own region, but they definitely are, you know, one of the top 4 elites. But at least they're setting the standard for, you know, for this challenger, at least for this first best of 5. But going to Siege, if 3 guys isn't enough to win the match, let's see if that big robot is gonna pay any dividends. In fact, for Asfixia, they're gonna get the first 2 materials, make it 3 for themselves, getting a lot of control over the map.
How did Stu basically solo the buzz by himself there? What? Why is this just playing out in his mind right now? Miria's coming back for second helpings, but able to dodge it out twice. My goodness, it's living up to his name there. Well, the siege bot headed that way. Crazy Lagoon is gonna have to try to defend this. The Ike turret is doing his best to try to take it down. Who? They managed to take him down before he does even a scratch of damage there onto the Ike turret.
Man, I mean, his hands were so quick. He had time to dodge everything and still, you know, put out a cheeky emo. Now he's gonna pay for it. He goes down to the bell, and Crazy Lagoon. It is time for them to kind of start striking back. They didn't get, they haven't gotten much screws for themselves. It's only 3 so far, but you can see Asfixia. They're just keeping that one on their side, and with this buzz, it is going to again be Asfixia's turn to send out that siege bot. So this is 2 in a row. This is just 1 level above what they had for the first time. So I think Crazy Lagoon should be able to clear it out, no problem. He's not even gonna reach that base, as secondary able to get 1 sneaky shot in. So bringing that down to 95%. There's still a long way for Asfixia to go.
Yeah, but crucially here, Asfixia has to be able to take as many bolts as they can here because they're at least on a 2-3 bolt deficit now. XME picks up 1 bolt before he's able to pull away. That's going to be good timing there for him. No, he jumps out in front and picks up a cheeky kill there against Miria. And now that opens up the floodgates for even more as Twice takes down the Bell and Secondary takes down the Brock. My goodness, one after another. Look at them fall like dominoes. Miria comes back to try to get a trade, and they do get a trade as well on the Twice, but just walking a little bit forward, but still the damage is done. A level 10 siege bot coming your way from Asfixia's base.
And Crazy Lagoon only has 2 guys to work with because their Buzz actually tried to went for the back door. He brought it down to 84%, but it's just not sufficient. I mean, Asfixia with that level 10 siege bot will just overwhelm the base of Crazy Lagoon. It was a well fought round, but Asfixia just had everything laid out perfectly. The stars aligned, and you have to really give it to Twice. Like you asked the question, right? How did Astu solo that Buzz? I have no idea, but Twice really stout on Crazy Lagoon that round.
Oh yeah, he was styling on them all day long on the siege bat, and he can continue to do so. I think Asfixia might have this round. Oh, this is gonna be really interesting now because Crazy Lagoon, like you said, all pressure is on his shoulders, and you're starting to we're seeing the faltering so hard now. I mean, my goodness, you wouldn't have guessed that this was the same Crazy Lagoon that was just dominating in set 1, dominating yet again in set number 2, but slowly but surely we're seeing the rise of Asfixia. They've managed to open up a nice new fresh breath of air here and have just really been bringing the hurt onto Crazy Lagoon. Now this first round out the way here, I think that Crazy Lagoon is gonna have a lot to answer for in these future rounds here. They're gonna have to change a lot, I think, in how they're approaching this and how they're even Asfixia, because now you're talking about a team that's literally adapted so well to your playstyle, knows every single trick that you've got in your book now. So what are you going to do? How are you going to try to counteract this? There's literally all the cards have been laid bare, and there's nothing standing in their way.
Yeah, and I honestly feel like Crazy Lagoon, they are feeling the pressure for sure. I mean, Asfixia, I would say it was a super clean siege round. Crazy Lagoon, they did not get any chance to get control of the game at all, and whatever they do, Asfixia somehow, had a solution for it. It took them a while, you said if it was a best of 7, Asfixia would have had a better chance, but it seemed like they just bought themselves enough time to adjust to what Crazy Lagoon have to bring to the table.
And again, what I just love is just seeing the progression that steadily Asfixia is just learning round after round, a team like Crazy Lagoon, and sometimes, when you're a new team coming into a tournament, having that propensity to learn very quickly is a huge asset, because that just adds to your adaptability. It just means that no matter what kind of challenges comes your way, you're going to be plastic enough to meet the conditions of that and just be able to handle it with relative ease. So what we're seeing for Asfixia is literally a good model of how a team should play during tournaments. It's that you're constantly learning every single round. You're taking every bit of information about how your opponent is playing, and you're playing to that. You're understanding how to counteract certain strategies that they're bringing to the table, and you're just countering it with strategies of your own. So Asfixia doing everything right here in this matchup, and I could only imagine the jubilations if they manage to just clean out this 5th and final set.
Yeah. And I feel like Twice has a lot to do with it, right? I mean, they sub him in. Tomo obviously not able to put up as good of a result as probably the team expected, so they bring Twice in, and you can see the immediate change in how Asfixia plays the game. And maybe Twice is the magic to the team. But going straight into round 2, and of course pre-XME once more brings out the Buzz. They will still have the steal on Twice, and they will have Bell on secondary. Let's see if Asfixia this time will be able to at least take a convincing 2-0 lead. They've already pushed Crazy Lagoon all the way back into the base. You can see Crazy Lagoon that's really struggling to get any control. That's 4 boats for Asfixia. They send out the first siege bot, and twice even steals one away with 66 health left. Crazy Lagoon need to hold off against this level 4 bot. He should be able to do so, and twice are going to be Sterling on the prop. It also actually gets as well. Man, this guy is a madman.
He is absolutely having control of the left lane there, so get out the way because Stu is coming for you. Well, the Bell is no slouch either because Secondary just picked up a kill onto her counterpart, and now they can focus onto Miria, who's the only Stu on the ground here. Puts down the speed zone, but that's just unfortunately opened him up for a target. Twice picks up the kill and just really turns it around to take out the Brock there, and just in time because the Brock did take out his own Bell. The next siege bot is going to be coming out. It's probably going to be a level 3 siege bot, and with the way Asfixia is going, they're just really taking such a huge command over this game. They're looking at XME. He tried his best there, but Miria still is able to survive, but twice still again styling on the Brock one after another. This is going to be the siege bot coming in here. Crazy Goon should be able to take care of it, but still Asfixia again bringing the pressure, bringing the backdoor, twice putting in the damage there, allowing Crazy Goon to have their Knight turret down to 84.
But they just could not deal with twice. The pre-XME even catches the enemy buzz, and he's gonna go down. All these staggered kills is gonna prevent Crazy Lagoon to even have any chance of securing the boats on the map. And this is just Asfixia suffocating Crazy Lagoon. They have me right on the Stu, but this is basically Stu gap at this point as Twice continues to put bodies into the ground. What the last siege once more in Asfixia's favor. Level 10 siege bot coming down the lane, and Asfixia knows that they got this round. There's nothing that Crazy Lagoon can do. Even if they kill the siege bot, they will still lose in terms of percentage, and Asfixia is just gonna lay it in. They destroy that middle brick, and Crazy Lagoon just cannot hold on. Asfixia is gonna take this set 2-0 lead so far.
Wow, I mean, just wow. The way Asfixia has just completely turned this whole matchup on his head is just one to sing about for generations here, because again, we're talking about a team that's new to Season 2, coming in here and already facing up one of the veterans and saying, what's up? You know, this is gonna be a huge message to a lot of the other challengers too, because there's a new kid on the block here, and their name is Asfixia.
Yeah, and I mean that we just saw a masterclass of basically Stu, right? Twice single-handedly covered 1/3 of the map for himself, and you can see the things that they did not have to worry about Twice because he was doing everything right. And Crazy Lagoon really struggling once more, and then you know Asfixia taking a 2-0 lead, super massive. One more round, they will deliver Crazy Lagoon their first loss in a very heartbreaking upset of a best of 5. And this is also going to be an epic comeback, right? They were down 0-2 in the beginning, and both sets 3-0 by Crazy Lagoon. But right now they are on the cusp of reversing that entire script. And I mean, I can only imagine what Crazy Lagoon must be feeling right now. Like, what should they do going into the 3rd round?
I mean, can only be maddening for them because they have been throwing everything against Asfixia, but somehow these Singaporean kids keep coming back and keep coming back stronger. What are they gonna do? So yeah, I think at this point now, you know, Crazy Lagoon has to contend with the fact that Asfixia is literally as strong as them now. So you know, they cannot afford to play it safe. They cannot afford to give chances really for Asfixia to take initiative early on. Crazy Lagoon has to take command from the start and keep that lead all the way to the end. So the thing is that now with Asfixia being so emboldened after having pulled such a massive class of a comeback over the last few sets here, I mean, it's just really going to be hard from a morale standpoint for Crazy Lagoon to try to find that confidence to take command of the game. So it's gonna be hard, but really the way that Asfixia has really turned this around, given how strongly they were beaten in that first set, I mean, it just goes to show that, you know, in terms of willpower and sheer commitment, Asfixia is just not they're just not lacking in any of that whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, for at this point, you know, you can't let the team name fool you, right? They might be called Asfixia, but if there's one thing that they are good at is staying alive. So 2-0 in this set. They just need one more to close out, this best of 5 and win against Crazy Lagoon. So we'll see if they can do that. Crazy Lagoon so far starting things off on a good note. They somehow took out Twice. That is the crucial part right there. Twice immediately strikes back.
Nice.
But at least Crazy Lagoon gets the first spot out. It's only level 2, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, at least they're trying to get some command early on. The thing is, Asfixia will have the bolt lead going forwards here. XME just taking a little bit longer actually to defend his turret. It's going to be doing a bit of damage actually. Bring it down to about the third, almost about halfway through before it's done. What are they even doing? Are they even paying attention here? Wow, that's a lot of damage done by a single level 3 siege bot. That's just uncharacteristic.
Yeah, and they even lost control of the map, so Asfixia needs to slowly inch their way, towards the center. They need to get those boats, but yeah, Crazy Lagoon, they know what they need to do. Just shut the stew down. And that is the third death for Twice. They also kill secondary, and Crazy Lagoon with a bit of adjustment, it is starting to widen that lead for themselves. Now this bot is going to be level 4. And sure, Asfixia can defend against this, but they have not gotten a single boat for almost 45 seconds. And with Crazy Lagoon having so much command, I don't think Asfixia will stand a chance at all. That bot is, again, pummeling down on the base. Look at it, down 31%. Crazy Lagoon, they are just not letting it up. 19% is going to be the magical number for Asfixia to stay alive.
Yo, it is very, very different now because now that the Rockets already cleared out the obstacles with the front there, they can try to go for some backdoors, but Twice has now opened up a little bit of front here on the left-hand side. He needs to try to find one more kill against Miria, but unfortunately Miria finds him first. Now the Stu is picking up all the bolts in the world. They have a level 5 siege, but potentially level 6, maybe a level 7. Last siege is going to be coming out. It's a level 8. This is going to be huge here for Crazy Lagoon, and again manage to stem the tide against Asfixia, but now it's going to be one last shot here. And I don't think Asfixia is going to have much to stand for. There's nothing standing in the way between the Ike turret and the siege board. 1 punch, 2 punch, 3 punch, and it is all over. Crazy Lagoon takes one round here in this final set.
Yeah, finally putting one on the board for themselves, and just they didn't adjust the lineup in any way, but they did adjust how they approached the round. And that round was all about shutting Asfixia down, shutting Twice down. Most importantly, and they did it in a very dominant fashion. They made sure that Twice was not able to have the impact that he had in the first 2 rounds. And you can see how quickly the pendulum swings in favor of Crazy Lagoon. The first bot, you compare the first 2 rounds when Asfixia sent out a level 3, level 4 bot. Crazy Lagoon, they defended against the bot without the base taking any damage. But on that round, one level 2 bot took Asfixia down to 51%. It really shows how Crazy Lagoon has not just adapted, but have been able to put the pressure on Asfixia.
It also might be a bit of a fixation problem going on Asfixia's side, because it feels like they're prioritizing control over the map over actually defending their Ike turret, and I think that was kind of a bit of a downfall because they were so focused on taking those fights there that they really there was really only one person who was trying to stop the siege, the level 3 siege bot. Now normally you just need to send 2 brawlers to take care of that, and that should be done and over with. But the fact that they really prioritize war on taking those fights rather than actually playing the objective of the match, the literal objective, which is to keep your Ike turret alive, I think that just shows that there might be a bit of a prioritization problem at Asfixia's end. So hopefully manage to fix it up, because this could be an opportunity here for Crazy Lagoon to actually come back, and Asfixia, they need to stop that in its tracks.
They still have the lead. That is the advantage that Asfixia has in their hands, because his secondary is pushing Miria back and he's going to take the kill. But pre-XME is also going to go down. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far as Crazy Lagoon gets the first bolt for themselves. Asfixia quickly equalizes that, but they took a bit too long. It's just a level 1 siege spot, so Asfixia should be able to handle this with no issue at all. They're going to turn their attention on the siege spot as soon as they can, with Crazy Lagoon pressuring them. On the other side, Twice, he's just going to try his best to, again, regenerate his health and get those flanks up. That siege spot should get a couple of damage in. The super comes up from Crazy Lagoon. That's going to bring the Ike turret down to 79%, but at least there's still a lot of numbers for Asfixia to work with. Let's see if they can get more bolts for themselves.
Too sure whether using the Bell or the Brock might be a good idea here, because really you're forcing the yourself to fight on Crazy Lagoon's terms, and Crazy Lagoon is really
wow.
mastering this lineup very, very well. Now, Twice at least is able to keep some control relatively here, so that at least Asfixia is ahead in terms of bolt numbers here. So when the next Siege bot comes out, it will be a level 6. So now Asfixia has to take this opportunity very, very hard here. They managed to take down one on the stew. Can they get some more? The Brock is still keeping pressure going on the middle here. Now they focus him down. Now they've managed to take him out. Miria tries to defend against the Siege bot here, but it's going up in front. It does get the punches onto the Ike turret. It brings it down just about enough here to keep it under Asfixia's here. So now at least that last run there has worked out well for the Singaporeans.
And Asfixia, I mean, Twice once more. Round 3 might not be his round, but he came back swinging in round number 4. And just look at Twice. He's doing a lot of work. He's kind of trying to he's outplaying Crazy Liquid Stew. And as I say that, he's gonna go down. But Asfixia still has more bolts in their favor. And Pre-XME, can he survive the barrage of rockets? Yes, he can. 7 bolts, make it 8. And there's nothing Crazy Lagoons can do about that. They will just have to defend this. And Asfixia, they're staring down the cuffs of victory. And with that level ACs for barreling down, I think Crazy Lagoon, they that there's no more hope. It is the end. Asfixia, they're gonna complete the biggest comeback in this best of 5 against the veterans from C. We brought down, and Asfixia, they win the best of 5. They take the last set. It's 3-1.
Wow, incredible. The comeback start things off here in Challengers Season 2. Asfixia, absolute victory here over Crazy Lagoon, and it was definitely hard fought here. Well done here to Team Asfixia. Better luck next time for Crazy Lagoon, but what a way to kick things off for today, isn't it, Husky? What a way to kick things off.
Huge statement from Asfixia. I mean, you come in, you face up against Crazy Lagoon. Again, two very different storylines. For Crazy Lagoon, it's all about showing that they are super good at the game. They should be winning this 3-0, but they got defeated in a comeback. I mean, what worse way to go out in your first best of 5 in challenges? But we do have the highlights coming up, so let's bring it onto the screen because there's a lot of crazy moments between these two teams.
Yeah, the gem grab round. Now, admittedly, you know, when I think about it, that third round there was so close that it could have been Asfixia's game there. It just felt like they haven't quite adapted well enough to Crazy Lagoon's style of play, because you got to realize playing against a Japanese team means that you got to be ready for those sudden change up in intensity, because Japanese teams are so good at doing that. And I think that was one thing that Asfixia struggled with early on. Slowly but surely managed to start to find that groove, and then by the time they figured out how to play against Crazy Lagoon, you can start to see the wins coming in.
Yeah, and I think the craziest round, other than, you know, the so close but yet so far ones, was definitely on Bounty, where Asfixia got that one final kill on the Piper as the clock ticked down to just literally 1 second. That's kind of started the comeback for Asfixia, and Crazy Lagoon, they just were not able to stop it. I mean, this was the equalizer for Crazy Lagoon, and we're about to see this, probably one of the biggest comeback for Asfixia, right? This one last kill. We literally came up to just 1 second. They stole it away. They win their first set, and they continue to amp up their momentum. And Crazy Lagoon, you can visibly see them crumbling from the inside.
Yeah, and you start to see that when it comes to the maps that were more about, you know, how you play the objective, how you actually play the conditions of the map, that's where you start to see Asfixia start to be a little bit more in the element. And this Brawl Ball round in particular, you could see that Asfixia, you know, they were initially lost a couple of goals against Crazy Lagoon, but quickly they figured out that as long as they were able to keep pressure on the Japanese squad and make sure that they could keep the ball literally on their side of the court, it's just that like that Asfixia was able to take some good rounds here. Yeah, look at that one. It's such a good defense here that she's able to pull off there. The Jesse coming on front, just really putting himself on the line there, and off of the back of that, they were able to turn it around into this huge goal here. The secondary match score. I mean, what a way to close out the Brawl Ball round.
That was the one that gave Asfixia the lifeline to hit a set 5. I mean, if it was not for secondary's Mortis save, this series would have ended. And Crazy Lagoon would have beaten them 3-1, and we would have just, you know, continued with the fact that Crazy Lagoon is just a much better team. And Asfixia, they were able to flip the script and mount probably the craziest comeback to start off the day. And It's insane, right? This is just the first best of 5. We have 3 more on the way, and the last one is supposed to be the most exciting one between Team Flash and Zeta Division. But I guess there's another amazing series that just went by, and I hope we appreciate it enough.
Oh, I definitely enjoyed every second of that there. I mean, the fact that we managed to see a comeback, you know, the one that we could not have predicted, you know, from set 1 and 2. It's just such a sight to behold. Nevertheless, that was quite the start here for Playdate number 1. We're going to have to take a break here before we can continue this journey here. So, in the meantime, my name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky. We'll see you guys after these messages.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back, guys. This is the ESL Mobile Open Brawl Stars Challenges. Of course, my name is Husky, joined by Victor Cax. We just wrapped up our first series between Asfixia and Crazy Lagoon, and we witnessed an amazing comeback by the newcomers Asfixia. But with that in the dust, we still have more series to come, and next up is going to be another interesting one.
Yeah, it's going to be Convince XS versus Traffic. So it's going to be interesting to see because this is going to be two completely new teams coming into Season 2 here. So I have very little impressions about who these guys are. Let's go see ahead and see how they're going to perform here. Valence Reformed versus Lil Moya G. That was the team there. That's going to be our matchup here for number 2 play day 1 here. So Convince Reformed, I believe this is a new team based on the last entry of Convince XS, but it's a new completely changed lineup here. We've got Roses, Awfully Bad, and T-Rez playing this time here in this team here. So really, if their last team is anything to go by here, I would expect to see that they should be pretty nice in this challenges here. And one only wonders how they're going to be going up against a team that really they probably have not much of an impression on either.
Yeah, new team, new start, and definitely a new outlook. And this will be the top picks for brawlers. It's gonna be Max, Surge, and Ash, but they also ban Ash pretty frequently alongside that Byron. So this pretty interesting lineup for Covalence Reform, at least in terms of the brawlers that they like to select for themselves. But I see no surprise right there. It's pretty common if you want to go for those very aggressive maneuvers. But their opponent's gonna be Lil Moya G, another new kid on the block, made up by Dempsey, Cool, the Kenji, and MDE.
Yeah, Lil Moya G, another new team again coming into Season 2. So again, these guys have to fight their way from ladders here in order to make it the challengers, and only the top 4 from each ladder makes it through. So Lil Moya G scored their way here from ladders 2. These are the top picks and the top bans. They love the Poco, they love the Brock, they love the Ash. Not so much love for the Leon nor the Tara, unfortunately. So very, very interesting as well, because it does seem to show that they have a very different sort of philosophy when it comes to Convince XS. So I could feel that this first round here could really go anywhere as far as I'm concerned, because really again, I don't really have much impressions about these guys coming into this season here. They are very new competitors in the challenges, so anything, it's going to be very exciting to see.
Yeah, and let's see what they have in mind in terms of bans. Covalence Reform is going to take up over Byron and the Buzz. Lil Moya G will stick with the Leon and Tara. They do not like these two brawlers. It was stated in the top bans, and they're gonna make us remember that they do not like these two brawlers as they ban it out. So it's definitely gonna switch things up a bit. We will see Ash being available for the upcoming sets, and guess what? Covalence Reform, they like to pick the Ash.
Oh yeah, this is gonna have such a huge opportunity here to talk about the Ashe. Let's hope either one of these guys picks it up, because again, the most interesting about Ashe to me is just the fact that he has a rage meter. He has something that you have to kind of charge up independent of your super there, that really improves your ability to deal damage here on the field, and that's what Ashe is so strong in the meta right now, because once his rage is up to full there, he can be nigh on unstoppable in the game. So I'm really hoping to see if we're going to be seeing Ashe in any one of these maps here, because there's plenty of places I can think of to stick an Ashe in.
Yeah, definitely. And at the same time, Ashe is one of those few brawlers that wants to take damage, right? You want him to be angry so that he can do more work. But this is gonna be game one. We're back on Gem Grab. We had an amazing Gem Grab set for our first series. Let's see if this one matches up to it. So far, it's Covalence Reform with a slight 2-gem lead, but you can see Lil Moya G pushing them back. Both teams having the Brock to take out all those walls once more, making sure that neither one of them can hide behind all those bushes. There's a bow on Lil Moya G. That's going to be really annoying to deal with once he gets his super.
Yeah, the main thing on Lil Moya G is that it has so much range advantage compared to Covalence Reform that's really making it hard for them to actually get any sort of control over the gem spawner. So that's why the whole time Lil Moya G has just been taking every single gem that's been spawning from their end here. Would they be going for even more here? Because some gems on the Covalence Reform side, but looks like they're spawned just in time to pick it up back. But Lil Moya G still has a 2-gem lead, so they're very much in the lead here. Not quite in the clear though, but Roses, oh, he's gonna get picked up on the side there by the bow, and with no one left to try to defend against the gems, Lil Moya G is going to try to pick up as much as they can. They're already up to 8, only 2 more to go before the start of countdown. Covalence now coming back in to try to take things back, but they lose Roses in the process of trying to gain some ground. The fact that there's not much bushes around just makes it so hard for Lil Moya G to hold their own. The countdown has now unfortunately started.
And I mean, that was so unfortunate. Awfully bad is gonna go down once more. Roses has no point of entry, and this is what Bo is good at. Once he gets the lead and he has his super, you are not getting close, and there's nothing that Covalence Reform can do to Lil Moya G. And it all started being awfully bad. He has 6 gems, and he got picked off while hiding in the bush. That was what really set the whole round off in favor of Lil Moya G, and then took advantage of that. Of course, Covalence Reform just could not find their footing. So a quick round 1 for Lil Moya G, a very unfortunate round 1 for Covalence Reform.
Yeah, the fact that the rage advantage is just so hard there for Covalence Reform. I mean, the thing is that Lil Moya G did so well with the bow pick there, because bow has probably one of the longest ranges of any of the brawlers in Brawl Stars right now. So that, combined with the fact that they have a Brock as well as landing his shots, just made it so hard for Covalence to actually get any sort of ground. And the thing is that, well, again, Brock, once he gets super, it's going to clear out the bushes right in front of the gem spawner. That just made contesting gems even harder from that point on. So Lil Moya G do it so well to use the Brock to his full advantage, use the range to ensure that they just would not take any damage from Covalence's side, and basically takes command on this first round.
Yeah, and with that being said, you know, they had the B for the side of Lil Moya G as well, and this is where I start to look at brawlers. Maybe we're gonna see the Piper once more, right? If you want to play that range game, Piper is the way to go. Maybe you bring the bow out for yourselves. It was pretty hard for Covalence Reform to do anything. A lot of work had to be done by the Brock alone, but it's just not enough to deal with what Lil Moya G have brought to the table. So we'll see if game 2 is going to be any different. Obviously, that was just the first round for these two teams. Maybe a warm-up one for Covalence Reform. They're still trying to get a feel of what Lil Moya G can do.
Yeah, and if the thing is that they have to find a good answer to the bow. It's either they're gonna have to find someone who can outrange him, like an Edgar, or well, just someone who can outrange him pretty much. Even a Belle could do well against him if you can play her well. But I don't know whether she'd be a good fit though for a gem spawner map here, especially one on double whoosh. Because again, the big problem for them as well is that the other problem they had to contend with is the Brock. The Brock is getting his super and is just clearing out the brush, so that already is making things so hard here for Covenant's Reform. They're going to try to change things up by bringing in the Amber here. So hopefully her massive area of damage is going to be able to pull a decisive fatter, but with the MDE picking up the kill on the Roses instead, so that was already a turnaround there from the Sprout, I should say. Yeah, Lil Moya G already putting a good change on their own side, because the Sprout can be huge here, especially on a map that has a lot of brush.
Oh my god, look at that. I mean, Roses can't even make his way forward. I was also thinking this because we saw Crazy Lagoon pull out the Ember, and it was very oppressive. Perhaps Covenant's Reform can do the same, but once more it's just the bow. I mean, sure, there's there is the Brock you have to worry about, but bow alone, just look at that super. He's buying a lot of time and a lot of space. Rose is just gonna push out forward, throws his life. Covenant's Reform, yeah, sure, they get a gem, but they still don't have enough. Lil Moya G have more than what Covenant's Reform has right now. Roses and T-Rex, they're both gonna respawn, but this is gonna make too much difference. It doesn't feel like so.
You know, I think one thing that's a bit worrying for me for Lil Moya G is the fact that the longer this game is going to go on, the harder it's going to be for the Sprout to actually have a good presence, because there's not much brush for him to take advantage of anymore. So that's why I can see Roses already taking much more commanding presence right now on the right-hand lane, though unfortunately got picked up by the bow, but that's only because the bow has such crazy range. Now Awfully Bad's going to try to counteract that by going up forwards. He has to put out his super here to try to fight against Sprout, but Sprout has shield going forwards. He does take out Roses. He does take out the Brock there. Oh my goodness, falling apart now. It's Covenant's Reborn with 12 seconds to go. Yeah, nowhere to be found here. Can they try to bring this back here? I don't think they can.
Yeah, they all died. They all went down right before the countdown started. So there was no way Covenant's Reborn could recover from that. Lil Moya G once more doing such a good job. And the Sprout, sure, this is the first time we see a Sprout being picked today, but that one super, that one hedge that he planted on that right side was massive. Before the wall got taken out, we saw in Roses, he was trying his best. He actually wanted to apply pressure on that Ember, but that hedge blocked his path, forced him to fall back, and bought so much time for the rest of Lil Moya G. Just those small plays from the side of from the Sprout that really made the game so much more easier for the team.
Yeah, but the thing is that, like I said, Sprout, the longer that match has gone on, it would have been worse off actually for Lil Moya G. So it's kind of fortunate that they managed to, take full advantage of the Sprout, giving them that space early on the right hand side, making sure that Amber was so neutralized early on. That was quite crucial in allowing Lil Moya G to take control of the gem spawner. That was how they were able to force it all the way until the timer came out, and really there was not much that Covalence could have done at that point afterwards. So, but again, by the time they reached the end, you could see that all the brush had been cleared out. There was literally nothing, no more ground for Sprout to cover. So if the match had actually gone on even longer there, I think this could have easily brought the game back. So it's just that they did so well to use up that timing there, making sure that Sprout handled the Amber very perfectly in the early stages of the game, and pretty much carried the momentum all to the end.
Yeah, and it's all about the setup, right? Like you said, I was getting pretty worried as all of the walls and structures got destroyed. But just because they played the early phase well, Sprout basically won, 80% of the game for the team. Lil Moya G now leading 2-0, so we'll see if they're going to close this out in this game number 3. Again, Gem Grab is all about getting that space and that control. Finally, for the side of Covenant's Reform, they bring out the bow as well. But let's see if the bow is gonna do any work. The more this certainly does, it's Awfully Bad, gets a quick assassination, and that's gonna give Covenant's Reform some space to grab a gem or two.
Very crucial as well. Awfully Bad can maintain a really good presence on the left hand side that could allow Bo to keep pressure going, but unfortunately the right hand side has faltered a little bit too quickly there, with the Colonel Rubs already moving very far forward. So MDE doing very well on the left hand side, while the Mortis unfortunately had to back off now because they aren't able to gain control over the gem spawner. They're losing ground very, very rapidly, and look at MDE just picking up pot shots from the side there, just making awfully bad and T-Rez's job so much more difficult. Now the Mortis moves up in front, gets the kill onto the Chrono Ruffs. Now it's opening an opportunity here for T-Rez to move up in front, but he's completely stuck in place there. There's no brush for him to hide into even, as Dempsey and Kenji moves in front and gets control over the spawner. 3-gem lead now for Lil Moya G. Can Conveyors before run off the back of this Mortis kill? No, they cannot. MD stops the Mortis in his tracks.
Yeah, awfully bad. He really was trying his best to get that backline to cause the distraction, but at this point, it's looking super hard. They did get a kill onto Dempsey, but awfully bad will need some time to reset himself. In fact, the super is being thrown out, and it really splits the battle line of Covenant's Respawn. Countdown has already begun. All of the gems in the hands of the bow, and Lil Moyaji looking to run away once more. Awfully bad makes a last ditch, but the Hail Mary attempt was just not enough. Lil Moyaji, they will run out the clock, and they will take this first set in a very, very convincing 3-0 victory.
Oh my goodness, so heartbreaking there, because it felt like if Covenants could have found the bow at the last moment there, they could have stopped the countdown in its tracks. But unfortunately, they could only find stragglers around because the bow was just so good at playing hide and seek in that round. So Lil Moya G taking another back-to-back round here. So it seems like they are commanding this set right now. So what can Covalence Reform kind of do to change things up here, you feel, Husky?
I feel like this is more of a matter of I don't know, those fights. I think for Covenant's Reform, they definitely had the idea, right? They brought the Mortis. He is going for those backlines. It is quite well thought out. Just that they were not winning those fights, and that's the main problem. The sharpshooters on the side of Lil Moya G were just slightly more accurate. We saw Lil Moya G, their bow was doing way more work. He's getting way more control, and that itself, you know, makes a huge difference. Because if the enemy can outgun you, outsnipe you, then it's really hard for a team like Covenant's Reform to recover. I would say Mortis did awfully bad, did his best, but he needed his team to back him up, and they just were not there for him.
Yeah, the thing was that what they really needed was to have a bow to kind of anchor the middle there. So if the bow could support the Mortis while he tries to move up for the flank, that would be the ideal situation for Covalence Reform to actually take fights. But unfortunately, the bow on the other end was just a lot better actually at placing shots. You could see a clear difference in the skill level between the two bows. While one was able to land damage very, very consistently, the other one seemed to be a little bit all over the place, a little even. So perhaps they need to try to sharpen up the shots a little bit. But bow can sometimes be a really tricky brawler to play. Sometimes you got to bear in mind that it's a combination having to move as well as turn to get your shots to land perfectly, exactly where you want it to. So again, can't really fault them too much in that, but it does seem to me that Lil Moya G is a lot better at applying the bow to its maximum potential here.
Yeah, that definitely seems like the case. We're going into Hot Zone next, so it is another map where the bow is going to have a lot of presence, just because, you know, in order to take control of the Hot Zone, you have to be in the zone. So that super is going to pay off real big. But I also feel like when it might just bring out the Ashe on, you know, at least one of these teams, because all this close quarter combat is what Ashe thrives in, is what he loves the most, to build up that rage bar. So we'll see if that's gonna come true for this second set. So far, we're gonna see, yeah, awfully bad, has the Ashe out. Roses will be on the Mortis, and they also have the Poco. So a full-fledged front-lining lineup for the team. But the question is, can they keep themselves alive? The answer so far is a resounding no, because the stew from Kenji is just overwhelmingly strong.
Yeah, I think Covalence kind of jumped the gun a little bit too early on. Awfully bad, got picked off as quickly as he got his rage meter brought all the way up. So unfortunately now, Awfully Bad is going to have to be supported so hard here by the Poco. T-Rez is having his work cut out for him, trying to keep Awfully Bad alive. So far, they're able to keep him up inside the speed zone for quite a long time, and that's allowed Covalence to take the tick up a bit. But now the flank coming in from the back here, and Kenji tries to knock the rage off of Awfully Bad, but still isn't able to find a kill. Now he's managed to find one onto the Poco, but Awfully Bad now has to try to make the most of his position here. He doesn't quite find a kill as Dempsey takes him down. Rose is now trying to clean things up, but now with the pressure coming squarely from Lil Moya's G's side, they are right now taking the lead here in this Hot Zone.
Roses has a lot of things he needs to accomplish. He gets the kill, but he gets stunned by the Bo Super. That was so unfortunate. He could have gotten out of that, but thankfully for Awfully Bad, once more throws out the Super to get a bit of space. The damage is not sufficient though, and Lil Moya G able to take down both the Mortis and the Ashe. They will now take full control of that hot zone and is taking down super fast. So Covalence Reborn, they have one more chance. It's Awfully Bad. He's gonna slowly inch forward. They need the Poco Super, and which he does. I don't think he has it right now, so he's not going to be able to heal up his team. And Lil Moya G is just pressing forward. You can see Kenji is wrapping around the corner as Roses go down. His assassination attempt has been thwarted, and Ashe, he's not going to be able to do anything alone. Lil Moya G able to stop that momentum, and most likely they're going to take this round 1 for themselves as Roses makes a last-ditch effort. That's not happening. Lil Moya G take one.
Yeah, that was such a quick round there. Lil Moya G seemed to be completely unopposed there. Not even an Ashe seems to be able to turn the tide around there. But I kind of feel that the Ashe was not really playing too much of an impact here, especially given the fact that the Poco, if he's there without the Poco, it seems like Lil Moya G is just able to take it down so quickly. So I don't know. It kind of feels like the Ashe may not be the best situation pick here. I think Kobe is probably gonna have to change things up now going forwards here. But for Lil Moya G, I mean, it seems like they're gonna be so confident now because no matter what Kobe is throwing at them, they seem to be able to handle every last bit of it.
I was thinking about the Tara, but the Tara unfortunately has been banned out, so no chance for the gravity super, right? That is the unfortunate part. Although I think if it did not work out, they perhaps can go back to the Brock again, just to have someone play that long range. Somewhat to deal with the bow. Once more, you can see the impact the bow has. We saw multiple times that the landmines went off, they stunned the target, and those guys got shot down immediately by Lil Moya G. If you take bow out of the equation, I feel like Covalence Reform would have a much better game in that round.
Yeah, because Lil Moya G is taking full advantage of the fact that they can use a lot of strong ranged brawlers. So that's one problem of having the Ashe's range is really quite short, you know, so he has to really get very close in order to deal the damage, and unfortunately that just means that until he can get that close, he's just basically a sitting target for what Lil Moya G has on the field. So yeah, Covalence has to play that range game somehow, or find some other kind of tactic here. Maybe bring in 2 heavyweights, you know, try to provide as much of an obstacle there in order to be able to get as close as possible, but conversely that runs a risk of giving so much opportunities for your opponents to charge up the supers. So you got to play very smart here, and I don't know what's the right answer here, unfortunately, for Covalence Reformed.
I feel like for Covalence Reformed, they just have to start winning those fights. You know, they're starting. They did, you know, show us some signs of life. They did get the hot zone up to almost, I believe, 50%, but you can see afterwards they completely lost momentum. And again, it's the bow. I think the bow is the main problem. You can't ban the bow out right now, and I expect Lil Moya G to always have bow in their lineup. So the best answer is to either you pick someone who can either deal with the bow, or you take bow for yourself. Because so far Lil Moya G, they just had a lot more control over the areas that they want. I know they want to keep Covalence Reform away from.
Yeah, but immediately when you're talking about picking the bow as well for Covalence, the problem for me is that Covalence isn't that great on the bow either. So I think their options are just a little bit more limited, I'm afraid. So yeah, again, gonna be quite tough here, but Lil Moya G certainly has a lot of advantage compared to Covalence at this stage here. So unless Covalence can really change up the lineup here and hopefully throw a curveball or 2, they're just gonna have to brute force their way through this set here, I'm afraid. So they have to win those fights, because again, it's not really a problem with Drav, it's just a matter of them not sticking the landing, not pulling the last few hits, as it were, to actually confirm the kill. So looks like they're going to try to bring in the bow here onto T-Res. So if you can't beat them, I suppose it's going to be time to join them. Reform doing very well to start the ticks early on. Lil Moya G keeping their distance so far, but really it's just to charge up the supers. Dempsey gets the kill first on the Brock, so I would say they're already off to a good start.
And they also have the Stu in their favor, so perhaps that Stu is going to make a huge difference. And so far, Lil Moya G still getting control back for themselves, starting to ramp up that zone. But you can see Roses, he's really trying to be a pain in the backside. Does get clipped by Dempsey regardless. Unfortunately for Covalence Reborn, they could have gotten a bit more control, but Lil Moya G stops that momentum in his tracks once more. But you can see the impact that Roses is going to have. Well, it's not going to have any if he steps straight into a mine. He's going to go down once more, and that's, again, staggered respawn for the team of Covalence Reform, buying so much more time for Lil Moya G.
And it's just moments of staggered respawn that Lil Moya G is looking for, because they know having your teammates coming in one after another means that it's just easy targets for you to pressure. Look at MDE just staying himself so far in front here, trying to keep P-Res under pressure, but still they're not able to go in and finish off the kill. That's just a problem, like I said, from Covalence Reform. They cannot stick the landings. So Lil Moya G, the longer this goes on, the longer it's just going to be better for them. They've already brought the hot zone up to 83%, only 15 percentage points to go, and it seems like they have this in the bag.
Everyone from Covalence Reform is so low. Augusta Wind's gonna take them out. Roses goes down first, followed by T-Res and Awfully Bad. Well, they're gonna run him down, I suppose. Yes, the bow shots come in. Awfully Bad stays alive. But I don't think Covalence Reform will have any time to work with Lil Moya G secures round 2 for themselves.
Yep, that is 2 rounds back to back here for set number 2. If this continues on, Lil Moya G is going to be able to take set 2 from themselves. So again, still a lot better on the bow there compared to Covalence Reform. Even though, like you said, the best bet is either to try to find a good answer to the bow or to pick the bow for themselves. Covalence went for the latter option. Doesn't seem to work, so now begs the question, what can they try to pick against a bow here?
I actually like the Stu for, I think it was Dempsey, but there's only so much he can do. I feel like the early phases, he did a pretty decent job on the Stu. He was causing a lot of havoc, but the other 2 of his teammates were getting picked off, and I think that, again, is one of the bigger issues that they need to solve, right? No matter maybe they can still go for the bow, and if they leave it, the Stu is not a bad option, honestly. And we saw the side of Lil Moya G, they went for the B as well. But perhaps if they want someone to frontline a bit more, the Bell or the Ember could do the job for Covalence Reform. I the Stu is going to come into handy dealing with what Lil Moya G has.
Yeah. Thing is that, again, I feel that because the Covalence's own bow couldn't really play a huge factor in the round, it just made the Stu a little bit wasted, I feel, because putting up the speed zone in the middle there is just making sure that your mid laner is supposed to be able to provide massive presence for the other lanes, but because the bow just kept getting picked off so much in the rounds there by the bow from the other side, it's just made Covalence's game so much harder than it needed to in the first place. But yeah, like I said, I think we're just gonna have to see if they can maximize the use of the bow, the use of the Stu here, because it seems to be the best bet right now to fight against Lil Moya G. They just need to find a way to make it work out here. So yep, still we're 2 sets here into this best of 5. We're going to be going now into our 3rd round here. Hopefully, just hopefully, we will see Covalence try to turn things around.
It's not gonna be easy. Covalence Reform, again, they dropped the speed zone like you said, but there's a Mortis on Kenji who assassinates Roses.
Oof.
And this is something that Lil Moya G pulled out of the bag. Covalence Reform were not ready for that. They still have the bow on their side. The Stu is gonna come back. Roses does have Dempsey kind of boxed in, but Dempsey is gonna show them how the Ashe is played. Stabs on the landmine. He's gonna lose his life as Awfully Bad finally picks up the kill. They have the Jesse as well, so you can see Covalence Reform, they're playing a lot of the get control side, locking down with the utilities. They were able to take out the Mortis as well. So Covalence Reform again planting their foot on the side. Let's see if they can keep that foot on that hot zone. Seems like so far things are working out well.
Yeah, it seems like they managed to find the footing yet again, so they're taking very good control of the hot zone now, getting kills down to MDE. MDE though gives a healing up, the Mortis moves up forward, takes out a kill onto Kires, before getting taken down by Roses, but now it's going to be a race against time as Ash comes in front here. He's taking a lot of damage from the turret here, but the Poco is keeping him alive for so long. That's the strength of the Ash Poco pick here. Kenji takes out awfully bad with attempting to try to flank in from the back line here, but the tickets already come up here from Lil Moya G. They've already overtaken Kobe's reformed here. There's still nowhere to be found. Roses is down. T-Rez tries to go in front, but awfully back gets caught on the side. Dempsey takes the kill.
They need the Poco there. He's healing everyone back up, and the T-Rez, he's gonna throw his life for it. They need to buy a bit of time. Roses gonna stick his foot there, but Kenji takes them out. Yeah, sure, Roses kills off MDE. There might still be a bit of time. The Jesse turret is there, dealing some damage, doing a bit of work. They drop the bow landmines as well. Speed zone down for one last attempt as Lil Moya G. They will bring everyone back up. Dempsey walks forward into his step. Maybe Covenant's Reform can keep themselves alive as Kenji. He's not going to be able to stand the overwhelming force of 3 Covenant's Reform members. And this should be game 1 for them. They're not out of the second set just yet. They will claim round 3 for themselves.
Whew. By the skin of their teeth, Covalence Reformed is now bringing us to round number 4 here on set 2. And I gotta say though, they really adapted well, despite the fact that the Mortis was giving them so much pressure early game. They knew exactly how to kind of handle that pressure well, and pretty much managed to win off the set because of that. So again, I think this is going to be a good chance for them to try to regain the footing, hopefully try to gain a little bit more morale back, because they're going to need it going forwards here for the next few sets, because just like we've seen from our previous matchups here, you can always turn things around. It's just a matter of getting yourself in the right moment.
And again, the Stu pick, it did pay off. The Mortis definitely surprised them for sure. Dempsey's Ash was also insane. But I think my favorite pick in that match was Poco. Despite Lil Moya G losing that round, I think that Poco did so much work. It really was the X factor. If the Poco somehow survived, I feel like Lil Moya G would have taken that round for sure. So props to them for bringing that lineup out, excuse me. But for Covenant's Reform, one of the things they do was that they were circling around the map. They were making sure that Lil Moya G is kept in the center, and they came in from, you know, all those really unorthodox angles, and that really bought some time for the rest of the team while they respawn. So they dealt one round loss to Lil Moya G, and that's a good start. But I still feel like so far Lil Moya G just seems to be the superior team. We'll see if they can close out round 4, or maybe if things go well, we will see a round 5, and with Covenant's Reform, you know, getting another convincing win.
Yeah, I think like it just goes to show that there is something to the Poco Ash combo. It is certainly going to be a strong one. I think the fact that it was combined with a very strong Ash on Dempsey there really could have been a winning combination. But I think like the Ash is just a little bit nerfed for the fact that the range is just not there. Mortis, of course, is able to make up for the lack of range just by being crazily quick, and how quickly he can make his way across from the map there. Dempsey already taking out the Griffin awfully bad. Ooh, Rose is getting taken out by Kenji as well. Things not looking too well in the opening round here, opening start here on round number 4. As Covenant's Reform does bring the speed zone down, but Griff, so oh my goodness, Kenji just like that with one super complete removes the speed zone, removes the buff completely, and Covenant just left like a sitting duck.
And this is not looking good. They get the speed zone back up, and Roses gets annihilated by the bow. And of course, Dempsey's gonna drop his own super as well. Like, good luck trying to get through the sticky honey, as there's nothing the Covenant's Reform can do on the right side. So Roses, he's forced to make a play on the left side of the map. But you can see that this zoning power is just disgustingly hard to deal with. Lil Moya G, they're not even gonna let Covenant's Reform have a chance to step foot onto the side. Yeah, they took out the B super, they avoided all the landmines. Covenant's Reform finally touching the hot zone, but they still end up going down as Lil Moya G. They play this tug of war. The push and pull is perfectly done, and the Covenant's Reform feels like they don't have much of a chance to work with.
Yeah, they don't have the range, they don't have the damage. I mean, Lil Moya G is just having Confidence Reform completely under the thumb throughout this whole match there. Match is over, it's done, it's finished. Confidence only were able to muster 9 percentage points, and that was just complete wash from them as far as that round went. Man, I mean, again, just like I said, Lil Moya G is still the stronger team, clearly, in this matchup. It's just that Confidence Reform, they can still find opportunities. They can still make plays that will allow them to win certain rounds. They just need to make it all come together. And it's just that process that seems to be frustratingly difficult there for Convalence's side.
And that was just super unfortunate for the side of Confidence Reform, right? It was around that they could not step foot on that hard zone at all. And the moment we saw Lil Moya G got onto the hard zone, they used the B super, they dropped that poor sticky honey, they took out the speed zone for Confidence Reform, and every time they respawn, they keep getting killed. It was just a hard round for Confidence Reform to even do anything. They completely zoned out from the right side, still had to do something, but again, once more the ball kept them at bay.
So coming now into this next round here, I mean, again, I would think Lil Moya G will definitely have the advantage going forward, because again, they still have not, at least on the Confidence side, I should say, they still don't have an answer to what to do if Lil Moya G decides to go for both the Brock and the bow at the same time. I mean, that combination seems to just instantly be an instant win for Lil Moya G, because Confidence has no idea how to deal with just that amount of range. You got, on the one hand, Bo, who has a massive reach, and if played very right, can deal a lot of damage per second onto your brawlers. You know, really good and accurate Bo players can be a massive presence here, and Lil Moya G is surely showing how that does play out. And on top of that, you got Brock, who right now in this meta is probably one of the must-pick kind of heroes, simply because of his utility, as well as his range still complements the bow so well. So yeah, until Confidence finds a good answer to that, I don't see them being able to turn this tide around here.
And we are heading, into our third set. It's gonna be Bounty. That is something that I am also worried for Confidence Reform, right? Because Lil Moya G, they've shown us that they are just better in terms of those fights, in terms of those landing their shots. So in a game mode that literally wants you to kill your enemies as much as possible, Lil Moya G felt like this is their home turf. Confidence Reform, they are on borrowed time right now.
So again, it's all hinging down on that bow at the end of the day. I mean, you could see kind of why, I suppose, in the first matchup, Asfixia and Queen's Lagoon decided to get the bow out the way right off the bat here. And well, coming into the bounty round, looks like it's going to be Mortis and Poco being brought out by Confidence Reform. This is going to be a very interesting one. We've got the Daryl being played on awfully bad. That could also be very good, because Daryl can quickly jump behind enemy lines and be a very effective flanker here. I'm liking this pick here from Covalence, but again, this is going to be bounty round. Kenji still is going to be playing the bow, so again, Lil Moya G is going to have range for days here with the bow, and Brock can pick up, and they've already taken down the Daryl here, so I think it's starting to falter on the Covalence side. Maybe the lineup may not be as strong as I initially thought.
I mean, if you can't beat them in long range, you get in their face. The problem is they don't even have the chance to get into the face of Lil Moya G. The Mortis is in the back line, but look at that. The tick is zoning him out awfully bad. Takes the chance to roll forward and take out the tick, but Dempsey immediately gets the answer back. Confidence Reform, they have the blue star, so all they need is to tie up the score so far. But Lil Moya G, they are ahead by 2 as this tick continues to be a hindrance. They've let Roses got through once, but it does not seem like it's going to happen the second time.
The problem is that Daryl's gonna have to put himself out in harm's way the whole time there before he can actually charge up his super, so that's actually making things hard. Rose is taking a lot more damage than he signed up for, so Kenji is gonna be able to take him down. Obviously, Vad's gonna have to pull back here while T-Rez keeps the Daryl alive. Now, problem is, it's not much push between them and Lil Moya G here. With 20 seconds to go, Moya G has not only a blue star, they also have the lead in stars. 4, in fact, and now it's gonna be pulled even further now because Awfully Bad got picked up towards the end. 10 seconds to go. Rose and T-Rez move forward. The Mortis picks up one. Can he find another though? He's down to 100. But oh, the bomb is coming straight towards him. The Poco keeps him alive just at the last moment. But still, Moya G has 3 stars in their favor. Sorry, 2 stars plus 1 blue. So they still end up taking the round anyway.
A close one for Covalence Reform. I mean, like Roses, he did his utter best. You know, he went in, just tried to get as much kill as he can, but it just did not matter towards the tail end of the round. Lil Moya G wins round number 1, put them closer to again closing out this best of 5 in a near a flawless fashion. But no, we said that in the first series, and we ended up getting a full best of 5. So maybe this is maybe for the side of Covalence Reform, they might show us the same amount of turnaround that we saw previously. You know, it's not over until it's over, but that definitely came closer than we expected.
Definitely a lot closer than we would expect, but again, with bounty rounds, it's always going to be a balance of how much risk you take versus how much risk you go for. So I think in this case here, with Lil Moya G's bow and Brock still ever so strong here, and then with a tick pick some more. I mean, this is literally the most ideal combination you could have for a bounty round here. So again, Lil Moya G is having all the cards here. Covalence is the only one who has to problem solve here to figure out how to counteract this. They're going to change things up here by taking a Jesse instead of the Poco this time around, and a Wander with the lack of healing that the Poco I felt was doing a lot more useful in that regard. I wonder if this is going to work out for Covalence here though.
So they switch out one of the brawlers for Jackie, and let's see if that's gonna work out. They still keep the Mortis and Daryl. The Daryl's gonna be run down by the bomb, and good one for Roses. Not able to get the kill to MDE, and that's gonna definitely cost him his life. Surely, right? Yes! Runs into the landmine of MDE, he's gonna lose his life, and it's a bit unfortunate for the Covalence Reform, but they do get a kill onto T-Rez. T-Rez does get killed off by Dempsey. The trade comes in, but it is still Lil Moya G leading, and the landmine is gonna be Rose's undoing. And suddenly Lil Moya G will pull ahead by 3 stars. And we've seen this before.
12 tries to get the kills done, but look at that, it is still not enough. 3 seconds ago, 24 to 13. It's all over. Lil Moya G takes round number 2.
Such a dominant round. And Covalence Reform made some minor changes, but I think that Jackie did not do much in that round. Compared to Mortis, definitely compared to Mortis and Daryl, honestly, Jackie is much slower as a brawler, so it was not able to keep up with the team. And again, we saw Roses trying to be that troublemaker, right? Just dashing into the back line, trying to get the kills. But the initial death really hurt. He went for MDE, and MDE actually survived all of his attacks, and that was kicker because he ended up losing his life. And just like that, Lil Moya G started taking the lead, and they never looked back. There's nothing much that Covalence Reform could have done.
That's kind of a situation you don't want to have in the bounty round, where you're going out there trading kills but not really winning fights. You know, you're just basically going for tit for tat. No doubt your kill count is going to be quite high, but the propensity for that kind of situation to spiral out of control is just so easy. I mean, you can see that's why by the end of the round, Lil Moya G had twice the number of stars that Covalence could have, because really, how could they not? I mean, you're constantly throwing yourself against them, and you're literally just handing stars after another. So yeah, at this point now, Covalence, they haven't really, whatever they've shown so far hasn't quite impressed. They only got one more chance now to try to make the set work.
Yeah, and for Lil Moyaji, they are potentially one round away from getting their first victory in the play day, the first play day as well. So a good note to start off the whole month. But we'll see if Confidence Reform can at least leave a scar on Lil Moyaji. It's gonna be from what we've seen. I think Lil Moyaji is. They just have the upper hand regardless of what mode we're playing in, and especially Bounty for the first 2 rounds. Lil Moyaji completely steamrolled Confidence Reform. Let's go into round 3 and see if we will get another miraculous comeback.
Yeah, it's gonna be Bo and Genie picked up, and Brock as well. So yep, if you can't beat him, join him. So for now though, the Blue Star still remains unclaimed in the middle. T-Rez and Kenji are both thinking about it. Kenji gets close enough, he's gonna pick it up this time around. So they have the lead for now. Lil Moyaji, but it's a 1-star. Well, damn, awfully bad now, trying to hold his own in the middle there. There's not much healing to be had on this round here because there's no Poco, there's no Byron at all. Byron is already banned. Rose is trying to go in front to take out Dempsey, and he's successful in that regard. Now they get a couple of good shots there in the Kenji. That's going to force him to fall back a little bit. If they could just take the Blue Star away from him, that would be the cherry on top. But awfully bad now. Runaway attack there as Kenji tries to move forward. T-Rez getting a lot of pressure from the side as MDE moves in to try to flank. They're having it quite contained in this side here, but MDE still not forced out his push. He's still providing pressure from the side.
Yeah, that one tick is being so annoying, and just like that, they got 2 kills. And look at Roses! This guy has no place to move. They're gonna bombard him with rockets, and Dempsey would kill him off. That's 8 stars for Lil Moyaji. How quickly they've turned this round on its head. And Confidence Reform 6 stars behind. They don't have the Blue Stars in their favor as well. This is going to be really tough. There are 35 seconds left to make something happen, but you can see Lil Moyaji, they just have so much control. Good pick off of the Kenji. They take their Blue Star back, but T-Rez steps on the landmine and he goes down. That's going to make this round near impossible. Confidence Reform, they have to go for those trades. But Lil Moyaji, they're not giving Confidence Reform that chance to work with. It's down to the last 15 seconds. The clock is ticking as Kenji gets pulled back by Awfully Bad. But where's the follow-up? They do have it. They got MDE. He bombs and weaves and he sidesteps everything. 13-7 is the scoreline, and Lil Moyaji, they're going to close out this round as well. They win the set 3-0. Nothing Confidence Reform could have done. Lil Moyaji, they will win the series.
Clean sweep here. And that's victory for Lil Moyaji. They move on with nary a scar on the cheek even, because it felt like they had this in the back from the start. Wow, 3 sets of absolute victory there for Lil Moyaji. Nowhere to be found, unfortunately, as Confidence Reform. Even though, quite frustratingly, there was definitely a few moments that I felt could have been their round there, but again, Confidence always fails to stick the landing. That's just the saddest part for me.
It is such a tough series to watch. I mean, if you're Confidence Reform, you really have to feel quite bad, right? Getting dominated by Lil Moyaji, and you've shown us how much times Confidence Reform just could not stick the landing or get control just because of their Bo Super. This one is kind of it can be ignored, but the bigger picture is just how Confidence Reform were not able to overcome Lil Moyaji. You know, their opponents play a much better game.
Yeah, like the whole time it was just off of the back of the Bo Brock pick. Like I said, anytime Lil Moyaji brings that pick in, Confidence has no answer. They have literally no counter for it. The range, the advantage is too strong. Once you have the combination going on, and even Confidence are no stronger on the Brock nor the Bo on either end. So really, they were just left completely fighting with one hand tied behind the back the whole round, because Lil Moyaji had huge advantage in this matchup. Like, no question at all. You can even see from the hot zone round.
The third round, that was a masterful display from Lil Moyaji. The fact that they were able to keep everyone from Confidence Reform in the corner and then go for the pickoff, that really cost the Confidence Reform the game. Because at that point, they were down to the last 40 seconds, and there just isn't enough time for them to kind of make a comeback. So Lil Moyaji proved that they are just the better team in this best of 5.
Yeah, so again, That's our second match for today. We still have 2 more to go here, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go away quite yet. What are you even doing? We still have plenty to go for this day here. This is, of course, only the first day of Season 2 here for Brawl Stars at ESL Mobile. Make sure you guys are following us here on Twitch. Make sure you're on YouTube here. Make sure you guys stay notified whenever we come live here. All this action, because you know you don't want to miss it. So we're going to be waiting a little bit before we will be getting to our next round, because we're gonna have to take a short break here. So I hope you guys have enjoyed the show so far. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky, and we'll be seeing you guys later on here with the conclusion for Playday 1 after these messages.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
back against the wall. Still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball. I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Yo, what's up guys and gals? Welcome back to ESL Mobile. My name is VectorCax. Joining me here is Husky, and together we're bringing you Brawl Stars Season 2 Challengers. And we've already witnessed 2 matchups so far. Now we're going to be going to our third for today. Kicks team versus Icebond. It's going to be quite interesting because if I'm not mistaken, Kicks team, they're coming back in the game, I believe, but should be bringing us a good fight here. What do you think, though, Husky?
Well, from what we've seen in the first set between Asfixia against Crazy Lagoon, I wouldn't be surprised if the new guys, new kids on the block, bring up something that we did not, we don't expect. But there it is, Icebond against Kicks team for our third set. And of course, for those wondering, yes, the Brawl Stars Challenges happens every Tuesday and Wednesday for a month. We have 8 play days in the group round robin, so there's more tomorrow, but we gotta get through today first. This is the third best of 5 of the evening, and we've witnessed a long drawn one for our first series. We got a quick one on the second. Let's see what the third one has in store. This is the lineup for Icebond: Aaron, Ryohei, Moneko, and Arotan.
Ah, I recognize these guys. So this is actually Tropa Suprema from Season 1, but it looks like they've rebranded themselves. But it's the same familiar faces that I recognize here from Japan, and if if their last season's performance anything to go by, well, Kicks team is going to have, well, quite a fight on their hands, I got to say. But nevertheless, focusing on their top picks and bans, exactly what I would expect here from Tropa Suprema. They are very good with the Max and the Genie, and they love to use the Byron as well. Top bans, of course, going to be the Ashe and the Buzz. Those are some of the newer brawlers in this list, and the Ashe, of course, being one of the strongest, if not the strongest right now in Brawl Stars. So Icebond coming into the game here, going to be up against Kicks team, who are comprised of Orca, Stitch, Vex, and Toxic. So Kicks are coming in here. They have actually competed before in Season 1 under a slightly different lineup here. Now they're joined by Vex, who came from Byro. So now they're having a completely new lineup here. Hopefully this means that their chances are going to be way more improved. And knowing Vex, he can be very, very handy as a rage brawler himself. Look at the top picks and top bans. Byron, Bell, Leon are going to be the best picks for them. And the bans of Shelly and Mortis. Well, Shelly, that's quite a rare thing to see getting banned up, but Kicks, they really don't like to play with her, I guess.
Yeah, one of the goats of the Brawl Star, since the inception of the game. I'm surprised to see Shelly on the list, but maybe Kickstein knows something that we don't. Slightly different, takes and compared to Icebond. But Tropa Suprema, they were the team that in the most recent matchup against Crazy Lagoon, they destroyed them 2-0. We got a match on our hands, and I think we both know who is the favorite so far to win out. But we're not gonna count Kicks team out just yet. In fact, these two teams shared the same mind because they both banned out Bo and Ashe.
They must have been watching the broadcast because they both would know. Well, Bo is very strong right now. Currently, we've seen how he has basically carried the entirety of Lil Moya G, and given his range, it's no surprise that he's going to be a massive pick for a lot of these teams. So, both Kicks team and Icebond were like, yep, we're going to get that out of the bat right away, and we're going to take out the Ash as well. I mean, that's the newest brawler, that's the strongest right now in Brawl Stars, so it makes sense that we're going to take it out of the pool. So it's going to be dependent on how strong we are on the other brawlers.
Yeah, and of course, this means that we finally get Byron past the ban phase. There is a chance that we will see that Brawler for sure. And Icebond, they're looking in a good position to pick up that Brawler and show us what he is capable of. That has been on the top pick list of most of the teams that we saw so far today, and we finally might have a chance to witness how good it actually is. Let's head over to game 1. This is going to be the first set, round 1 on Gemgrad, and of course Byron has to be picked up and Orca will score first blood.
Well, unfortunately for them, that's going to be the better Byron here, at least on the Kicks team side. So 4 gems, all 4 gems has been spawned so far in Kicks team's possession. The 5th one's on the ground, and that's closer to Aaron here. Is he going to be going for it though? It's quite low at the moment because it's so well done there. The pressure coming from Orca in the middle. Ryohei is trying to bring pressure in the middle there. He uses super to clear out the bush completely. That's going to allow Aaron now to finally pick up some gems from it. Still 1 more standing close there to Icebond. Now 2 standing in front of Icebond. Orca just needs to walk over and pick it up now to gain a 4 gem lead.
And for Kicks team, they are trying to hold on as much as possible. Orca has 6 gems, but Ryohei does finally take out the spike, and they're just gonna push forward. So much pressure. They even laid out the super. Aaron's gonna lose his life, but no worries, Arbutan is gonna pick up all the gems on the way back. They will leave 3 behind, but Ryohei is so sharp on his shots. Kicks team, they had the lead, but in a blink of an eye, Icebond turns it around, and now Kicks team, they're on the back foot. They're gonna retrieve whatever scraps that they can find, but Icebond, they're gonna start the countdown, and one last rocket barrage from Ryohei is gonna keep Kicks team at bay. They have 10 more seconds to work with, but everyone is so low. They can't even get the reset out so far. Ryohei's gonna snipe out that Orca, and this should be game 1 for Icebond. What a turnaround from one of the veterans.
Yeah, one of the best teams in Season 1. Again, showing their prowess yet again here against Kicks team, and no surprise there. I mean, again, Icebond, formerly known as Tropa Supremo from Season 1, are the second strongest team behind Zeta Division, so you know that you're going to be in for a very tough fight there coming into this matchup, and it really shows. I mean, you saw how methodical Icebond was about picking apart Kicks team, and the moment they had even sense a slight advantage, you can see how they snowballed there immediately to a 3 brawler kill. I mean, it's incredible momentum, and it's only possible because of how well this lineup of Icebond has been playing. I mean, since Season 1 until now, they still continue to impress.
And that is going to be, a force to be reckoned with, right? That was kind of just the first round, but it felt like they've already given us a taste of what they are capable of to kick off the series, the set. For the enemies, I think Kicks team, it was a pretty good start. We are seeing kind of the mirror matchup in terms of brawler selection, but again, that one turning point, Icebond, they got 1 kill, they pushed the tempo, and they just somehow turned the game on its head. Let's see if they can, surprise us once more. Kicks team should have adjusted a bit to that, still with the Brock and the Byron, but they now bring out the Piper instead of the Spike.
Yeah, Piper should have a really good time against Brock here, and look at that, already right on the back. Vex is already picking up the kills against Ryohei, so he can keep the pressure going on the right-hand side, and that's proving to be really good here because he picks up a kill to Aaron as well. He picks up the kill to Aroton. Look at that, a 3 feet, just like that, and Kicks team is giving Icebond a nice bitter cold taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, and that stagger respawn, so Icebond effective. They're forced to reset. Ryohei's gonna clear out the center point with that super, but it's not gonna do too much, and he is so pincered when Vex is keeping this Brock pinned down. Again, swings the corner, doesn't even need vision to take out Ryohei once more. This Brock on the side of Iceban is not able to do too much, and the full range snipe known to Arutan. They once more stagger the respawn of Iceban and kick Steve up to 9 gems. Iceban could not even find a footing in this game. They can't make a difference. They don't have much time to work with. Mid-area is gonna go down once more. Kickstein starts the countdown with 2 more minutes left. And I mean, Iceban, I don't think they can do anything else. Ryohei goes down once more, and Kickstein, they're gonna get the equalizer for sure.
Oh, this Vex deserves a medal here because he's carrying his entire team on his back here. Ooh, and the final kill there just to kind of sink the team in some more. But what a way to start things off here because, well, I mean, that's a good reply there from Kick's team. I mean, they're showing to Iceban that, you're going to be pressuring us. He can pressure you as well. We've got a real sharpshooter on their hands, and his name is Vex.
That's just so good on the Piper, single-handedly. He basically manhandled the entirety of Iceban. This guy he's a mad lad. He pushes with the Piper, something that you normally don't expect just because of Piper not the best in close range, but Vex made it work. Iceban, they did not get a single footing at all. In fact, the countdown started at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. It was so fast, and it showed how good Kickstein was at taking control. They did it in just 45 seconds. That is impressive.
Yeah, it's just so impressive, especially considering how Iceban was commanding things early on in that first round. So again, huge credit to Vex, with the Piper pick here. Again, showing just how accurate he is. I had asked his teammate before about how is Vex able to pull off such good and consistent shots, and it just boils down to practice. He just practiced so hard on these kind of range brawlers, and the fact is that usually whenever the situation calls for someone to be able to land sniper shots like that, usually Vex is the man for the job. So I'm super glad to see him continuing to work his magic here in a completely different team, and with him being in Kick's team's lineup, I'm pretty sure that Kicks is going to have a whale of a time here in its challengers.
And they definitely struck diamond, in the form of Vex. The guy's Agent 47. He kills everyone. But that's gonna allow Kick's team to equalize. The set so far is 1-1, and even then, I dare say, round 1, even though Iceban won, Kick's team were the one who got the early momentum. So it's something that Iceban needs to respect a bit more, because if Kick's team keeps getting these early, the early tempo going, it's not going to be good for Iceban, right? Because he will be playing from behind. So we'll see how game 3 is going to turn out as we jump in. Kick's team, will they stick with the Piper? It seems like there's no more Piper. Vex is going to bring out the Tara instead, same as Ryohei. Aaron and Orca staying on the Byron, as we have Stitch and Arutan on the Brock, but again Stitch getting that first blood, and Ryohei desperately trying to face up his counterpart, and it's now Stitch's turn to be the sharpshooter. Orca's gonna trade Ryohei back. They lose Stitch, but look at Orca, 4 gems about to be 5 as Iceban struggles to gain control.
Completely took out Ryohei's shadows, thus completely negating the Tara's presence here. I mean, Vex is playing out of his mind, out of his will here. He is definitely taking control of the right-hand lane here, making it so hard for them to actually get any map control, forcing Arutan to bring out his super. The shadows are going to be coming out here from Vex. He's desperate to try to play Ring Around the Roses here to take out Arutan, but Aaron comes in just in time there, so Vex has to back up. Another super is going to be sent out by Stitch to try to force out the Byron. They successfully take out the Byron of Iceban side. Ryohei now tries to bring the pressure on the left hand side. Vex brings it in front on to Arutan. He comes around there to just land the final hit there onto Ryohei. Arutan comes in to get the trade here, but the kills are not going to matter here because Kick's team has all the gems in hand. Horka is making him so scarce right now that unfortunately Iceban has nowhere to go. They're going to be completely vacuumed in place by the gravity well that's Vex set up. A perfect trap for Kick's team. And with that, we're going to be seeing Kick's team on a roll. Clean and surgical from Kick's team. Again, it's a round where from the get-go, Iceban had no control at all. They had no business playing that round.
won round 1 was just because of that 1 kill onto Orca. If we take that away, I think Kicks team would have probably closed out this 3-0. So far, they're still leading 2-1, but the amount of control that Kicks team has on gem grab is just incredible. I mean, Iceman, they need to do something about that. They will have been losing out those initial fights. So, and we saw the butterfly effect, right? The moment one guy goes down on the side of Iceman, Kicks team just kicks into high gear. They don't let it go, and there was nothing Iceman could do.
What you need to do, because once you have an advantage, you need to press it. You have to keep the pressure going there when you have the lead. So that's exactly how you play this kind of games here, and that's exactly how Iceman got themselves completely overwhelmed here. So now moving on here, Kicks team just needs to be able to finish off this set here so that we can move on to the next. And given the way they've adapted so well from round number 1 here, I'm pretty sure that Iceman might be quaking a little bit in the boots, because this is shaping up to be a very different season compared to season 1 now. Because while previously the Japanese teams were definitely the most formidable, some of them were quite invincible even in some of these matchups, now we're starting to see that the local teams here, the teams from Singapore, the teams from Indonesia, they're already catching up rapidly to the Japanese teams. They're already playing them at their own game here, and it's only going to be a matter of time before we start to see these teams prove their worth now in these challengers. So Iceman moving up, Kicks team as well. Looks like it's going to be pretty much the same lineup again. The Taras, the Byrons, and the Brocks brought out on both sides. So the Shadow's going to be brought out here. How are they going to try to contest the gems here? In front of Iceman's feet, Aaron's going to go in front, picks him up, slings back in, but loses half his health in the process.
Hey, welcome to the new era. Kicks team are making a statement. You can see Vex, he's actually able to sneak through all the way, and it's gonna pop out with the shadows. Ryohei was not able to clear out that area, and that means Vex was able to reclaim a bit of control for his team. So far, this is the closest round that we had. 3 gems for each team, as Arotan would throw his own shadows. Vex still playing in the dark, and there's nothing that Ryohei can do much. In fact, Vex gonna sneak out and just run at Ryohei. The shadows, they do go off as Ryohei survives, but he is surrounded. Vex just completely cuts him into ribbons with those poker cards. Orca with 6 gems in hand. Once more, Kicks team take the lead as they build up those gem reserves. Iceman trying their best to push back, but with Arotan going down, it seems to be almost impossible.
Almost impossible, but not quite. I mean, Vex is just playing out his mind right now. Ryohei finally lands a couple of really good back-to-back hits there, so that's forcing the Terror to fall back rapidly. Orca going to be pressured quite a little bit. Arotan trying to move up in front here. Looks like an attempt at a gravity well didn't quite suck the target they were looking for, so Vex is able to move up in front here. Keeps the pressure onto Aaron and Ryohei, but unfortunately pays for it for its life. But it doesn't matter though. Kicks team has already started the countdown, so it's a race against time right now for Iceman to start to get some ground here. He try to aim for the Terra. Terra making himself a target here. He want to try to keep them over Orca. Orca is going to be focused on. Oh, but the timer runs out just in time. Saved by the bell. Orca wins it here for Kicks team in this first set.
Oh my goodness, a split second would have forced a reset. That was so unfortunate for Iceman. But for Kicks team, again, a dominant victory at the end of the day. 3-1 to close out the first set. But it did not felt like 3-1 at all. It could have been a 3-0, for a lot of people, just because of how decisive it was for Kicks team. Sure, the last round came close, but close enough is just not sufficient. It has to be, it has to be set, has to be properly concluded, and time was just not on Iceman's side. That's it. That's for the first set. No, we have more to come. That's the first set. We're going to Hot Zone next. And with how impressive Kicks team has been, how dominant they have been on gem grab, I'm starting to get a bit worried for Iceman. I think they definitely did not expect their opponents to be this dominant.
I mean, again, I'm just glad, especially coming in from after having witnessed season 1 here. You're already seeing all the other regions starting to catch up to Japan, and this is super exciting here because, previously, if a Japanese team went up against any one of these Southeast Asian teams, it was definitely going to be a wash either way. The Japanese teams were so strong in season 1. Now that the teams are already caught up here in season 2, this means that this challenge is going to be wild. It's going to be so competitive now because basically anyone has a chance now to beat anyone here in this challengers. So this is an exciting time right now. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel here. Make sure you guys are following us on Twitch, because if you guys are going to be following us all throughout this month here, it's going to be some of the best Brawl Stars action you'll be seeing all throughout. So man, can't wait to see how this hot zone is going to go, because one of the strengths of the Japanese teams as well is, you know, their defensive line. They always are able to maintain that integrity. They're always communicating so well with each other that they are unfazed by any attempts at flanking, any attempts to kind of throw them off the game. They're still able to hold that very well, and that pretty much allows them to control zones very, very effectively. We've seen that strength play out very well in Season 1. I wonder how are they going to how is Kick's team going to approach this hot zone coming into this game here? Are they going to be doing something a little bit special, or they're just going to straight up beat Iceborne at their own game?
And I mean, if they do so, this is going to send a message to Japan, because their first team has fallen to early on to Asfixia, and this is the second team, right, for Japan with in the name of Iceborne. Of course, coming up we have their division, the overlords of the region, but you cannot let the kings do everything on their own, right? These guys have to at least put some results on the table. So far, Iceborne hasn't scored anything yet with Kick's team. Hot zone might just be it. We'll see if that works out. We're gonna have the Stu, Brock, and of course Byron for the side of Iceborne. Kick's team kind of doing the same, Byron, Brock, but they have the B instead of the Stu.
Yeah, the Brock managed to take out the speed zone there, and Ryohei unfortunately is a second dub because of it. Without the speed boost there, the Stu is very easy to get picked off there. Stitch with the very nice super takes out a Byron as well, and right off the bat, Kick's team are getting a very good lead for themselves. They just need to try to do it on the hot zone as well, because they've only managed to get 10 percentage points here, while Iceborne is already up to 30. So wow, that's going to be a bit of an exchange there right now as Orca takes out the Stu, and conversely gets taken out by the Stu himself. Vex does take down the Byron here. The Byrons take out each other as now Ryohei tries to move out in front here to contest this capture point here. Kick's team finally managed to bring it up to 27% here, but they lose out the B in the process. The Brock tries to hold his own, does take down Arathon though, but Ryohei and Aaron still have enough health and are able to get onto the hot zone.
Yeah, and good aggression from Iceborne. They win out the long fight in the Kick's team. Now we have some work to do. Again, the zone getting dropped down by Orca. It's going to slow Ryohei down, but just by a while as Kick's team struggles to regain control. They do take out Arathon as Ryohei is going to just run forward straight into the Byron, and of course Wex gets assassinated, all while Aaron has been standing on that hot zone, and that's going to really put a lot of numbers for Iceborne. The progression is going well. 71% is the number for Iceborne, and they're still continuing it as Ryohei is consistently pressuring Kick's team. They're going to again go for a trade with Iceborne planting their feet on that hot zone. It seems like Kick's team have finally started to taste the wrath of what Iceborne can do. Ryohei is just dodging every single projectile like it's in the Matrix, and Iceborne, as a result of that, will get the first round.
Yeah, off of the back of Ryohei's amazing use of the Stu there, Iceborne is able to take this round away from Kick's team. And wow, I mean, not only getting kills, but consistently applying pressure onto anyone who tries to get anywhere close to that hot zone. That's exactly how you're supposed to play Stu here, ladies and gentlemen. It was only a bit unfortunate that his speed zone kept getting taken out, but that's only because Kick's team is cognizant enough to be able to remove that buff from the map. Again, you know, you saw the way that Iceborne were placing their speed zone. It was very far forward there. It took up practically about a third of the hot zone even, so if they actually left it there for a long time, the Stu would just be dominating all the fights there. But even without that, still Ryohei is that good of a Stu player that he can still maintain his presence throughout all those fights and kept the pressure going. He kept the pressure going on the Kick's team, and in the end allowed them to win out this hot zone round.
Yeah, and that was definitely on the Ryohei highlight reel, right? The guy single-handedly carry his team. He's just applying so much pressure, and that was just round one. As Iceborne, you did point out the region, Japan region itself, really good on the defensive line, and we're seeing just that from Iceborne. Kick's team, let's see if they're gonna step things up. It seems like there's not gonna be too much of a change. Still the same, same Brawler. They get a couple of trades. Vex gonna lose his life. But let's see if Kicks team can at least step foot on the hot zone. They do slowly get the progression going, and with Aaron going down, Kicks team should be able to at least take the lead. Ryohei, again, dodging all those projectiles. Look at this guy. He is so good with his foot movement.
Practically. I mean, you say footwork, but the thing is, dude literally is running on one wheel, so that doesn't quite fit, unfortunately. Oh, but unfortunately, very quickly though, the Stu, the Byron, and unfortunately even the last member, the Brock, gets picked off one after another here, so Icebond completely loses their presence on the hot zone, allowing Kicks team getting up to 50%. Ryohei gets picked up for the umpteenth time. This is the problem when you have no bushes at all to try to defend or even kind of pressure the hot zone here. You're just gonna allow Kicks team to have completely walk over you, and with Vex just having them sideline there. Look at that! Single shots there, taking down Ryohei and keeping Aaron under pressure there. Stitch finally takes down the Byron, and only now does Araton come in front, finally clears out the push in front, but the damage had already been done. Kicks teams up to 73%, only now is Icebud up to 30%. They have a long way to go.
Yeah, but the good news is that they have full control of that hot zone, and with the assassination of Orca, Icebond will have bought themselves a bit more time, but Ryohei's gonna get sniped. And look at Vex, like the sniper from the side of Kicks team. He's doing so much more than Araton. He's trying to hold on. They have Aaron trying to heal him back up. The super comes out from Vex, and they finally force Icebond off of that hot zone for a while. They drop the speed zone for Ryohei. That is gonna be taken care of as Vex will send him back to the grave. Again, Vex with a second one onto Aaron, and he's just gonna stand his ground. He's not even gonna move. Now they drop the super from Orca at the side of Kicks team. They completely annihilate Icebond. The Kicks team takes back control.
Wow, the precision that you require as a player, and it's like that. I mean, this is why Vex continually impresses me to no end here. I mean, the coordination that he has with his team as well to attack at the same time, on top of those landing those hits. I mean, man, you couldn't ask for a better player on your team there, so Kicks has definitely lucked out with having Vex on their lineup here. But nevertheless, Icebond, they really try to step it up to the credit here in this round here. But unfortunately, with the level of skill that Kicks team was able to pull up, especially in that final fight there, that just threw it over the edge there for me though. So wow, Icebond, you know, kudos to them for trying so hard, but it seems like Kicks team is just that little bit better at those fights, especially with Vex being so on point with his shots.
Yeah, I mean, he is the marksman, the sniper for the team, but we saw him fought his way back onto that hot zone. That is the most impressive part of this guy. You know, he's not just the... He also frontlines for his team when needed. Of course, round 1 was a show of Ryohei's stew, but round 2 was definitely the Vex B. So round 3 is going to show us which team will take the lead once more. It is 1-1 so far, and Kicks team, they are going to pick up the stew for Stitch this time. So there's no B apparently. It seems like they put Vex on the Brock instead. This is gonna be super interesting, but with that first blood coming out from Stitch, they completely annihilate the Piper controlled by Araton. Kicks team getting those progressions up is already almost 30%.
Wow, I mean, again, I have complete faith in Vex being able to land shots, but the fact that he's using that along with the leftover effect of flames at the end of every shot from Vex is just making it so Piper has no space at all, no gap even to try to land shots, and that's just making it so hard now for Icebond because they don't have control over the left flank, and Stitch is just absolutely tearing up the right-hand flank as is do. Aaron and Ryohei are just completely left out on the lurch. They don't know what to do.
This is insane. I mean, look at Icebond. They are trapped in their own base. Oh, Vex is starting to push forward, and with Stitch, they're gonna pincer 2 members of Icebond. Kicks team just dismantling the Japanese squad right now. As Stitch, he is still not dead yet. This guy refuses to die, and with Orca hitting him back up, Icebond, they're not gonna even have a chance to get close to the hot zone. It is near 100, and it might as well be 100. Kicks team, what a quick round. They snatched the lead back. It's 2-1.
Ooh, I don't know whether, like, I mean, under normal circumstances, I think the Piper pick would have worked out, but simply because it was Vex on the other side of that lane there, it just didn't work. Wow, I'm so amazed by this, flabbergasted even, because Kicks team in clear of their mind here, ladies and gentlemen. This is such a sight to see because, again, the Tropa Suprema are no slouches when it comes to Brawl Stars. We're talking about the second best team to come out of Season 1. So this is just an indication of how much on another level these other Southeast Asian teams are. I don't know what is, honestly. This is such a huge upset, I would say, in terms of the matchup here, simply because I didn't expect Icebond to be struggling so hard against this team here, but they're really making it work for them here, I have to say.
And it all started, we give a lot of credit to Vex, but I would say Stitch was the one who really won the round. He was hiding on his side with the wall and the bushes and all, and then he charges out, runs straight into two guys and took them out. That really caught Iceman completely with the pants down, and because of that, Stitch pushes all the way to spawn, and there was nothing Iceman could have done. That's 2-1. It's going to round 4. Kicks team are in the lead, and they are not just looking to be in the lead. They are looking to take the set and make it a 2-0 for themselves. This is a crazy moment to witness. Yeah, sure, it is Season 2, but we are witnessing a new era, and Kicks team is leading in the forefront.
Yeah, they're carrying the flag right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's cheer them on. Arotan takes out Vex, but Vex does get the trade as well here. So Brock for now. Icebond still does have a little bit of a lead here in terms of the hot zone, but slowly Skitchin is trying to claw that back, but they're losing members back to back there. They lost the Stu, they lost the Brock, and they lost a lot of ground there in terms of the cover. There's no blocks, there's no walls actually to kind of prevent any shots from getting through the grass, and that's making it kind of hard for Stitch to actually play his part here in the middle, allowing Asfixia to get the hot zone all the way up halfway. Rohan and Aaron a little bit low though, but Rohan moves up in front, loses his life as a result, but they aren't able to capitalize. Stitch now tries to go in front, finally bring the pressure on Aaron. They take him down, but they lose out the Stu in the process. Vex and Aaron tries to exchange shots, but Vex cannot really contest this hot zone right now as Kicksteed brings it up to 70%. Stitch moves on in front, takes on Rohan, tries to go for the kill, and Aaron is successful in doing so. He is going to be able to hold his own right now, and it's going to be a little bit of a sigh of relief from Kick's team because now they have control over the hot zone.
Yeah, and now the tables have turned. It's Kick's team in the driver's seat. Orca takes out Aaron. They wipe out Icebond once more, and this is deja vu. We've seen Kick's team do it, and once they get control, they're not gonna take their foot off the gas, and they're now gonna slowly catch up. It's 66%. It might as well be even at this point. Icebond have one last chance, but can they outmaneuver Stitch? As you have Orca just constantly heating back up. Stitch just refuses to die. Icebond, they have to move or it's all gonna be over. They get the Brock trade at least, but Rio is gonna move on forward. He does not have the help to work with. They somehow snipe Orca in the back line. Can Stitch stay alive?
Whoa.
He's gonna dash forward, buy a bit of time, but that time was enough, and Kick's team takes the second set. It's gonna be a 2-0 lead in the series.
Wow. Yes, Stitch definitely carried his whole team on his back on this round here, and what a sight to behold. What a final fight there. I mean, the fact that Stu was able to hold his own in the 1v2 there and still able to finish a capture on the hot zone to boot. Stitch was just out of his mind there. I wouldn't dare to even put my team in risk like that, but wow. It was such a good play there by Kick's team, and well deserved for them if they managed to take this whole set down. But with 2 sets in the back now, there's only going to be one more to go, I'm afraid, here for Kick's team. So Icebond's got the buck up here because it seems like what seemed to be a really favorable matchup for them now is starting to slip away. It looks like they're the ones on the receiving end of all that punishment.
Well, I think that was just a superb, right, from Kick's team, and it's not just this. It was also Orca. Instead of being on the hot zone, Orca was just sitting behind. He was throwing his life to keep Stitch alive, and they ran out the clock. I mean, that really was a fuse bat for Icebond, but they had to make a move. And maybe if they did it earlier, they would have had a chance, a glimmer of hope. But nonetheless, it's gonna be Kick's team taking the lead. The Icebond, they've lost Gem Grab, they've lost a hot zone. We're gonna go into the third one. It's gonna be Bounty. So this one is also a very scary one considering what we've seen from Kick's team.
Yeah, bounty rounds are definitely very skill dependent. So given the last few rounds, I still wouldn't be surprised if Kicks team can give Icebond a run for the money here, because especially given the amount of momentum that have built up over the last 2 sets here, I think they're going to be coming into this very confident. Icebond in the meantime, well, this is going to be a last shot for them now to actually bring in the hurt against Kicks team, because if they aren't able to stem the tide here, I don't think they're going to be able to do it at all on this set, because frankly, like this is a huge moral victory here for Kicks team, and if as long as they can just keep the nerves, as long as they can keep landing their shots, I'm pretty sure that they're going to be able to play this to the end now. So we're in the end game, boys, and for Icebond, it's going to be one last chance at preserving their pride here. A returning team from Season 2 up against a team that wasn't quite formidable when it came to Season 1, but has really turned it up a notch now in Season 2, and pretty much are the favorites in this matchup here, so good luck to them.
Yeah, I mean, you give a team enough time and they're gonna show you the results. This is Bounty. With Kicks team having a 2-0 lead in the set, it feels like, Icebond, or one of the second best team from the Japan region is really getting challenged. Kicks team, they're not gonna have the lead this time as Icebond takes away the blue star, and they're gonna have that 1-star lead. But if there's anything that we know about Kicks team, is that from long range they are deadly. Arotan will be the one holding that lead for his team, but Kicks team, they're starting to take control of the map.
Yeah, I mean, way more important as well for Arotan is that not only does he have to keep his presence in the middle, he also has to try to heal his side laners. Ryohei and Aaron are currently doing very well to keep themselves alive, but Orca and Stitch are creating a lot of pressure on the left hand side, and it's forcing Aaron and Arotan to fall back massively here, and it's conceding a lot of ground now towards Kicks team, and they're taking advantage here. Super is going to be sent out to try to clear out the front, while Vex presses the issue on the right hand side. Aaron's going to be the first one to get taken down. Arotan narrowly misses death there, taking down the Super from Orca. So Orca and Stitch unfortunately aren't able to press the issue any further here. They peel back a little bit, but that's only to allow their teammate Vex to rejoin them on the front. Ryohei almost loses it there, taking a lot of damage on the side. Arotan is going to try to keep them alive, but now immediately has to focus on Aaron, who takes a lot of damage from the Orca's tick. Now, Ryohei is trying to open up a little bit of a gap here, uses Super to try to clear out the bushes, but that only is going to enrage Vex a little bit, forcing them to kind of fall back a bit. That's a good shot there onto Vex, almost taking him down, sending out the Super there. That lands on practically no one, but unfortunately with the timer starting to run to a close here, Kicks team still has the 1-star lead. They still have the advantage, and Icebond hasn't found a breakthrough quite yet. Another Super sends out. Ryohei mentions countering just in time. Arotan moves up in front. 2 seconds ago. 1 second. Aaron moves forward. Doesn't quite get it. And Kicks team wins it in the first round.
Yeah, both Genie had the Super, and when you come to Bounty and you have the Genie Super, it all comes down to that last second. Unfortunately for Icebond, not able to do it. They were forced to run at Kicks team. And Kicks team might have just won by a 1-star lead, but they had to rub it in with that final kill. And you can see, right, they confine Icebond on their own side of the map. It is so oppressive with the Brock, the Byron, and most importantly, the Tick as well. I think we saw 2 Tick Supers back to back, and it took a lot for Icebond to break free of that. But when they did, the clock was already down to the final 25 seconds, and all Kicks team did was they back off, they waste time, and they win the round. It was definitely not the super convincing one that we see. It's not the super dominant one from Gem Grab or Hot Zone, but still it shows us how composed Kicks team is in these kind of situations.
More than that, to me, it's very tactically solid. I mean, perfect execution on the plan, I should say, because they took the lead in stars and they kept oppressing the heck out of Icebond throughout the whole round. So it prevented them not from getting kills, prevented them from even stepping out beyond their spawn. So in terms of that, very well done on the tactics here. Kicks team definitely have a very good game plan going into this, and if there's nothing to that Icebond can kind of do to change it up in the next one here, I think it's going to be a matter of time now for this matchup. So let's move into the game now. Will Iceborne be able to break the stalemate here? Only time will tell. They're still going to be running the same lineup here, but a little bit of a change up. The Byron's going to be playing on the left-hand lane. Let's see if that's going to work out for them. Ticks are both taking the middle here, so I'm expecting those bushes and the walls are not going to last too long in this round here. But nevertheless, 1 minute and 44 seconds to go.
And this time, Iceborne, they do not have the GD, but Kicks team does. Good snipe from Aaron to take out Stitch. That's gonna give Iceborne the lead. They also find Orca as well. That's 5 stars for Iceborne. A very solid lead to kick off the round. You can see that Iceborne, they're trying to push the occasion. They're gonna give a Kicks team a taste of their own medicine as Vax is completely cornered. He's also going to be out. And this is the pain of playing against a take in bounty. You just have not much space to move. And unless Kicks team takes out our time, they're not gonna even have a chance to move forward. So they're trying their best to do so, but Iceborne, they're just gonna try to hold on to this 7-star lead as Kicks team struggles to find a point of entry.
Okay, they managed to get 1 kill, but that's only worth 3 stars. It's still a 4-star lead on Iceborne, and for most of the map, they've actually kept Kixine contained. Finally, Kixine is starting to fight back. They're already trying to regain the ground, and in fact, they're already pushed their way towards the center line of the map. But Ryohei, Araton, and Aaron still holding line very well. Vex finally gets a kill onto Ryohei, so that's already putting the lead down to 2 stars. They still need to try to find 1 more, but Orca is taking a lot too much damage in the middle here. Stitch is trying to move up forward, but what can a Genie try to do on the side here? The super is going to be sent out here by the tick. It only lands on Araton, but he has his shield up just in time. Still going to be a 5-star lead here as Iceborne were able to find a couple of kills in the meantime. So 17 seconds left. Ryohei gets picked off here. That's bringing it down to about 5 stars. Can Iceborne keep themselves under composure? 10 seconds to go. Kicks team try to find a kill, but Iceborne still finds a trade. Aaron and Araton are keeping very close. Ryohei moves up forward here, trying to get a trade against Vex. He gets a kill on the Vex. That seals the deal here. And Kicks team unfortunately loses out on round 2. Iceborne takes a bit 1-for-1.
Yeah, and the tick is definitely the magic for both teams. And again, just so much control that you have to concede once you start losing out to a team with tick. And in this case, for a Kicks team, they were looking to charge up the GD Super as fast as they can, but it took a bit too long and it didn't really matter. They were trading kills, they were trading 1-for-1s, and in Bounty, that is just not enough. You need to get more than just an even exchange. So Iceborne at least were able to stem the bleeding, and they were able to take 1 round for themselves. After the defeat onto Hot Zone, the fact that they can still draw some blood from a Kicks team is gonna give them a boost of confidence going into the later rounds.
Yeah, but what users get boost of confidence when you're still 2 maps down compared to your opponents here? So that's just the pressure that Iceborne has faced throughout this matchup here. No question about it. The thing is that with the rounds going to be tied up right now, I mean, at least Iceborne can fight a sigh of relief. They're still not out of this game yet. They can still potentially bring this back. It's all a matter of trying to regain that momentum and taking command of this matchup here. But so far, so good, I would say, for Kicks team, because my goodness, winning those last few sets there has certainly put a massive upset now onto Iceborne's tummy. So Iceborne now is just going to have to pick themselves back up again, pick up the pieces, and hopefully try to make things whole again. So coming into this next round now, I wonder if they're going to be still staving off the Byron on the Kicks team side. It seemed to have not worked out well, because losing that healing means that it was so easy for Iceborne to quickly overrun them once they turn the pressure up. So I feel that they still need to have some sort of healing presence there, but at the same time, I think that if they could have applied the Genie a little well, the Genie actually could have gotten super much quicker. I think they could have turned the fights around a lot earlier, but the fact was that the lack of healing made it quite hard for them to maintain their defensive line.
Yeah, and maybe they could opt for the bus to kind of make a difference. We've seen the bus have have some impact in the previous series, so perhaps one of these teams could opt for it just to be able to close the distance and take out the Byron. And there is a reason why Byron is so favored and yet so hated at the same time. Just the ability to do massive amount of damage from long range and provide healing. You gotta get the best of both worlds, and in this case, we want to shut him down. You need to get up close and personal. Buzz is one of those one of those brawlers that could get it done. So perhaps Kicks team may consider that. If not, Vex still has the Piper that he can work with on bounty, and maybe that is going to help Kicks team get the lead again, because Piper into Tick is definitely Piper favorite. 2 good shots and Tick is gonna get obliterated in an instant. So we've seen you did ask if Iceban can kind of make a comeback being down 0-2. Well, we saw the example in the first series, so my hopes are still there. I'm still optimistic. It all comes down to whether Iceban can slowly regain that morale and momentum.
If anything, Asfixia has already taught us never give up, even when the odds are still stacked against you. So there's still definitely a chance for Iceban to bring themselves back in this game, and all hinges on whether or not they can successfully turn this set around. And so far, so good. They've managed to tie the set here, so now they just have to decide whether they want to commit to the last lineup or do they want to try to change things up here. My instinct would be say commit to the current lineup, but Iceban, they bring out the Mortis and they bring out a Buzz, so I think they want to try to break a stalemate, and they're going to do it spectacularly hard.
And we have the Mortis and Daryl for Kicks team. Look at Real Hate. This guy, he's in the back. That's a BB as well. So BB, Buzz, and Poco, they are going in hard, and they get the first blood. And look at it, they are just sticking together like glue. I mean, Stitch goes in but gets swiped away by the baseball bat. And this is so hard for Kicks team to deal with Iceban. I don't think they're gonna give Kicks team any ground. That Poco healing is local. This Kicks team only have 1 star so far. Stitch goes in again, swatted away like the fly he is. Iceban, they are just playing together as a unit, and nothing Kicks team can do will break them apart.
I mean, BB, Buzz, the fact that they're both backed up by the Poco, this is such a curveball here that Iceban has thrown against Kicks team, and they were way unprepared for it. Even the Mortis pick is not going to help Vex out here, as Iceban now can just pretty much rest on their laurels. And the problem for Iceban is that while they crowd around the Buzz, that's only going to feed his super. That's allowing him to get a hook on there onto one of the members. They got the kill onto the Daryl as a result though, and they lose the Mortis of Vex at the same time. This is nowhere close here. Iceban has got this one, I'm afraid.
This lineup is the biggest Mortis counter. There's nothing you can do as a Mortis. They're way too tanky to assassinate. They can swipe you away with a BB baseball bat, and they just heal themselves up. Like there's nothing you can do. Mortis does not like the fighters. They do not like beefy brawlers. And look at this. I mean, Kicks team, they could not even find a footing. I mean, they get that 1 star. That's the consolation prize. But other than that, Iceban, they are literally running Kicks team down. Kicks team is gonna deliver, gonna get Real Hate as Iceban gives them a free one. But at the end of the day, it's 25-7. I mean, Iceban with a tremendous win on this round.
Can you imagine how tilted you'd be if suddenly your opponents pull a curveball like that against you? Well done to Iceban there. I mean, picking up the BB, Buzz, and using a Poco at the same time, like, just to perfectly counter a Mortis pick here. I mean, that's just the icing on the cake for me here. The fact that Iceban perfectly countered what the Kicks team were trying to go for on this round. Well, unfortunately for them, I guess for Kicks team is they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board here and see if they can figure out if they can break this here. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard, honestly. Again, by committing to this, it means that they lose out in range completely. So as long as they can pick up something that can deal good damage at range, like a Bell or a Piper, I think that should help them a little bit on the fights. The problem is that once you have Poco having super on, yeah, that could be a very unstoppable push here. But very well done, Iceban. Again, pulling off the curveballs like nobody's business here.
I like how both teams were trying to outsmart each other, but it just so happens what Iceban drafted completely nullifies what Kicks team wanted to do. They had both the Mortis and Daryl, who is not a threat to BB at all. Every time we see them go in, BB just swings the bat and hits them away. It is just very unlucky. I feel like Kicks team, they had the right idea. They wanted to pull a fast one, but they got stopped in the tracks. Like I said, back to the drawing board. Maybe put someone with decent range. Again, maybe the Brock or the Piper or even the Ember. Someone to deal with this death ball when they start moving forward, because Kicks team in round 3 did not have to separate from each other. In fact, the moment they stuck together like that, you know the round was over. There was nothing Kicks team could have done.
Yeah, nothing at all. And again, one of the sometimes frustrating things when you're playing against Buzz is that he charges super just by having enemies inside his area of presence. So again, that it just really adds to that death ball strategy that they're going with here. So it's very unfortunate, you know, that they committed to the Mortis pick. But you know, if they had picked maybe like a Squeak, you know, a Squeak would easily broken up that death ball there. It's just, yeah, it's just one of those days, you know, it's one of those days where the picks just don't work out for you.
Yeah, then that is just super. I would say unlucky for Kicks team, but Iceborne, they definitely surprised everyone. So now they finally have the lead, and Iceborne will have a chance to keep themselves in this best of 5. They're down 0-2, so any win is going to matter a lot. And in fact, if they might just start their own comeback story against Kicks team, who again don't have the probably as high of a reputation as Iceborne, at least when you look at who they formerly were. But there's still a long journey for Iceborne to close this out. We'll see if Game 4 is going to be any different for them. Kicks team though, they're going to be on the bus, and the max. This is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, so at least the Buzz will be able to counteract whatever Aaron's going to try to do, and the Max should have the range somewhat to deal with the Buzz from Buzz and the Poco here. So that's successfully keeping it a bit broken up. Rio here on the BB though is trying to find a way to flank around the side there, but quickly gives out that idea as Daryl now joins in with the rest of Kicks team here to try to give the pressure. But Iceborne is playing very, very safe here because they already have the 1-star lead. They already have the blue star in possession. So now it's just forcing Kicks team to try to move in front. They go in front there, and it's going to force them to try to force their hand. They manage to take down the Daryl. They manage to take down Vex, and Stitch might be next on the menu here, but the Max is able to slip away just in time. Man, that could not have worked out worse there for Kicks team, because Iceborne knew it. They were setting that up the whole time. Orca tries to go in for one more time, but unfortunately Vex moves in there only to lose his life yet again. This time Stitch is going to be able to keep himself close. Orca can potentially put that pressure for the side, but again, Kicks, the moment Iceborne moves into that death ball position, it becomes nigh on impossible to try to meet them in the open field of battle.
It's the Poco, man. It was the dang Poco. Kicks team had the perfect idea. They planned it perfectly. It could not have been any better with that rush. But that Poco super was the difference maker. Kicks team, they're gonna try one more time. But man, look at that healing. There was nothing that Kicks team can do, and they know it. They know that this round was over, and it's all because of Arotan's Poco. This set is going to go the way of Iceborne for sure, as Vex is just going to throw his body forward to feed Iceborne's victory. It's 15 to even a bit more. What a convincing victory. It's 19 to 0 on the last round of this third set. Iceborne will get their first win in this best of 5.
They gotta break out of death balls, man. There's no other way about it. Like, the strat is way too strong here from Iceborne. I mean, the fact that Arotan is playing his mind out of his mind there on the Poco is just icing the cake here, because it just means that this is an invincible lineup coming from Iceborne here. So it's going to be hard counters from this point on for Kicks team. They cannot afford to pull any punches from here on out. They have to be all in or nothing at all.
And that is going to be Bounty. We're going to have Brawl Ball next. I wonder if Iceborne is going to stick to this kind of death ball composition, because there definitely is merit to it working out, especially when you have brawlers that can both be the heavyweight and destroy those barricades. So perhaps Iceborne is going to continue that until Kicks team finds a solution to deal with, all to do with the Poco healing. But at least Iceborne, they won't go down, in an 0-3 fashion. It is now 1-2, still not in their favor, but the silver lining is that they now have one more chance to keep themselves alive.
one last chance here, and they made the most of it now. So yeah, going into this next one, Brawl Ball, again, BB can still be very impactful here. The Poco most certainly will be used here for sure. I mean, he's open, so why not? So the only question is whether or not they will have an answer to the buzz here. I don't know. It feels like they picked up the buzz on their side, couldn't quite maximize the use of him here. So hopefully they'll be able to step up on that for the next few rounds, but they're going to have to hit the ground running here because Brawl Ball is going to be very chaotic. And given that Icebond and Smash score such a huge coup here with this new lineup, I think they're going to be in for a hard time now for Kick's team because it could very easily lose the plot here despite having such a good start in these early sets. So nevertheless, we're still waiting for the next round to come in here, ladies and gentlemen. This is still a very, very tightly fought round here, and I cannot wait to see how this is going to end.
I'm just surprised that Kick's team was able to force Icebond's hand in such a manner, right? Maybe perhaps Icebond was holding that back for the longest of time, and then Kick's team lead the set, and Icebond was like, guys, we have to do something. They pulled out this impenetrable wall. I feel like you mentioned, the BB and the Poco just super good in Brawl Ball, but I wonder if they will go for the same exact lineup. I see the possibility of it working out. Maybe they would swap out the bus for another brawler. They maybe putting a Terra, just so you can have a bit more control. But I wouldn't mind if they stick with the same concept, right? You get healing, you get a frontline fighter, and you have someone who can facilitate a death ball composition.
So, in case Brawl Ball is next on the menu, we're still waiting for that match to be set up here. I can only imagine the discussions that must be going on in Kick's team's room right now, because they must be absolutely furious at how that last set turned out, because it could have been a moment of victory. They could have ended that round right there and then, but Icebond just had to pull out the pocket strats here. So again, this is just the nature of the game here, ladies and gentlemen. You know, the counters are never perfect. You know, it's always going to be about how you take the tools that are available in front of you and put them to good use. And so far, Icebond has made the most of whatever they had in their toolkit. Now it's just a matter of them clawing it back set by set. And after having scored a brilliant one in set number 3 here, there's still 2 more sets at most to play here. All Kick's team has to do is just win out 1 set and they'll be through. But if Icebond can continue to drag this on to a game 5, man, all of that elation, all of that effort from the first 2 sets is all gone to waste here, unfortunately, for Kick's team. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I mean, Kick's team got off to a good start, right? They sprinted off pretty quickly, but this race is slowly turning into a marathon, and I fear that Icebond might have just the stamina, to outlast Kick's team. But Brawl Ball is a completely different ball game. It's not about all the kills. It's about scoring that soccer ball. So maybe Icebond was able to outwit Kick's team when it came down to pure fights. But let's see how they would do on the field when you want to score a soccer ball, but everyone else is coming after your life. And that's something that Kick's team has been pretty darn good at doing. And Icebond, they have been struggling in similar modes like Gem Grab and Hot Zone. So I would give the benefit to Kick's team, but I'm also open to see what Icebond has to bring to the table.
When you're mentioning about Brawl Ball being a game that's more about scoring goals rather than getting kills, I just think back on the time when first started playing Brawl Ball against some low levels, and those guys really did not know what they were doing. Seriously, balls right over there, goals right over there, and these guys just fighting off in one corner for God knows what reason. But it's been a long way from those kind of days now. I mean, looking at the way they're going to be playing out tactically, one can only wonders what kind of curveballs can be coming up next year, because just like that, a simple change in lineup or a monster of a play can change your fortunes, and this is why Brawl Stars is such an exciting esports to watch, because you never know. It's so unpredictable because it's a game of confidence. You know, it's not about who has like the bigger war chest or the stronger players. You know, it's really down to how they are right in the moment. You know, you only got at most 2 minutes here to prove your point, and if you lose a plot, that's it. Your whole match is done. So, well, I've talked and rambled enough. It's time to play the ball here, ladies and gentlemen. Iceborne has it in the plot. They're going to try to bring it up in front. Very, very close here. Aaron's trying to fight in front here as Rosa, but Vex is keeping him at bay, and very, very well. Stitch takes the ball away here, and he's going to be able to clear it out the side here. Let's see if Rohit and Araton will be able to open up some gap here, but Araton is a little bit low, and he's going to have to hang back. Aaron goes in front. Whoa! He just scores right under their noses. That is so unexpected.
What was that? He just ran the ball in, and I think I know what they want to do. They have the max. And look at it. It's gonna use the max gadget. They get the speed burst. They try to run everyone down in real hate. He's gonna trace Stitch back. But thankfully, King's team have the numbers to work with, so Real Hay is not going to be able to do much. The ball is on the court of King's team, but still, they need to clear out Iceborne and retrieve the soccer ball. And now they're busy, they're being occupied. But guys, you need to remember that you're behind in goal, so someone has to retrieve the ball at one point. Aaron's just gonna move forward once they have arrow time again. You know, playing the Poco, healing up the Rosa, and they're just gonna start running everyone down. They keep the ball in Kick's team. They're like, yeah, the boys in their territory, but what can you do about it? This is gonna be a score. Real Hay will just walk it into the goal. And Iceborne, just like Max, they speed run through the first round.
Oh my goodness, like, defense? What is defense? In this case, my goodness, 2 times in a row that Iceborne literally walked the ball into the goalpost. Oh my goodness, that's just gonna be devastating there for Kick's team's side. But wow, this has now gone so interesting. What a flip around compared to how things were in set 1 and 2. I think we're starting to see cracks forming here on Kick's team's side, and this might be a little bit this might be their weakest game mode here, and it's starting to show, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I cannot believe that they just did that, you know. And you can see that Iceborne, they put a lot of thought into it, right? This was definitely not kind of a ragtag draft. They had everything thought out. All they have to do is to survive. If you don't die, you're gonna have possession of the ball. They put Rosa with the super damage reduction. Poco is gonna heal her back up, and of course you have Max, right? The super is gonna give everyone a speed boost, but most importantly, his star power. He's gonna have supercharge, so his super is gonna come on like very early on, and when he presses it, it's go time. It's the green light for Iceborne, and they did it 2 times in a row. Like there's no other way to be as convincing as Iceborne just demonstrated. Now Kick's team, they are starting to feel the heat. I wonder what kind of lineup they will conjure up for round 2 to stop Iceborne, because so far I cannot think of a way to stop this draft. We just have to see what happens in round 2.
Yeah, they're gonna be using the same thing again, and I just love how the supers just line up so well here for Iceborne. The moment the Rosa gets it, and then the Max gets it as well. Unfortunately, this time Aaron's gonna be the one getting picked off here. The Sandy's gonna allow the Sandstorm to come out here to get the kill, hopefully on the Vex. Vex tries to chase the ball here, and he's gonna be able to bring it up very close in front. Rosa's gonna try to use a shield here to get in front, and she does walk it straight in. How do you like that, Iceborne? A little taste of that, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Just giving this a payback. Now it's Aaron's turn. Look at this Batman. They have the Jackie super, and now it's Stitch's turn to put out that shield. It's gonna take out Real Hit, but the ball's not in their favor. Aaron's trying to sneak it away, but he's gonna lose his life. And Aaron tied on to Sandy. He's able to stop Stitch and get the Sandstorm out. That is gonna buy a bit of time, but can they keep the ball away as Vax? He's just gonna run it down, and Stitch gonna do it again. Aaron with a good intercept, and now he's gonna kick the ball as far away as possible. Stitch should be able to come back to life just in time, but though they have the damage, they don't. Aaron will equalize it, as this is just a battle of the strikes, the battle of the heavyweights. Like, these 2 teams are just tanking it out.
Yeah, the Sandy is just making it so difficult for Kicks team on attack here because he can't see anyone once the Sandstorm is up. Now, fortunately, they are able to get the double kill here, so they will have possession of the ball. Aratan's going to send a Sandstorm up, but look at the pressure coming from this side. Nothing he can do to stop that train from going in. Kicks team picks up the second round here, and man, this is going to be back and forth, ladies and gentlemen. Back and forth between these two guys. Man, oh man.
We have a series on our hands for sure. The past two series that we witnessed, we only got one. Yeah, the Brawl Ball ones that we witnessed for set number 1 between Asfixia and Crazy Lagoon. It was nothing like this, right? It was all about the Terra. It was all those long range poke and prod. But these two teams, these guys are just madmen. All they care about is running the ball down into the goal. Like, if they can't kill you, they can't get the soccer ball in their favor. So Kicks team definitely delivering payback. You know, they let Iceborne have a taste of their own medicine, and obviously the Sandy didn't really work out that well, what they expected. But I think the poker would have made too much of a difference simply because sure, they have the healing, but they still need damage to deal with the Rosa, and they just did not have that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Even though they had the healing in that first round, they definitely didn't have the damage. So I think that's part of the reason why they brought out the Sandy, and also the fact that when she has a Sandstorm up, it makes such a useful utility both for attacking and defending. It's just a bit unfortunate that they couldn't quite make use of it in the last round there, because literally Sandy was the last defender left alive by that final fight there. But leave it to Kicks team and Iceborne here to take the game of soccer and somehow turn it into rugby, literally walking that ball goal in a way's business.
Yeah, I mean,
and we saw it happen back to back.
Yeah, we call it soccer, but maybe to them they call it football. So I would understand why it becomes more physical than it has to. And also, no props to, I believe, Stitch. But one of the guys from the Kicks team for picking the Jackie. That was one of the ways to deal with Sandy, right? She throws out the Sandstorm. As a Jackie, you walk forward, you use your super, you're gonna vacuum everyone in and start dealing damage to them with your normal attack. So yeah, you can't really hide the Sandstorm and expect yourself to be 100% safe. That Jackhammer is going to deliver some pain. So both teams equalize. Let's see if Game 3 is gonna be another surprising one, or will these two teams just stick to a WWE style of Brawl Ball?
Well, they're bringing out the M's, and I think that's a Gene on Aaron here. Well, Vex is going to be bringing the M's on his end as well. Orca still maintains himself on the Rosa there. Ooh, it's going to be the first one to get poked off there. Orca tries to walk the ball to the goal, but stopped in his tracks there by Arathon and Aaron. So Stitch is going to try to fire along the side here, but it's not much the Max can do when he's all alone here. And with Ryohei keeping control of the midfield, Stitch had nowhere to go. Ball's going to be sent out in the middle here. Orca gets picked off as quickly as he arrived there. Vex tries to jump. Oh, he tried to go way in front there. And unfortunately, that's a very big misplay because there's no one left to try to defend his spot. Wow. Orca comes out just in time to block the ball, clears it out the way. Now they bring the court back onto Aaron there. Takes out the Gene, and Stitch moves up into the midfield. Vex brings the ball up as well. He puts it inside there, passes it to Orca. Orca dodges out of the way. Aaron tries to go in front, but Orca scores it in the nick of time.
Oh my goodness, Orca coming back to life just a split second before the ball went in, and they're gonna use the max super. Everyone full speed ahead. It is go time. You gotta go fast, but that will be stopped by Iceborne. Thankfully, everyone from Iceborne was able to pull back just in time, but the ball is now on their court. Realhead's gonna kick it away and set it back to neutral as Stitch pops up and again on the smash, trying to beat that nuisance. Orca is gonna reclaim the ball, but this Am's gonna spray paint into oblivion. Thankfully, the wall from the side of Iceborne is still there. It blocks the ball and prevents the secondary goal from coming through for Kicks team. Now it's back to the center court. We'll see if Kicks team can hold this back because there's a lot of aerial effect damage. You see Aaron is thinking about it. They clear it, but Vex intercepts it once more, and Ryohei will spray him into oblivion. This should be the equalizer. Aaron gets it, and he scores the 1-1.
Ooh, he practically had to take Vex down completely before he could actually score the goal. Vex, the goalkeeper. Stitch moving very quickly forward. Oh, it's very close. Ryohei managed to save it just in time, but Orca and Stitch continue to get a pressure. That's a double kill there as Vex moves on in front. No one to defend, nowhere to go. The goal is scored, and Kicks team takes round number 3.
What am I watching? Oh my goodness. They practically were just doing the same thing, right? Rosa super is up, Max super is up. They take both boxes, they press their super, and they just run it down. Then I mean, I feel bad. You know, there's nothing that you could technically do. We saw Iceborne. They threw everything they had. That got soaked up by the Rosa. And they got forced into their own goal. Like, they might as well just start scoring members of Iceborne at that point, because Kick's team have figured out a formula to deal with Iceborne, and it came down to the Max plus Rosa. But of course, Iceborne put up a pretty good fight. That could have gone their way if not for those two clutch interceptions from Kick's team. Now Kick's team, they're in the lead once more. They're one round away from closing out this best of 5.
Yeah, and I even can't think what to do against the Max and Rosa combo, because like I said, once both of them have the super up, you've got a really fast Rosa who is unstoppable and takes no damage. What are you gonna do? What do you do in that kind of situation? And Iceborne are now in completely difficult, nigh on impossible situation now. It's the only thing I could think of is either they have to find a way to interrupt the combo somehow, either by focusing all the energy on either the Max or the Rosa to take one down to make sure that both of them don't get the super synced up. But any moment at all, if they aren't able to perfectly disrupt that and they continually get those supers out, keep spamming it over and over again, in the long run, Kick Team is just gonna win. So
Yeah.
Yep, that's the situation, I'm afraid.
Wonder if they would go for B, because B has the honey molasses to stop, you know, to slow down enemies in the area, and maybe that could help. Though it's just a bandit solution. I think, you know, this, even though it sounds decent, I don't think it's gonna work out in the bigger scheme of things, just because the AoE is pretty small and you can take it out easily as well. So I'm thinking, definitely no one's gonna go for Frank. It's a pub thing, so you're not gonna see that in competitive as well. Just the thought of dealing with Rosa with the super up gives me a headache. You know, I have no idea what Iceborne has to do, but maybe they can tell me the solution later on.
Or probably figure it out somehow, because if they can't win this out, that's it. Kick's team is going to win this whole series, bring it to a close 3-1. So last chance for them to pull something off, a miracle, anything at all to try to stem the tide. But it's all or never now. Here comes the final round here, ladies and gentlemen. Potentially could be if Iceborne could successfully put it. Yup, they bring out the Frank. What do you tell?
The Frank?
Well, you called it.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe they were expecting the Rosa, but Rosa or not, the Frank is always going to be good if you get the super up. But if you don't have it, that is a different story, because you know, Frank takes a while to wind up his attacks, and he is not good at dealing with range. He's gonna survive for a while. They lose Aaron. Eventually, Ryohei is gonna kick the ball into the corner. He's gonna wait for everyone to come back to life. But Frank plus Max, that's a combo that is pretty deadly as well. And one thing that Frank does not have is speed. He's this big, giant, lumbering, you know, abomination that just does not have the dexterity. They blow him out despite him having 10,000 health. They cash out on as well. Ryohei cannot get close. Vex is just gonna send this into the goal, and he will walk it in. The respawn from Aaron just a bit too slow, and Frankenstein cannot keep Kick's team at bay.
Oh, I could already see the twinkle in Vex's eyes when he was already moved up so far in front as a spike there. And the moment as the super came out for Stitch and he cleared out the front, Vex knew exactly what he needed to do. So yeah, again, picking up the Frank was probably like one of the options they could have done, but it still suffers from the massive disadvantage that you mentioned. Look at that! Look at that! He couldn't even hold his own there once Stitch had his super, and Vex scores yet another goal here. It's not even close. Kick's team, they take this whole set here and they make this a 3-2-1. Oh, so sad there for Iceborne.
I mean, the Frank is good if Kick's team's lineup for the final round were, you know, again, like the Rosa, the Poco, you know, someone that stands in front that is as slow as he is. But when you deal with like the Spike, the Brock, guys who are not even going to get remotely close to you, and on top of Frank being just such a slow brawler, there was nothing he could have done in the situation. Like that, no, the weakness of Frank is so easily exploited by a lot of the brawlers out there, and we just saw it, right? He didn't even get his super off. He was mid channeling, and he got blown up mid air. So, I mean, they had the right idea, but the read was just not accurate for Iceman. Kicks team gets the first win, a great upset on one of the best teams from Japan. So we'll take a look at the highlights. There's still a lot of moments to relive. Most of them is going to be Kicks team, putting on a show, but Iceman, they did their best to hold.
Yeah, it's not going to discredit them at all because Iceman played their heart out here, from the get-go. It's only because of Kicks team just being able to adapt to the final moments that handed them the wins. So in any case, well, from these first sets, very early on, it already seemed like Kicks team had a massive advantage going into here because they took command early on. They made sure that a lot of these fights were very favorable for their end, and plus with Orca just constantly being a thorn on Iceman's side, providing healing for his teammates and still dealing a lot of damage, making a huge presence in the middle there. It just made it so easy for both Vex and Stitch to play their roles as the flankers. I mean, Vex so accurate on his shots, and Stitch, so clutch in his decision making and making full use of his supers on the Brock.
Yeah, and we saw so many clutch moments, right? The last round on Gem Grab, Iceman was just short of 0.5 second. Last round on the hot zone, it was all Stitch with the 1v2 on Stu. And of course, Iceman, they were able to win out on Bounty with the impenetrable lineup of BB, Poco, and Buzz. But that was pretty much it. Their glory times was quickly extinguished when it came down to Brawl Ball, where Kicks team gave them a taste of their own medicine and even refined their playstyle. And it led to Kicks team getting a very glorious victory.
And yeah, well, finally when it came to Brawl Ball, it seemed like Icebound were finally getting their groove back in. You could see them attacking very hard out of the gate there, and with back-to-back goals being literally walked in by members of Icebound, it seemed like Kicks team were in over their heads. But with a really good change of lineup here and with massive play towards the end, it was only a matter of time before Kicks team were able to find their footing, and the picks coming from their end just ensured a massive victory over Icebond, no matter the circumstance.
Yeah, they should. I have a suggestion before we go to a break for the game. There, maybe you should make a map skin or a cosmetic, change it to a rugby field or something, and when someone walks the ball in, they'll pull out the touchdown. That would be great, right? I mean, it literally, like you say, went from soccer to football or / rugby. So amazing one from these two teams. We still have one more best of 5. That's the most anticipated series coming out. Zeta Division, best from Japan, taking on Team Flash, best from Southeast Asia. We saved the best for last, and we'll come back right after the break for that best of 5.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Challenger. This is for Brawl Stars. My name is Husky, joined by Victor Cax. We have witnessed 3 best of 5s, very intense ones to say the least. But the best is about to begin. It's about to happen between the best team from Japan and the best team from Southeast Asia. Is Zeta Division taking on Team Flash?
Yeah, this is supposed to be the match that all of us gonna be waiting for here. We're talking about the team that single-handedly dominated the entirety of season 1, had a perfect, I shouldn't even say near perfect, a literally perfect record. They beat every single game, didn't drop a single one, and their opponent here is probably going to be the best they could ever ask for, because we're talking about a team that basically took Worlds by storm last year. We're talking, of course, of Team Flash, aka the PSG team that took part in Worlds 2020 and actually won that whole round. So I did manage to talk with some of Team Flash during that time, and they themselves were quite surprised by that result because, frankly, they didn't expect they would be able to make it that far. But given that all is out of the way now, coming into season number 2 here, Team Flash certainly has a lot to prove here, because when it came to season 1, unfortunately, Zeta Division still bested. So this is literally going to be Team Flash's chance for redemption here right off the bat, because they're gonna have the chance now to fight against Zeta Division on the first day.
Yeah, and this is not just a grudge match, but also to finally, put a bit of stain on Zeta Division's perfect record, right? I met one of the Team Flash's members called the Ace during one of the tournaments I did. I think it was the C qualifiers for Worlds 2018 or 2019, one of the years. And he was a great guy, had a lot of insight, and I've been, slowly, secretly, it sounds creepy, I've been following his growth as a player, and I'm just happy that these guys were able to make it to the world stage and, under the banner of PSG, and cook up a storm and unexpectedly, in their own words, win it out. Sure, they lost to Zeta Division, who looks to be the absolute overlords, but I would not be surprised if Team Flash give them a run for their money.
Yeah, and certainly a hope that since season 1 had concluded, that since then Team Flash had been stepping up a lot in the scrims. That's kind of like one of the things that Team Flash mentioned that they suffered from last year because of all the lockdowns. Team Flash had in the past traveled a lot, extensively going overseas to compete in many Brawl Stars tournaments, and that was kind of how they were able to build up their reputation so fast, by facing off against some of the top teams in North America and Europe, the teams that represent some of the best when it comes to Brawl Stars, and Flash, this lineup of Flash has literally been right up there against them. So coming into season 1 here, there was definitely a lot of expectations, for the World Final winners to perform well here, but Zeta Division came in and just completely stopped the competition, even Team Flash themselves, to their own surprise. So it's been quite a while since that time. Season 1 has been many months ago, and since then I expect that Team Flash has been like slowly training themselves back up again, getting those scrims, and if the other teams are any indication, seeing how all the other Southeast Asian teams have been able to meet the challenge of fighting against Japanese teams, it certainly gives me hope that Team Flash will be able to give Zeta Division a much better run in Season 2.
Yep, and with that being said, let's take a look at the updated standings first so far. Again, this is just day 1 for the Challenger series for Brawl Stars, but a lot has transpired. It felt like we've been longer than we actually has. So let's take a look at the numbers and let the numbers do the talking, because we have witnessed immaculate comebacks, we've witnessed clean sweeps, but it becomes clearer when we get to take a look at the standings that will be coming up in a bit.
In a little bit, anytime, right just about now. Again, just a little bit of an update on the bracket situation here, because we've already just had the 3 matches coming up here, so a little bit of patience is a virtue here. So here comes the standings here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Lil Moya G, Kicks Team, Asfixia, and Team Flash as well. Oh my goodness, Zeta Division had unfortunately conceded this round here, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like Team Flash is going to be walking over with a default victory.
That is surprising for Team Flash. I was so excited. I was so excited for this rematch, right? I was, we were building it up. I was about to talk about how Team Flash had this reunion, right? I mean, when these guys won as 2020 under PSG, no response, form as team, and after a while, they got picked up by Team Flash. They got Cool the Ace back together. It's a reunion, like fate couldn't have it any better way, but it's unfortunate. There were some issues on the side of Zeta Division. They will not be able to play this historical grudge match against Team Flash. So Team Flash walks away with a default win, 3 points to their name. It's a shame that for the rest of the groups we will not be able to see them clash, but if there's any indicator of a rematch, we can definitely expect them to show up in the finals.
I wanted to say, like, a very funny observation. The one match that we were hyping up all day long was the one that we didn't get to see, but everything else was way better than we have expected. So I don't know, today has just been a mix of confusion for me, because the matches that I was expecting to be kind of a walkover turned out to be some of the most intense matches I've seen all day long here. I mean, wow. I mean, for the way we started off the day here to, finally coming to the one match that I really wanted to watch for today, and we didn't get to see it. I mean, turns of fortunes.
Just can't have it all. But I mean, these two teams, we know how good they are. Hopefully, we get to witness them in the grand finals. But hey, at least the silver lining is that for Zeta Division, they keep their clean slate for now.
So make sure you guys are coming in every single time we are live here to see who are the challengers in this Brawl Stars, because Season 2 is still running all throughout this month. We're live every Tuesday and Wednesday, so make sure you guys are following us on Twitch, because that's the best place to catch our action live. Subscribe to us on YouTube as well, because that's the next best thing you could have for all of the action, all of the content that we have here from ESL Mobile. So yeah, I mean, any final words coming in from your end though, Husky, before we close out the show?
I just want to say it feels super good to be back, and I cannot wait to see how the rest of Season 2 is going to unfold. We literally have the Goliaths present in the top 8, and it's only going to get more interesting from here on out. We have upsets, we have clean sweeps, and I just look forward to what's in store.
Alright, so I believe with that said there, that's going to be the end of our play day number 1. Hope you guys have enjoyed the show all throughout today. So, in any case, for those who have missed it out, you still have more action to catch for the rest of tomorrow. So, my name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky. This has been ESL Mobile Brawl Stars Season 2 Challengers, and we'll be seeing you guys again tomorrow in a slightly different format, but still the same old show. Until then, goodbye and good luck.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.